Am I wrong for not inviting my estranged mother to my wedding despite her efforts to reconnect? I've been dealing with a lot of issues with my mom, Karen, who left when I was 10. I'm 29 now, engaged, and planning my wedding, but her sudden reappearance in my life is messing everything up. Let me give you some background. I grew up with my dad after my mom moved abroad for work. I don't remember exactly why she left, but she made it clear that her career came first. I was too young to understand back then, but I grew up with a lot of anger. I mean, she was my mom, right? She should have been there for me, but instead, she just wasn't. There were a few birthday cards over the years, some Christmas messages, but no actual effort to make up for being gone. I honestly didn't care much by the time I was a teenager. I had my friend, my life, and that was enough. It wasn't like I was constantly waiting for her to come back. At some point, I just accepted it and stopped thinking about her altogether. Then, a few months ago, out of the blue, she contacts me. I get this message on Facebook from her, asking if we can talk. It felt weird, honestly. She's been away for so long, and I had zero interest in hearing from her. But I didn't want to be rude. She's my mom, after all. So, I agreed to meet up. But I was prepared for her to try to play the "I'm sorry, I was young. I didn't know what I was doing" card. And guess what? That's exactly what happened. When I met her for coffee, she was all tears, saying how much she regretted not being there when I needed her, how she was sorry for everything. Honestly, I don't know why I agreed to meet with her, because hearing all that didn't change anything for me. It didn't suddenly fix everything. Sure, she was sorry. But where was she when I had my first heartbreak? Or when I needed someone to talk to about school or life? She wasn't there for any of it. It felt like she was apologizing for her own peace of mind, not because she truly understood how much damage her absence had caused. Anyway, she kept pushing this idea of starting over, saying she wanted to be there for me now. But I didn't buy it. After years of barely any contact, now she wanted to waltz back into my life and act like nothing happened. It felt fake. She even brought up the fact that she'd moved back to our town. She made it sound like she was doing all this just to make up for lost time. But I didn't trust her. I didn't want to trust her. A few weeks after that meeting, the topic of the wedding came up. I got engaged last year, and the wedding is in a few months. We hadn't told her yet, mainly because we didn't know how to approach it. But word somehow got out to her through some extended family members. She reached out, asking if she could attend. I didn't know how to respond at first, so I just didn't. But she kept pushing, texting, calling, asking why I hadn't responded. Finally, I called her back. I don't know why. Maybe I felt like I had to explain myself. She asked me why I hadn't invited her, and I told her honestly it didn't feel right. She hadn't been a part of my life. Not really. She had the chance to be there, but she chose to be distant. And now, when I'm planning one of the biggest days of my life, she thinks she can just show up. I told her no. I said I wasn't comfortable with it, and it was nothing personal. But that's when it all went downhill. She started crying on the phone, telling me that she had changed, and that this was her opportunity to finally be a part of my life. She said she couldn't miss my wedding, that it would break her heart. And then came the guilt trip. She said it would mean everything to her to be there. That if she missed this, she'd regret it for the rest of her life. I could feel her tears through the phone, and I hated it. It made me feel awful, but at the same time, it felt like manipulation. She was trying to make me feel guilty for not wanting her at my wedding. I just stayed silent for a moment. I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to say yes, maybe that's what a good daughter would do, right? But the other part of me, the part that had been hurt by her absence all these years, wasn't ready to forgive her. I still don't know if I ever will be. After what felt like an eternity of awkward silence, I just told her that I needed time to think about it. That night, I talked it over with my fiancé, Ryan. He was supportive, as always, but even he seemed to be a little unsure. He said I should think about how I'd feel later in life, whether I'd regret not inviting her. He said people change, and maybe she really wanted to make things right. But I couldn't shake the feeling that inviting her would just open old wounds. I didn't want to be stuck in that situation again, where I had to question her motives, wondering if this was just another way for her to make herself feel better. Then, there were the relatives. Once word got out that I wasn't inviting her, the messages started coming. Some said I was being too harsh. They reminded me that she was my mom, and she had every right to be there. Others tried to guilt trip me by saying things like, "You'll regret this decision. You never know how much time you have with family." Some even went so far as to say I was being cruel, that she was trying to make up for lost time, and I was shutting her out. But they didn't know what it felt like to grow up with a mom who barely acknowledged your existence. They didn't know how much it hurt every time I saw my friends with their moms, doing things together, while mine was halfway across the world. Ryan could see how torn I was. He knew I had to make this decision, but he didn't want me to make it out of guilt. He said if I didn't want her there, I didn't have to invite her. Simple as that. But it didn't feel that simple. The more I thought about it, the more conflicted I became. A small part of me wanted to give her a chance, to see if this apology was genuine. But the bigger part of me, the part that had been hurt for years, knew that it wasn't about me anymore. It was about her trying to feel better about her choices. She didn't care how much I'd suffered without her. She just wanted to erase the past, to pretend everything could go back to normal. But things don't work like that. Eventually, I called her again. This time, I told her that my decision was final. She didn't take it well. She tried to argue, to convince me, but I was firm. I told her that I couldn't invite her to the wedding. It wasn't right for me, and I wasn't ready to just forgive and forget. She started crying again, saying that I didn't understand how much this meant to her, that she wanted to make it right, to fix things. But I stood my ground. I could hear the pain in her voice, and it made me feel like garbage, but I couldn't change my mind. It was too late for that. I ended the conversation and hung up, feeling both relieved and guilty. The guilt hasn't gone away. I keep thinking about her, about how she must feel, about how she's probably devastated. But I also can't stop thinking about how she wasn't there when I really needed her. And that's what makes this so complicated. I don't know if I made the right choice. After the phone call with my mom, things just got even more complicated. I felt like I had made my decision, but I still couldn't shake the feeling of guilt that kept gnawing at me. I told myself it was the right choice, but every time I thought about it, a part of me second-guessed myself. I couldn't help but feel like I was being cruel, especially when I saw how hurt she was. The worst part was the family. I thought maybe the whole thing would blow over. But as soon as word spread that I wasn't inviting her, the messages started coming. I don't know if people were just trying to be supportive, or if they honestly felt like I was making a huge mistake. But it felt like I was getting bombarded from all sides. Some family members tried to tell me that I was being too harsh, that I shouldn't punish her for the past, that I should give her a chance to prove herself. Others were more direct, flat out saying I was being cruel and would regret this decision for the rest of my life. The guilt started to pile on. I'm not a very emotional person, at least not outwardly. I've always been the type to keep things inside and figure them out on my own. But this was different. I felt like I was stuck between two versions of myself. The person who wanted to protect myself from being hurt again, and the person who wanted to be the good daughter, the one who forgives and moves forward. Ryan, of course, was great about it. He stood by me no matter what. And that's one of the reasons I love him so much. He never once told me that I was wrong for not inviting her. He just said that whatever I decided, he was there. But even with his support, I couldn't escape the pressure from everyone else. At one point, my aunt, who I'm pretty close with, called me. She was very blunt, asking me why I hadn't invited my mom to the wedding. She said that people change, and that if I didn't let her back in now, I'd regret it. She said that my mom would never forgive me if I didn't give her this chance. Honestly, it felt like a guilt trip, and it didn't help at all. It just made me question if I was being selfish for holding on to my anger instead of moving forward. But every time I thought about how many years she'd been absent, how many moments she missed, it just didn't feel fair to let her waltz back in as if nothing happened. The whole situation was messing with my head. My friends were also divided. Some thought I should just move on and invite her, that it was a chance for closure and to heal the old wounds. Others were in my corner, telling me I had every right to say no. They said I didn't owe her anything, especially after everything she had put me through. But no matter what anyone else said, I couldn't help but feel guilty. One night, I got a message from her, and this time it wasn't a call or a text. It was a long email. I hadn't expected that. In it, she apologized again more profusely this time and said she understood if I didn't want to invite her, but she just wanted me to know that she was trying. She talked about how much she regretted the years we lost and how she hoped that maybe, just maybe, we could start over. It was emotional, but it also felt kind of forced. I couldn't tell if she was genuinely remorseful or if she was just trying to make herself feel better by doing the right thing now that it was too late. Either way, it didn't change anything. I didn't feel ready to forgive her, and I certainly didn't feel like she had earned the right to be part of my wedding. That email stayed in my inbox for days, unanswered. Every time I opened it, I just stared at it, unable to find the right response. I couldn't bring myself to tell her, "I've moved on without you, and you don't get to show up at the wedding now because you feel guilty." But that's how I felt. I didn't want her to use my wedding as an opportunity to fix things. It felt too convenient, too easy. In the end, I couldn't just ignore her message, so I replied. But it wasn't an easy reply. I told her that I had thought about it a lot, that I had already made my decision not to invite her. I told her I didn't feel ready to include her in something so important, and I wasn't sure I would ever be ready. I tried to be as gentle as possible, but I also made it clear that I wasn't changing my mind. The last thing I wanted was for her to keep pushing me, but I knew she would, and that's exactly what happened. She called me again. This time, she didn't cry. She was calm, almost too calm, like she was trying to keep it together, so I wouldn't see how hurt she really was. She said she understood, but I could tell she didn't. She kept asking me why I couldn't just let her in, why I couldn't give her a chance to show that she had changed. But the truth is, I didn't believe her. Maybe she had changed, maybe she hadn't. I didn't want to take that risk. It felt like opening a door that had been locked for years, and I wasn't ready to unlock it. As we talked, I kept thinking about how she was trying to frame this as her final chance, like this was her one shot to prove herself. But it wasn't her one shot. It was mine. It was my decision to make, and I wasn't about to make it based on some romanticized idea of what we should have had. I didn't need her to validate my life. I'd made it this far without her. But she kept pressing. She asked, "What if this is my last chance?" And I didn't have a good answer. How could I? When I hung up the phone, I felt a strange mixture of relief and unease. I had made the decision, but it didn't feel final. It felt like there was still a part of me that wanted to say yes, to invite her, to make everything right. But I knew deep down I couldn't. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Days passed, and the pressure didn't let up. More family members reached out, offering their opinions, telling me I was being too harsh. A few said I was in the right, but most of them were on her side, trying to convince me to give her a second chance. I didn't know who to believe anymore. Every time someone asked me if I had changed my mind, I felt the same anxiety building up. I kept wondering if I was doing the right thing. What if I was making a huge mistake? What if I was being unfair? The wedding planning continued, but now it felt like I was making all these decisions, while this huge unresolved issue hung over me. I started to feel like everything was happening in parallel, like the wedding was moving forward, but I was stuck in this emotional limbo. My mom wasn't part of it, and that felt right, but it also felt wrong. I didn't know what to do anymore. I felt like I was losing control of the situation, and I didn't know how to fix it. It wasn't just about the wedding anymore. It was about something deeper, something that had been unresolved for years. And no matter how much I tried to ignore it, it was becoming harder and harder to do so. I wasn't sure if I'd ever get to a place where I felt comfortable with my decision, but I also wasn't sure if I cared. I couldn't stop thinking about what everyone else thought, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't ready to let her back into my life. At least, not yet. But the more I thought about it, the more I wondered if I ever would be. The question kept circling in my mind. Was I making the right decision? Would this decision haunt me forever? And what if it didn't? Would I be able to live with it either way? After everything that happened with my mom, I thought the worst of it was over. I'd made my decision, told her no, and hoped that would be the end of it. But the days that followed felt even more complicated than before. It felt like I was living in this weird space where I wasn't sure if I had done the right thing or if I was making a huge mistake. A few days after I turned her down, my mom texted me again. This time it wasn't an angry or hurtful message. She didn't demand anything or guilt trip me like she had before. Instead, it was a simple message asking if we could meet in person. She said she just wanted to talk, that she understood why I felt the way I did. And she wasn't angry, she just wanted to talk things through face to face. I didn't want to meet her. I thought about it for a while, wondering if this would just be another round of apologies. But I agreed. I don't know why. Part of me thought maybe this could be my chance to get closure. Another part of me wondered if I was just trying to avoid feeling like a bad person. Either way, I agreed to meet her at a coffee shop near my place. When I got there, she was already sitting at a table, looking different. It wasn't just the way she looked physically, it was more like she had this sense of calm, like she wasn't trying to fight me or convince me of anything. I sat down, and for a few minutes, we just sat in silence. Neither of us knew what to say. Finally, she broke the silence. She said she understood why I didn't want her at the wedding, that she wasn't angry anymore, but she wanted me to know she still cared. She said she regretted missing so much of my life, that it had taken her a long time to realize how much she'd hurt me by staying away. She told me that she had tried to convince herself she was doing the right thing by focusing on her career. But now, looking back, she saw how much she had messed up. She said she was sorry for the years she had taken away from me, for the moments she hadn't been there for me. And that was it. It wasn't a plea for forgiveness, but more like a simple acknowledgement of everything that had happened. And yet, in that moment, I realized something. I wasn't as angry as I had been. I had spent so much time holding on to my resentment. But here she was, taking responsibility without asking for anything in return. I sat there for what felt like hours, processing everything she was saying. It wasn't the dramatic emotional confrontation I expected. There were no tears or raised voices, no desperate attempts to change my mind. She just wanted to make sure I knew she regretted her absence, and that she didn't expect anything from me, not forgiveness, not an invitation. She said she just wanted to be a part of my life again, even if it wasn't as simple as just showing up at my wedding. And that's when the floodgates opened. I hadn't realized it until then, but I had been holding on to this need for closure, and I didn't know how badly I needed to hear her say those things. I hadn't realized how much it had affected me. All those years of feeling abandoned, of seeing my friends with their moms and feeling like I had no one. She had been out of my life for so long, and I had built up this wall of anger and bitterness. But in that moment, I could see she was trying to tear it down, even if it wasn't in a way that I expected. But still, there was no magic moment where everything was suddenly okay. It wasn't like she said the right words and everything was forgiven. It wasn't like I was going to change my mind and invite her to the wedding on the spot. She still wasn't the mom I needed when I was younger, and one meeting didn't erase all the years of hurt. But for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel like I had to hold on to all that pain. I realized I could let it go, not for her, but for me. We sat there for a while, talking about things that weren't related to the wedding, just catching up in a way that felt new. It was awkward, but it didn't feel forced. It didn't feel like she was trying to rush back into my life. It was more like she was trying to lay a foundation, trying to rebuild some trust. And honestly, that's all I needed. Not for her to show up at the wedding, not for her to fix everything right away, but just for her to prove that she was willing to be patient, to show me that she wasn't just looking for a quick fix. I left that meeting feeling conflicted, but in a different way. I wasn't sure what to do next, but I wasn't angry anymore. I knew that my decision about the wedding was still final for me, but I was starting to think maybe there was room for her in my life in some capacity in the future. Maybe not right now, but maybe someday. In the weeks that followed, things stayed quiet. I didn't hear much from her, and I didn't try to reach out either. I still didn't invite her to the wedding, and she didn't press me about it again. But there was a shift. The anger I had been carrying around was gone, replaced by something else, an uncertainty about what I really wanted from this relationship. Then, a week before the wedding, I got a message from my aunt. She said she knew I wasn't inviting my mom, but that she wanted me to consider how my mom might feel on the day of the wedding. She said I should at least send her a message, something acknowledging her, maybe just letting her know that I was okay and that I hadn't forgotten about her. The message wasn't a suggestion to invite her, but more like a peace offering, a way to show that I was open to moving forward, even if it wasn't in a perfect way. I was torn. Part of me wanted to just ignore it, to keep moving forward with my life without looking back. But another part of me wondered if this was the chance to at least make a small gesture. I wasn't ready to invite her, but could I at least acknowledge her in some way? I didn't know what to do. So now I'm stuck again, torn between holding on to what feels safe, keeping her at arm's length, and taking a small step forward, even if it's not perfect. Would that make things better? Or would it just complicate everything again? Would I regret reaching out in the future? Or would it bring some sense of closure? Am I wrong for not inviting my mom to my wedding? Or should I have at least tried to make some kind of peace before the big day? Story 2. Did I overstep by confronting my father about his new relationship right after my mom's passing? I, David, 34, have been living back at my childhood home for a few months, now after my mom passed away. She was everything to me. My dad, Paul, 68, and I were never that close, but I never expected the house to feel this empty. She was always the glue that held everything together. I don't think I realized how much I depended on her until she was gone. My dad and I, well, I don't want to say we've never gotten along, but there's always been a distance. It's hard to get close to someone who doesn't really talk about feelings or make much of an effort. He's not a bad guy, but we've never been the kind of father-son duo who would sit around and talk about life. That was Mom's job. I never wanted to be the one who had to step up after she was gone. But there I was, trying to fill in the gaps where she used to be. Helping my dad clean out her things, making sure he ate right, checking on him every few days to make sure he wasn't just sitting in his chair, staring at the TV all day. It wasn't easy. The house felt different. It felt vacant. Not just physically, but emotionally too. We were both grieving in our own ways, but it was clear that I was carrying more of the weight. It wasn't like my dad wasn't grieving, he was. He just didn't show it the same way. I noticed a lot of little changes in him, though. He started spending more time on his phone, which was strange for him. He wasn't the kind of guy to be glued to a screen. I assumed he was just figuring out some way to pass the time, and I didn't think too much of it at first. But then, about a month in, I started hearing strange things. One night, I was heading to the kitchen to grab some water when I heard his voice. It was soft, almost intimate, and it caught my attention. He wasn't talking to me, and that was unusual in itself. But the tone of his voice was what stood out. It was warm, too warm, especially considering how cold he'd been since Mom passed. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I was standing there, frozen, hearing him laugh. He hadn't laughed like that in months. I couldn't make out the whole conversation, but the more I listened, the more it felt like it wasn't just a casual conversation. I knew something was off, so I stayed still, trying to piece things together. I could only hear bits and pieces of the conversation, but what I caught was enough. He was talking about seeing someone, a woman named Sophie. I didn't recognize the name. He said she was someone from the grief support group. I didn't know he had been going to one of those, but I guess it made sense. He hadn't talked to me about it. I didn't know what to make of it at first. It could have been nothing. Maybe she was just a friend. Maybe he was just trying to talk to someone who understood. But then I heard him say something that felt like a punch to the gut. I really like her, David. I think she's exactly what I need right now. That's when I knew. He was dating her. It wasn't just some casual friendship. He was dating someone 3 months after my mom passed. I couldn't believe it. I don't know why it bothered me so much. Maybe it was because I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready to share him with someone else. He wasn't supposed to move on so quickly. He wasn't supposed to forget her. The next day, I was a mess. I didn't know how to act. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I should have been happy for him. I should have understood that he needed someone, that maybe he was lonely. But I didn't want him to move on. I didn't want to feel like he was forgetting Mom. I kept replaying everything in my head, the tone of his voice, the way he talked about Sophie, the way he said, "I really like her." I couldn't shake the image of him being happy with someone else, when I still felt stuck in this dark place, mourning everything we had lost. It was eating at me all day. So when he got home from running errands, I couldn't hold it in anymore. I confronted him. It wasn't planned, it just happened. I asked him straight up if he was seeing someone, and he didn't even hesitate to admit it. He said her name again, Sophie, and then said, "I met her at a grief group. She's been really helpful, David. She understands what I'm going through." I wasn't expecting him to be so open about it, but there was something in his eyes that made me even more angry. He looked calm, almost relieved. He looked like he had found something to fill the hole that Mom left behind. And I couldn't stand it. I didn't know how to respond. I didn't know what I was even feeling. Part of me wanted to be supportive. Part of me wanted to tell him that it was okay, that I understood. But another part of me, the part that was still angry and grieving, couldn't let it go. I didn't want him to be happy without her. I didn't want him to be happy without us. "You're dating someone already?" I asked. The words came out harsher than I intended, but I couldn't help it. I was angry. "Mom just passed away, Dad. How could you do this?" He stared at me for a second, like he didn't recognize me. "It's not like that, David. It's not like I'm replacing her." His voice was low, but his tone was defensive. "You don't understand. I've been living alone for months now. I needed someone to talk to. Someone who gets it." I couldn't stop myself from feeling betrayed. "You couldn't even talk to me. You couldn't let me know what was going on. You just decided to hide it." He ran a hand through his hair, looking frustrated. "I don't owe you an explanation for everything, David. I don't owe you my life. I'm not asking for your permission. I'm telling you what's happening." It hit me. Then he didn't need my permission. He didn't need me to be okay with it. He didn't owe me anything. But somehow, that just made it worse. He didn't care about what I thought. He didn't care that I wasn't ready for this, that I wasn't ready to see him with someone else. We stood there for what felt like forever, neither of us saying anything. The anger simmered inside me, but so did something else, sadness. I wasn't just angry at him. I was angry at the situation. I was angry that we were here, in this strange, empty house, trying to pick up the pieces of our lives. I wanted him to be sad with me. I wanted him to grieve like I was grieving. But instead, he had found someone to help him move on. And I was still stuck in the past, stuck with the feeling that everything was falling apart. Finally, he spoke again. David, I'm sorry you're feeling this way. But I can't just keep living in grief forever. I need to move forward. I didn't say anything back. I just turned and walked out of the room. I don't know what I was hoping to accomplish by confronting him. I don't know if I thought he'd apologize, or if I just needed to make my feelings known. But it didn't change anything. He was still dating Sophie, and I was still angry, still hurt. That night, I sat in my room, replaying the conversation in my head. What had I done? What had I expected him to say? He had every right to move on. He had every right to try and find happiness again. But I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready to let go of my mom, and I wasn't ready to share my dad with someone else. I didn't know what to do next. Should I try to get to know Sophie? Should I just pretend like everything was fine? Or was this something I needed to speak up about again? I was stuck in my own head, and I couldn't stop wondering if I was being unreasonable. Was I wrong for feeling this way? The next day was tense. My dad didn't bring up Sophie, and I didn't either. I figured it would be better if I just let things cool down. But it was hard to let it go. I kept thinking about everything we'd said the night before. Part of me felt guilty for confronting him like that. I should have handled it better. But another part of me still couldn't understand how he could move on so quickly. It wasn't just the relationship. It was the secrecy. Why hadn't he told me sooner? Why had he kept it hidden? I spent the entire day replaying our conversation. He'd acted like nothing was wrong. He'd defended himself. But he didn't seem to get why it hurt so much. I was trying to respect his feelings, trying to understand that he needed someone. But it felt like I was the only one still stuck in the past. And that made me angry. I wanted him to be grieving with me, not moving forward with someone else. By the evening, I still hadn't decided what I should do next. Should I just keep my distance and let him figure it out on his own? Or should I talk to him again? I couldn't just let it sit. I wasn't ready to accept it. That's when he brought it up again. I was sitting in the living room, scrolling through my phone, when he came in. He looked like he had something on his mind. I knew what it was before he even said anything. I'm going to ask Sophie to come over for dinner tomorrow, he said, just out of the blue. I wasn't sure what to say. Part of me wanted to tell him that it was too soon, that it wasn't right. But the other part of me knew that I was being unfair. He wasn't doing anything wrong. He was just trying to live his life. So, instead of reacting, I just nodded. You should meet her, he added, his voice a little softer than usual. She's been really good for me, David. I want you to get to know her. The way he said it made it clear that he wasn't asking for my opinion. He wasn't asking if I was okay with it. He was just telling me what was going to happen. And I hated it. I hated that I was being forced into this situation. I wasn't ready to meet her. I wasn't ready to see him with someone else, especially not so soon. But I didn't want to make things worse. I knew that if I said anything negative, it would just push him further away. And honestly, I was tired of fighting. So I agreed, reluctantly, to meet Sophie. I didn't know if I was doing it for him or for me, but I agreed. The night passed without incident, but it didn't make me feel any better. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I kept imagining what it would be like to sit across the table from her. What would I say? How would I act? I didn't want to be rude, but I didn't want to pretend like I was okay with it either. It felt like a betrayal, and I didn't know how to act like everything was fine when I felt like it wasn't. The next day, when Sophie arrived, I wasn't sure what to expect. My dad had told me she was nice, that she was kind and understanding, but I didn't know if I could buy into that. How could I? He had only just met her. They barely knew each other, and yet he was already talking about how much she helped him. I wasn't sure how much of that was real. or if he was just trying to convince himself that this was the right thing to do. When she walked in, I was caught off guard. She was nothing like I expected. I had imagined someone older, someone more formal, but Sophie was warm. She was in her mid-50s, dressed casually, but she had a way about her that made her seem approachable. She smiled when she saw me, and I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched, like she was trying to gauge my reaction, trying to figure out if I was going to give her a hard time. My dad introduced us, and Sophie immediately gave me a hug. It was awkward, and I didn't know how to respond. I didn't want to be rude, but I didn't want to be overly friendly either. I tried to smile, but it felt fake. I knew it was fake, and I hated that I was pretending. But what else could I do? We sat down to dinner, and for the most part, the conversation was fine. My dad kept talking about his new life, how Sophie had been helping him cope, how much they had in common, how he felt like he could talk to her in ways he couldn't talk to anyone else. It felt like he was trying to convince me that everything was okay, but I wasn't convinced. Sophie didn't say much. She smiled, nodded, and kept the conversation flowing, but she didn't press me. I wasn't sure if that was because she knew I wasn't ready to talk, or if she just didn't want to push me. Either way, it felt like she was tiptoeing around me. She didn't make me feel comfortable. I didn't want her to be here, and I'm sure she could sense that. At some point during dinner, my dad asked if I had any questions about Sophie. I don't know why he asked me that. It was like he was trying to make me accept her, trying to make me see that this was going to be a part of our lives now. I didn't have any questions. I didn't want any answers. I just wanted it to go away. I didn't answer him right away. Instead, I pushed my food around on my plate, not really hungry, but not wanting to be rude. After a long pause, I finally said, I just don't understand how you're so sure about this. I mean, it's only been a few months. How can you know this is right? It wasn't the most graceful question, but it was the only thing that felt honest. My dad didn't get upset, but I could see the frustration in his eyes. David, I don't need you to understand. I don't need your approval. I'm just telling you what's happening. I know this is hard for you, but I'm not going to stop seeing her just because you're not ready. There it was again. He wasn't asking for my approval. He wasn't even considering my feelings. He had made up his mind, and nothing was going to change it. The rest of the dinner passed in silence. I didn't know what to say. I couldn't think of anything to say. Everything felt too forced. Every word felt like a battle, and I was losing. After dinner, Sophie left, and my dad thanked me for being polite. I didn't say much. I just nodded and went back to my room. The evening had drained me. I was physically tired, but mentally, I was exhausted. It felt like everything had changed in the span of a few hours. I wasn't just angry anymore. I was confused. I didn't know how to handle this. I didn't know if I was being unreasonable or if my feelings were valid. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what my dad had said, how he didn't need my approval. Maybe he was right. Maybe I was just being selfish. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. There was something about the way he was so certain, so unwilling to slow down, that didn't sit right with me. I kept replaying everything in my head, over and over again. Sophie seemed nice enough, but that wasn't the point. The point was that my dad was moving on, and I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready to let go of my mom, and I wasn't ready to see him with someone else. It felt like betrayal, even if he didn't mean it that way. I didn't know what to do next. Part of me wanted to talk to him again, to try to make him see things my way. But I knew that wouldn't work. I didn't know how much more I could take of this. Every time I tried to talk to him, it felt like I was just pushing him away. So maybe it was time to let it go. Maybe I had to accept it. Maybe I just had to live with the fact that my dad had moved on. But that night, I couldn't help but wonder, was I the one who was wrong? Was I the one who was holding on too tight? The next few days were a blur. After the dinner with Sophie, I spent most of my time avoiding my dad. I couldn't look at him the same way anymore. I couldn't stop thinking about the fact that he was so eager to move forward with someone else while I was still stuck in the past, stuck grieving my mom. Every time I saw him, I kept replaying that conversation in my head. I'm not going to stop seeing her just because you're not ready. I hated that he said that. It wasn't about me being ready. It was about him moving on, as if she could just replace mom. It wasn't fair. He wasn't even giving himself time to heal properly. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized something. He wasn't asking for my approval, and he wasn't going to change just because I was uncomfortable with it. I tried to keep my distance, but it didn't help. The silence between us grew. Every time I walked through the house, it felt like there was this invisible wall between us. It wasn't just that he was dating someone. It was that he wasn't acknowledging what I was going through. He wasn't acknowledging that we were going through it. It felt like he had already moved on, and I was just stuck. A few days later, he told me that Sophie was coming over again, this time for lunch. He seemed almost excited about it, like it was something to look forward to. I didn't even know what to say. It was becoming clear that he was serious about this relationship. It wasn't a fling or something casual. He was committed to her, and I didn't know if I could handle it. I didn't want to spend another meal with her. I didn't want to sit there, pretending like everything was fine when I felt like I was losing him. But I knew if I refused to meet her again, it would just make things worse. So I agreed again. I didn't want to argue anymore. I didn't want to keep fighting about this. But inside, I was still furious. Furious that he was putting so much energy into this relationship, while I was still trying to pick up the pieces of my own life. The day Sophie came over was the day everything started to crack. I didn't want to do it, but I decided to make one last attempt to talk to my dad about how I felt. Maybe he'd understand. Maybe he'd see that I wasn't just angry for no reason. I had to say something. If I kept bottling it all up, I was going to lose it. Sophie was there before my dad got home, which was odd. I wasn't expecting her to be the one to arrive first. But when I walked into the living room, she was sitting there, talking to my mom's picture on the mantelpiece. I don't know what possessed me to say it, but I asked, "Are you trying to replace her?" The words came out before I could stop them. Sophie didn't flinch. She just looked up at me and said calmly, "I'm not trying to replace anyone, David. I never will. But your dad needs someone, and so do I." I didn't know how to respond. I wasn't expecting that answer. I had expected her to be defensive, to tell me I was being unfair, but she didn't. Instead, she sounded so understanding. It made me angry. She was too calm, too rational. It made me feel like I was the crazy one. I walked away before I could say anything else. I didn't want to have that conversation right now, not with her, and especially not with my dad when he came home. I needed to be alone. Later that afternoon, when my dad finally walked in, I was sitting on the couch, staring at my phone, trying to distract myself. He sat down next to me, like everything was normal, like nothing had happened. "How was your day?" he asked, like he hadn't noticed the tension that was still hanging in the air. I didn't answer him right away. I didn't even know how to answer. I was still angry. But part of me also knew that this was probably just a part of life for him now. Maybe he wasn't wrong to move on. Maybe I was just being selfish. But it didn't change the fact that I didn't feel ready. And it didn't change the fact that I felt abandoned. "David," he said after a long pause, "I know this is hard for you, but I need you to understand something. I'm not asking for your approval, but I am asking for your respect." I just stared at him. I didn't know what to say. I wanted to scream that I wasn't ready for this, that I wasn't ready to see him with someone else, but I couldn't. I was stuck in this moment, not knowing how to move forward. "I respect you," I said, my voice low. "But I don't respect what you're doing." I didn't know if I meant it or if I was just saying it because I was frustrated. He didn't get upset. He didn't yell. Instead, he just looked at me for a moment, like he was trying to process what I had said. Then he sighed. I know you're angry, David, and I get it. I do. But this isn't about replacing her. This is about me finding a way to live again. You've had your way of coping, and I've had mine. It's different. But it doesn't mean I'm forgetting your mom. His words hit me like a ton of bricks. I didn't know what to say. I wanted him to understand that it wasn't just about him, that I needed him too, but I couldn't find the words. He was right about one thing: I had been coping in my own way, keeping everything bottled up, trying to pretend like I was okay. Maybe it wasn't fair for me to expect him to do the same thing. Maybe I had to let him live his life the way he needed to. But that didn't mean I was okay with it. That didn't mean I was ready to let go of my mom or share my dad with someone else. Later that night, I went for a walk. I needed space. I needed to clear my head. I kept thinking about what my dad had said, how he wasn't trying to replace her, and how he was just trying to live again. It made sense in a way, but it also didn't make sense. How could he just move on so easily? How could he let go of her so quickly? I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what my next move was supposed to be. I didn't know how to stop feeling like this. Every part of me felt like I was losing him, and I couldn't accept it. And then, just as I was about to turn the corner near our house, I saw them. My dad and Sophie, walking together down the street. He had his arm around her, and they were laughing. They looked happy, and in that moment, I felt a wave of resentment hit me. How could he do this? How could he be this happy when I felt so miserable? I didn't know how to react. Part of me wanted to confront them, to tell him how much this hurt, but I stayed quiet. I watched them walk away, my heart heavy. I didn't know what to do anymore. I didn't know if I could accept this, or if I should just keep trying to hold on to what I had left. But I did know one thing: things were never going to be the same again. I just didn't know if I was the one who was wrong for feeling this way, or if I was justified in wanting my dad all to myself, just a little longer. Story 3. Am I wrong for making my parents pay rent on my inherited childhood home? I, Sarah, 32, recently inherited my childhood home after my grandmother passed away. The house had always been a big part of my life, and when I found out she left it to me, I felt a mix of emotions. Grief for losing her, of course, but also a sense of responsibility. It was my grandmother's home, the place where I'd spent every holiday, every important event in my life. It was the place where I grew up, and now it was mine to take care of. But there was another layer to this that I didn't expect. My parents. They'd been struggling for years. After a messy divorce and some poor financial decisions, they lost their own home. They had been renting a small, run-down apartment for a while, and every time I visited, I could see how bad things were. My dad didn't have a steady job, and my mom was on a fixed income. So, when they found out that I had inherited the house, they immediately started talking about moving in. At first, I hesitated. I knew they'd been going through a rough patch, and I felt sorry for them. I also felt guilty that I had this big house, and they were living in a cramped apartment. But deep down, I knew that if I said yes, things wouldn't stay temporary. They never did. I agreed to let them move in, thinking it would be a short-term arrangement. I thought maybe it would help them get back on their feet. But within days of them moving in, I started to feel like I had made a huge mistake. Right away, I noticed that things weren't going as smoothly as I'd hoped. My parents began making changes to the house without asking me. They moved things around, threw out some of my grandmother's furniture, and started repainting walls. It wasn't just any paint job, either. They were changing the colors of rooms. I had memories in rooms I'd spent years with my grandmother, hearing her stories, sitting around the kitchen table. I don't think I realized how much those memories meant to me until I saw my parents in there, making changes like it was just another house. My mom got rid of a couple of paintings that my grandmother had done and replaced them with cheap prints she bought online. It felt like they didn't understand the sentimental value of the space. It felt like they were erasing the past, and I wasn't sure how to handle it. I didn't want to seem unreasonable, so I let it slide at first. But it kept happening. I would come home after work, and the house looked more and more like something that didn't belong to me. The furniture was rearranged again. The family room, which used to be a cozy space, was now full of things that weren't mine. Finally, after a few weeks, I had to say something. I confronted my mom about the changes she was making, trying to keep my tone calm. I explained that I understood they needed to feel comfortable, but the house had sentimental value to me. I didn't want it turned into some generic place, like the ones you see in magazines. I tried to put it politely, but my mom didn't take it well. She got defensive, saying she was just trying to make the place livable. She said it was a bit too much like my grandmother's house, and she didn't want to feel like a guest. But that wasn't the issue. It wasn't about making it livable. It was about the way they were disregarding my feelings. I never told her this, but it felt like they thought they had a right to do whatever they wanted in my home. I wanted to remind her that it wasn't just any house. It was the place my grandmother had spent years building, and it held a lot of memories. I wasn't asking for much, just a little respect. But that conversation didn't go anywhere. In fact, it only made things worse. The more I tried to explain, the more they seemed to dismiss me. I started to feel like I wasn't even being heard. They were acting like it was their house now, and I was just a visitor. Around the same time, the issue of money came up. I had been thinking about it for a while, but I didn't want to seem harsh. The house was big, and while I didn't mind helping them out, I didn't want it to become a situation where they stayed for months or even years without contributing anything. I had bills to pay, too, and the house wasn't cheap to maintain. I tried to broach the subject casually, asking if they could help with utilities or pitch in for some rent. I wasn't expecting them to pay the full rent or anything, just something to help cover the costs. Their response was immediate and furious. My dad was the first to speak up, telling me that I had no right to ask them for rent. "You're lucky to even have this house," he said. "You didn't have to work for it. You just got it handed to you. You're going to charge us rent." I was shocked. I tried to explain that it wasn't about money, it was about fairness. I didn't mind helping them out, but they couldn't just live here without contributing in some way. But my dad didn't care about fairness. He felt entitled to the house just because they were my parents. He said that after everything they'd done for me, I should be grateful they were living there at all. He told me that I owed them for raising me, and that this was the least I could do. It didn't stop there. My mom jumped in, agreeing with him. She said, "We've sacrificed so much for you over the years. You can't ask us for rent now." I tried to explain that it wasn't about the past, it was about now. They needed to understand that my grandmother's house wasn't just a place to crash. It was a legacy, and I had to take care of it. But that wasn't how they saw it. To them, it was just a roof over their heads. The conversation ended badly. My dad stormed off, and my mom stayed quiet, looking disappointed in me. I felt like I was the bad guy for even suggesting they pay rent. I started questioning myself. Was I being too harsh? Was I wrong for wanting them to respect my space and help out with the bills? Maybe they had a point. They had raised me, after all. Maybe I was being ungrateful. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I couldn't just give in. If I let them stay rent-free, I'd be giving up my control over the house. I'd be letting them take over, and I couldn't do that. I'd spent too many years dreaming of the day I could make the house my own, and now that I had it, I wasn't going to let anyone treat it like it was theirs. The next few days were tense. They didn't mention the rent issue again, but I could feel the resentment building. My dad gave me icy looks whenever we crossed paths, and my mom stayed distant. I was beginning to feel like I was living with strangers, not my parents. And then things got worse. My mom started making little passive aggressive comments, like how much easier life would be if they didn't have to worry about rent, how lucky I was to have this house, and how ungrateful I was being by asking them for anything. I began to feel trapped. The guilt I'd felt before started creeping back in. Maybe they were right. Maybe I was being selfish. But then I would think about my grandmother's legacy and the feeling of violation I had every time I came home to a house that felt less and less like mine. I wasn't sure what to do anymore. I couldn't back down, but I wasn't sure how much more of this I could take. The constant tension, the guilt, the feeling of being torn between what was right and what was expected of me, it was exhausting. But I knew I had to figure this out. I couldn't let it go on like this. The tension kept building, and I couldn't ignore it any longer. Every time I came home, I could feel the weight of their resentment in the air. They didn't say much, but the silence spoke volumes. It was clear they weren't happy about the rent issue, and it felt like they were trying to make me feel guilty for even bringing it up. I was beginning to second-guess myself more than I ever had in my life. Maybe I was being too harsh, too demanding. After all, they were my parents. They'd done so much for me over the years. How could I possibly turn them away now? I spent a few days just thinking things over. I'd been trying to stay strong, but the constant undercurrent of frustration was getting to me. I wasn't a confrontational person, and I hated the idea of living in a house filled with tension, but it was becoming impossible to ignore. They were treating me like I was the one at fault for even thinking about charging them rent. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that the issue wasn't just about money. It was about respect and boundaries. I hadn't grown up with the healthiest relationship with my parents, but I had always hoped that I could carve out a space where I could be independent. Now, I felt like that independence was slipping away. I had a conversation with one of my close friends, Jenna, who had been following the situation. Jenna was someone who understood what I was going through. She'd had similar issues with her own family. She told me I wasn't being unreasonable for wanting to set boundaries. "It's your house, Sarah. You have to look out for yourself. They're taking advantage of your kindness," she said. It was exactly what I needed to hear, but it also made me feel worse. Because the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I was making my parents out to be the bad guys. They weren't evil or malicious. They were just in a difficult situation. They were my parents, and I knew they'd done their best. But that didn't change the fact that their behavior was crossing boundaries I wasn't willing to accept. I decided that I couldn't just sit around and wait for them to decide what was going to happen. I needed to take control of the situation. So, I decided to talk to them again, this time more directly. I wasn't going to be passive anymore. I was going to lay it all out and make it clear that things needed to change. I knew this conversation would be difficult, but I figured it was better to rip off the band-aid than let the situation fester. So, I waited for a moment when things were somewhat calm, and I sat down with my parents. I had been preparing for this talk in my head for days, trying to find the right words, trying to balance my feelings of frustration with a level of respect for them. I started by telling them that I appreciated them being here, but I couldn't continue this way. I told them that the house wasn't just a roof over our heads. It was a piece of my grandmother's legacy, and I needed to protect that. I wanted to honor her memory and not let the house be turned into something unrecognizable. At first, they didn't say much. My mom looked down at the table, avoiding eye contact, and my dad crossed his arms. I could see the defensiveness in their posture, but I pressed on. I told them that I wasn't asking for a lot. I just wanted them to contribute something toward the bills. I explained that it wasn't about me wanting to make money off them, but about fairness and the fact that I had my own responsibilities to take care of. I thought maybe they would understand. I thought maybe they'd finally see things from my perspective. But when my dad spoke up, his words hit me like a punch to the gut. He told me that I was being selfish, that after everything they'd done for me, I should be grateful they were even willing to live in my house. You've got this big house, and you're complaining about paying a few bills, he said. His tone was cold, almost accusing, and I could feel the anger rising in me. You didn't work for it, he continued. You didn't earn this house. You just got it handed to you. And now you're asking us for rent. I was stunned. I had always known my dad could be difficult, but I didn't expect him to go that far. It wasn't even about the house, really. It was about the way he was making me feel like I didn't have the right to ask for anything in return. It felt like he was trying to guilt-trip me into feeling like I owed him. I tried to stay calm, but I was furious. I reminded him that the house had been left to me by my grandmother, and it wasn't like I was asking for a huge amount of money. I just wanted a small contribution. But he wasn't hearing me. He kept repeating the same thing. I was being ungrateful. My mom chimed in, agreeing with him. She said I should be thankful that they were living there at all. She said that after everything they had done for me, I shouldn't be charging them rent. She even suggested that I was only thinking about money and not about family. The whole conversation felt like a slap in the face. I had tried to approach it with understanding, but all they were doing was shutting me down. They weren't even trying to see it from my point of view. It was like they expected me to give up my independence just because they were my parents. I walked away from the conversation feeling defeated. I had laid it all out, and they hadn't even tried to meet me halfway. They had turned everything around on me, making it seem like I was the one in the wrong. And the worst part was, part of me started to believe them. Maybe I was being too harsh. Maybe I was being too selfish. The next few days were awkward. They didn't bring up the rent issue again, but I could tell things were strained. They were acting distant, and I couldn't shake the feeling that they were talking behind my back. It was like I was walking on eggshells every time I came home. I tried to talk to a few more friends about it, but no one seemed to have a clear answer. Some of them said I was right to stand my ground, that I needed to protect myself and my space. But others told me I was being too harsh, that I should just let it go and let my parents stay without charging them rent. I was torn. The guilt I felt was eating away at me. My parents were struggling, and they needed help. But I also needed to take care of myself and my home. I wasn't willing to let them take over the place and treat it like it was theirs. But at what point was I just being too stubborn? Was I really being unreasonable? It was becoming clear that I couldn't just ignore the situation anymore. I couldn't let things go on like this, with all the tension and resentment building up. I needed to figure out what was next, but I didn't know where to go from here. I wasn't sure if there was any way to fix it without losing something. And at this point, I wasn't sure what that something was. The next few weeks passed in a kind of limbo. Things were awkward around the house, to say the least. My parents were still here, but there was no resolution to the rent situation. They didn't bring it up again, but I could feel the tension simmering under the surface. Every conversation felt strained, like we were all walking on eggshells. My mom would ask how my day was, but it didn't feel genuine anymore, more like she was checking in to see if I was still angry, or if the issue was still bothering me. At this point, I was just exhausted. I couldn't keep living in this constant state of unease. I wanted to go back to how things were before they moved in, when the house was mine, when I didn't have to worry about managing someone else's feelings in addition to my own. But I knew that wasn't possible. The situation had already gone too far. I couldn't just ignore what had happened, and I couldn't go on pretending everything was fine. I tried to focus on work and other aspects of my life, but everything felt clouded by the situation at home. I would be in meetings at work, trying to concentrate, but all I could think about was how things were at home. It wasn't just the rent issue anymore. It was everything that had happened since they moved in. They had taken over so much of my space, both physically and emotionally, and I wasn't sure how to take it back. I tried to reach out to a few more friends for advice, hoping someone would offer a solution. But no one seemed to have a clear answer. Some friends told me I should just let it go, that my parents had raised me and I owed them the support. Others told me I was well within my rights to set boundaries and that I shouldn't let them walk all over me. The thing is, I didn't know who was right. It wasn't black and white. I felt torn between being a good daughter and protecting my own peace. One afternoon, I came home to find my dad sitting in the living room, watching TV. My mom wasn't around, and for the first time in weeks, I didn't feel like there was this heavy weight in the room. It was almost too quiet, like the calm before a storm. My dad didn't acknowledge me right away, but I could tell he had something on his mind. He looked up at me after a few moments of silence and finally said, "I've been thinking about what you said, about the rent." I froze. I wasn't sure if he was about to apologize, or if this was going to turn into another argument. Either way, I had to brace myself for it. "I'm sorry if I made you feel like you couldn't talk to us about this," he said. His tone was calm, almost distant. "I get it. You've got your own life, and this house is yours. I didn't mean to make you feel guilty about it." I wasn't sure how to respond. Part of me wanted to hear more, wanted to believe that maybe things could go back to normal, but another part of me was skeptical. This conversation felt too easy, too sudden. I'd spent so many days feeling like I was the one in the wrong, and now it felt like he was trying to shift the blame back onto me. "I'm not asking for rent, Sarah. We've been talking, and we're going to figure things out. If you need us to help out with anything, we'll do it. But we're not going to make you feel bad for wanting your own space." I didn't know how to feel about this. My dad's words seemed genuine, but they also felt like they were coming too late. It was hard to trust that this was the turning point, especially after everything that had happened. "I just want things to go back to normal," I said quietly. "I don't want to keep fighting, but I can't just pretend nothing's wrong either." "I understand," he said, standing up. He didn't seem angry anymore, but I wasn't sure if I believed him. For the rest of the night, things were oddly calm. There were no more discussions about rent, and my parents didn't bring it up again. I tried to tell myself that maybe this was the beginning of a new understanding, that we were finally moving past the tension. But deep down, I still felt unsettled. Even if they had said the right things, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. Not really. A few days later, my mom came to me and said that they were going to look for their own place. She said it was time, that they didn't want to be a burden anymore. She didn't ask for my permission, but it was clear that they had made up their minds. At first, I was shocked. I thought they were going to stay forever, that I'd be stuck in this limbo forever, trying to navigate the delicate balance between family and independence. But now it seemed like they were leaving. I wasn't sure how to feel. Part of me was relieved, but part of me felt sad. Was this what I had wanted all along? Was I really ready to let go of the house and the idea of my parents being here? I had wanted them to pay rent, yes, but I hadn't wanted them to leave. I had hoped that things could settle, that we could find a way to respect each other's space and boundaries without driving each other away. As the days went on, the house began to feel emptier. They started packing up their things, and I couldn't help but feel like I had lost something. Maybe it wasn't just the house, it was the idea of family. For all the tension, for all the resentment, I had wanted to make this work. I had wanted to help them, but I had also wanted to protect myself. And now, as I watched them prepare to leave, I wasn't sure if I had done the right thing. I felt like I was losing something, but I wasn't sure what that something was. Maybe it was the idea of having my parents close again. Or maybe it was the realization that the version of family I had wanted didn't actually exist. Maybe I had hoped that by letting them stay here, we could fix things, but I had never considered what it might cost me. Now that they were leaving, I had to face the reality that I couldn't make everyone happy. I couldn't be the good daughter and still protect my own space. There was always going to be a sacrifice, and it was up to me to decide what that sacrifice was. I wasn't sure what was next. I didn't know if I should apologize or if I had done the right thing. I wasn't sure if things would ever go back to normal, or if this was just the new reality I had to accept. And that's where I am now. I'm standing at a crossroads, unsure of what comes next, but still wondering if I made the right choice. Story 4. Did I overstep by confronting my sister over a secret she's been keeping from her kids? I, 34, have always been pretty close to my sister, Lisa, who's 39. We've had our fair share of disagreements, but nothing major. That is, until recently. Lisa is a single mom to two teenagers, Emma and Lucas, and I've always been an active part of their lives. Growing up, I played the role of cool aunt, and as they got older, I was the one they could rely on when things weren't going great at home. It was always a close family bond, or at least I thought it was. But recently, I've been questioning that, especially after what happened at Thanksgiving. Now, I'm not someone who normally sticks their nose in other people's business. But there's a line, right? Family secrets are one thing. But when the truth could affect your niece and nephew's future, it feels like the right thing to do to step in. And that's where the tension started. A few months ago, I overheard Lisa on the phone with a lawyer. It wasn't a casual conversation. It was clear she was dealing with something serious. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I caught enough to know it had to do with their father. Emma and Lucas's dad had been mostly absent from their lives for years. They knew he wasn't the best dad, but what they didn't know and what Lisa had never told them was that he'd been involved in some pretty shady stuff before he disappeared. It wasn't just that he was a deadbeat. He had a criminal past that, if Emma and Lucas found out about, could change everything. I didn't bring it up right away, but I kept thinking about it. Lisa was clearly hiding something, and I couldn't shake the feeling that Emma and Lucas deserved to know. They were old enough to understand. The thing is, I wasn't entirely sure how far I should go with this. I mean, it's Lisa's decision, right? She's their mother, and she gets to choose what she thinks is best for them. But still, I couldn't just sit back and let her make that call without saying something. So, fast forward to Thanksgiving. It was supposed to be a fun, family gathering like it always is. The food was good, the conversations were flowing, and everything felt normal. But then Emma asked about their dad. She's been asking more and more lately, and I get why. She's at that age where she wants to know the truth about her family. And Lucas, he's old enough now that he's starting to question everything. So when Emma asked, it felt like a small bomb went off in the room. I could tell immediately that Lisa wasn't ready to talk about it. She froze. I could see the tension building in her, the way her hand shook as she put down her fork. It was like she knew this conversation was coming, but she wasn't prepared for it. Emma was just curious, and Lucas didn't seem to pick up on how uncomfortable the situation was, so he just sat there, listening intently. I didn't want to watch Lisa struggle, so I figured I'd step in and help her navigate this. In hindsight, I realize I should have kept my mouth shut. I said, Lisa, maybe it's time you tell them about their dad's past. They deserve to know. I thought it was a reasonable thing to say. It wasn't about me trying to control the situation. It was about what was best for the kids. But Lisa, she went pale. She shot me a look that could freeze a lake. She didn't say anything at first. Emma, still waiting for an answer, looked at Lisa, confused, like she wasn't getting the response she was hoping for. Then, Lisa just quickly changed the subject. She deflected so hard it almost seemed like she was avoiding the conversation altogether. But Emma didn't drop it. Why won't you talk about him? She asked again, her voice quieter this time. I could see Lisa's eyes starting to water. She didn't know how to explain it. She didn't want to explain it. I could see the fear in her eyes, fear of what would happen if the kids knew the truth. But Emma didn't let it go. She pressed again. And that's when I spoke up. I thought I was being helpful, but looking back, I realize now that I overstepped in a way I never intended to. Lisa, they need to know. Don't you think they deserve the truth? I said it softly, but with enough weight that I thought it would make her reconsider. I didn't want to fight, but I thought maybe she needed a little nudge. I should have left it there, but I didn't. Lisa stood up abruptly, grabbing Emma's arm, and pulled her out of the dining room without a word. Lucas followed them, looking back at me with a strange expression. I could feel the weight of everyone's eyes on me. I didn't realize it at the time, but I just set off something much bigger than a conversation. The rest of the dinner was a blur. I tried to act normal, but it was clear something had shifted. The rest of the family seemed to take the side of Lisa, and I could feel the growing divide between us. No one really said anything about what had happened, but the silence spoke volumes. By the time they came back to the table, the mood was different. Lisa barely said anything to me. Emma and Lucas avoided eye contact, and I could tell they were upset, but I couldn't figure out why. I thought I was doing the right thing, but now it felt like I had ruined everything. As the night wore on, I could feel the distance growing between me and the rest of the family. Lisa was polite but distant, and Emma and Lucas were just plain uncomfortable around me. It was like I had ruined their holiday with something they didn't want to hear. I didn't mean to make them feel bad, I just thought they deserved the truth. But now, I wasn't sure if they hated me for it. The moment we all started to head home, Lisa pulled me aside. I could tell she was furious. She had that look in her eyes, the one that said, "You're about to regret this." And I did. She didn't scream, but her voice was sharp and cold. She said, "You have no idea what you've done, do you? You think you know what's best, but you've just made everything worse." She went on to say that I had no right to bring it up, that I had overstepped, and that I'd caused unnecessary drama. I tried to explain that I was just trying to help, that I thought Emma and Lucas deserved to know the truth. But Lisa wasn't hearing it. She accused me of undermining her as a mother, of making her look bad in front of the kids. She said it was her decision when and how to tell them about their dad. I could see that she was scared. Scared of what would happen if the kids knew the full truth. But she didn't want to admit that. Instead, she told me that I was just making things worse, and that I needed to stay out of it. That's when I realized the severity of the situation. I hadn't just said something wrong, I had crossed a line that I didn't even know existed. I wasn't sure what to do next. I tried to apologize, but Lisa wasn't having it. She told me to leave, and I didn't argue. I left the house, but the guilt was already starting to eat away at me. I haven't spoken to Lisa much since then. I tried texting her a couple of times, but she didn't respond. Emma and Lucas haven't reached out to me either, and I'm not sure if they even want to. I feel like I've lost them, and I'm not sure if I can fix it. I've tried to give them space, but I don't know where to go from here. Maybe I should have just kept quiet. Maybe I shouldn't have tried to be the one to tell them. But now it's too late to take it back. The days after Thanksgiving were rough. I was still reeling from the argument with Lisa, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I had messed up. I tried to push it out of my mind, but every time I saw a message from her or from Emma and Lucas, I hesitated to open it. I knew something had changed between us, but I wasn't sure how to fix it. I felt guilty, but also frustrated. I'd thought I was doing the right thing by bringing up their dad's past, but now I wasn't so sure. Lisa didn't reach out after that night. I didn't try to contact her either. I figured she needed space to cool off. But then I ran into her at a family event a few days later. It was one of those awkward, unavoidable situations where we had to be in the same place at the same time. Our parents were celebrating their anniversary, so all of us were supposed to be there. I walked in and immediately saw Lisa. She was standing by the door talking to some of our cousins. The moment our eyes met, I knew we were both avoiding the inevitable. We'd have to talk at some point. But neither of us said anything at first. She gave me a quick, forced smile, but I could see it didn't reach her eyes. It felt like we were both just pretending everything was fine. But it wasn't. Not anymore. At some point during the evening, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to say something, even if it wasn't the best time. I went up to Lisa when she was standing alone by the punch bowl. I wasn't expecting a warm reception, but I had to at least try to explain myself. "I'm sorry for what happened at Thanksgiving," I said. "I didn't mean to make everything worse." She looked at me for a second, and for a moment, I thought she was going to snap at me again. But she didn't. Instead, she just sighed deeply and rubbed her forehead, like she was trying to hold back tears. "I don't think you get it," she said quietly, almost as if talking to herself. "You think you were helping, but all you did was stir things up. You don't know how hard I've worked to keep things stable for the kids." I was taken aback. I thought she'd be mad, but I hadn't expected her to sound so defeated. "I know you've been doing your best, but don't you think they deserve to know?" I asked. I didn't want to sound like I was accusing her, but I couldn't help it. It felt like she was holding on to this secret that was going to hurt them in the long run. She shook her head, her eyes tight with emotion. "I can't just throw all that at them, Lisa. You don't know what it's been like. They've already been through enough with him disappearing and not being there for them. If they find out about his past, it'll destroy them. I'm just trying to protect them." I wanted to say more. I wanted to argue with her, to convince her that they could handle it, that they deserved the truth, but I didn't. I could see she was at her breaking point. I could see the fear in her eyes, and for the first time, I realized how scared she really was. This wasn't just about protecting them from their father's past. It was about her own fear of losing control, of losing her kids. "I'm sorry," I said again, this time softer. "I just wanted them to have all the facts. I didn't mean to make things harder for you." She nodded, but it wasn't a real nod. It was more like a way of signaling that the conversation was over. I knew better than to push her any further. "It's fine," she said, but her voice was cold. "Just don't do it again, okay? This is my decision, not yours." I agreed, and we both fell into a tense silence. After that, we spent the rest of the night avoiding each other as much as possible. We interacted when necessary, like when our parents made us stand for a family photo, but that was it. The rest of the evening passed without any major incidents, but the air between us was thick with unspoken tension. In the following days, I kept waiting for Lisa to reach out, but she didn't. The only time I heard from her was when she sent a brief text saying she didn't want to talk about what happened anymore and that we should just move on. I tried texting back a couple of times, but she never responded. I could tell she was shutting me out, and it hurt. It wasn't just Lisa's silence that got to me. Emma and Lucas were pulling away too. They weren't rude or anything, but they weren't as warm as they used to be. They'd both seen me as a second mom of sorts, but now there was this awkward distance between us that wasn't there before. I didn't know how to fix things with them, but I knew I had to try. I was still convinced they deserved to know the truth, but I wasn't sure if I could be the one to tell them. Lisa was already so upset with me. If I went behind her back, it might make things worse. But if I didn't, would I be betraying my nieces and nephew? I decided to reach out to Emma first. I figured if anyone would understand where I was coming from, it would be her. She was the oldest, and she'd always been the more level-headed one. I sent her a text, just asking if she wanted to hang out. A few hours later, she replied, saying she was busy, but that maybe we could talk soon. That didn't exactly make me feel better, but at least she didn't shut me down completely. The days passed, and I was still stuck in this limbo, not knowing what to do next. I felt like I was waiting for someone to make the first move. I kept checking my phone, hoping for a message from Lisa or one of the kids, but nothing came. I was left wondering if I'd made the right decision, if I should have just stayed out of it. But now it was too late to take it all back. I had already crossed a line, and I didn't know how to fix it. I didn't know what would happen next. Would Emma and Lucas eventually come to me with questions? Would Lisa eventually open up and tell them herself? Or was this rift going to be permanent? All I knew was that I was stuck in this situation, unsure of how to fix things, and it felt like everything was falling apart. I just had to hope that things would settle down eventually. But deep down, I wasn't sure if they ever would. It's been a few weeks since Thanksgiving, and I still haven't figured out how to fix things with Lisa, Emma, or Lucas. I've tried reaching out, but nothing seems to get through. The silence is the hardest part. Lisa and I haven't had any real conversations since that night. And while she's not being outright hostile anymore, it's clear she's still angry. The kids are distant too. Emma replied to my last text with a short, "I'm good," and hasn't responded to anything else since. Lucas hasn't even acknowledged me. It feels like I've lost all of them, and I don't know how to make it right. At first, I thought maybe I was overreacting. Maybe I should have just let things go, given Lisa space, and waited for the right time to talk again. But the more I think about it, the more I feel like I did the right thing, even if it blew up in my face. They deserve to know the truth, right? They deserve to have all the facts, even if it's painful. But now, I'm not so sure anymore. I thought I could help, but all I've done is cause more pain. The guilt has been eating at me. Every time I see Lisa, I feel like I'm walking on eggshells. I tried texting her again a few days ago, trying to apologize, to say that I wasn't trying to take control of her life. But she didn't respond. I didn't expect her to, but I thought it was worth a shot. I guess she doesn't want to talk. Or maybe she's too angry to listen. And Emma and Lucas. I don't know what to do with them. I keep wondering if I should be more patient, if I should just wait for them to come around on their own. But what if they never do? What if this distance between us is permanent? Every time I try to reach out, it feels like they're pulling further away. I can't help but feel like I've ruined something that was once so solid. Lisa and I used to be close, and I thought I had her back, just like I've always had the kids' backs. But now I'm left wondering if I've destroyed everything I thought was strong about our relationship. Maybe I pushed too hard. Maybe I should have just kept my opinions to myself. But how could I? How could I stand by and watch them grow up with a lie hanging over their heads? I spoke to one of our mutual cousins last week, and she told me that Lisa's been going through a lot more than I know. She's stressed about money, she's stressed about the kids, and she's overwhelmed by everything. I get it. I do. I didn't mean to make it worse. But it doesn't change the fact that she's keeping them in the dark about their father, and that doesn't feel right to me. I've been talking to some of my friends about it, and they've been split. Some of them say I did the right thing, that Emma and Lucas deserve to know the truth, no matter how painful it is. Others say I should have respected Lisa's decision and backed off. That's the part I'm struggling with. Did I overstep? Did I go too far? I thought I was just being honest, but now I can't help but wonder if I was just being a busybody, sticking my nose in a family matter that wasn't mine to meddle in. Then there's the other part of me, the part that still believes the kids should know. They're old enough to understand, and I feel like Lisa is just delaying the inevitable. Sooner or later, they'll find out, and when they do, will they resent her for hiding it? Will they resent me for not telling them sooner? I've tried to convince myself that I did the right thing, but with every day that passes, I'm losing confidence in that decision. The worst part is the guilt I feel when I think about Emma and Lucas. I'm scared they'll hate me. I'm scared they'll blame me for making things so awkward. I never wanted to come between them and their mom. I never wanted to create a rift. But now I wonder if that's exactly what I've done. I keep thinking back to their faces when I mentioned their dad. I could see the confusion in Emma's eyes, the way she was looking to Lisa for answers. And then the silence when Lisa whisked them away. I know I can't take it back, but I wish I had just kept quiet. I'm still not sure if Lisa is going to come around, or if Emma and Lucas will ever trust me again. I haven't heard anything from them in a while, and I don't know if they'll ever want to talk to me. I know I need to give them space, but how much space is enough? When do I cross the line from respecting their wishes to giving up on the relationship? At this point, I don't even know what I'm hoping for anymore. I want things to go back to normal, but I don't know if they can. I want to fix things, but I don't know how. I thought telling the truth was the right thing, but now I wonder if I've ruined everything. And the worst part is that I can't even go back and undo it. So, here I am, stuck in this limbo, waiting for something to change. But I'm not sure what that change will look like, or if it will even happen at all. Am I the asshole for confronting my sister? Or did I just make everything worse? Story 5. Am I wrong for refusing to let my estranged sister into my life after she showed up at my son's birthday party? I never imagined I'd be writing this. Honestly, I didn't even think I'd be thinking about my sister Emma again. But here we are. I'm Laura, 38, married with one child, my son Lucas, who just turned 5. I work in HR, and I've been doing my best to keep things simple and stable for my little family. My life is far from perfect, but it's mine, and it's been moving forward since my mom passed 5 years ago. At that time, everything in my life seemed to fall apart, especially my relationship with Emma. Emma is my younger sister, 33, and for as long as I can remember, she's been someone who thrives on drama. But I never expected things to go as far as they did after our mom died. Mom was old, and she'd made a will that left the house and most of the estate to me, leaving Emma with a small trust that she could access once she turned 30. To this day, I don't think it was a mistake. It was how Mom wanted it, plain and simple. But when the will reading happened, Emma flipped out. She accused me of manipulating Mom into writing the will like that. She told me I was taking advantage of our mom's frailty in her last years. The accusations were completely baseless, and I never knew how to respond. I tried to stay calm and explain, but Emma was too upset to hear anything. I won't get into all the details, but things only got worse from there. Emma started making posts on social media, calling me a money-hungry sister, accusing me of stealing from the family. Her posts were public, and they got pretty personal. I'll be honest, I was hurt, but I wasn't shocked. It was just like her to create a public spectacle out of something private. The whole family took sides. My cousins, aunts, and even a few family friends reached out to me, telling me that I should try to fix things with Emma. But I couldn't. She wasn't just mad at me. She was publicly tearing me down, and there was no coming back from that. Eventually, after a few months of nothing but arguments and tension, we just stopped talking. And that was that. I moved on. So, 5 years go by. In those 5 years, I've had a kid. I've settled into a new house with my husband, and I've done my best to build a life for myself without the drama of Emma in it. But somehow, despite everything, I've been okay with it. I'd even convinced myself that I was better off without her. I didn't need someone who'd hurt me so much. Then came Lucas's birthday party. It was meant to be a simple event at the park, just close family and a few friends. A small picnic, cake, and games. My husband was handling most of the setup, and I was in charge of getting Lucas excited for his big day. Nothing too crazy. I didn't want to invite Emma, obviously. After everything, I didn't even want to deal with the possibility of her showing up uninvited. She hadn't reached out in years, and I was perfectly fine with that. I didn't owe her anything. But, of course, she had other plans. The party was just starting, and I was outside, making sure everything was in place. I saw Lucas and his friends running around with balloons, and everything was perfect for the moment. I should have felt good, but then I saw someone standing at the edge of the park. My stomach dropped when I realized it was Emma. I froze for a second. I didn't know how she had found out about the party. I hadn't told anyone in the family except for my aunt, and even then, I didn't mention Emma. So how had she known? I'm still not sure. There she was, standing at the entrance to the park, looking around, as if trying to figure out where to go. At first, I thought maybe it was just a coincidence. But then, I saw Lucas running up to her. Of course, he didn't know her, but that didn't matter to him. She was a grown-up, and he was excited to meet someone new. He greeted her with a big smile. And I just stood there, watching, feeling like the air had been knocked out of me. I could feel my heart pounding. I wanted to yell at her. I wanted to walk over and tell her to leave. I wanted to throw a fit, but I knew I couldn't. Not in front of everyone. Not in front of my son. Emma, of course, walked toward me. She didn't rush or seem frantic, like someone who was apologizing for an offense. No, she was cool, collected. She had a gift in her hands, wrapped neatly with a bow. I didn't know how to react. She smiled when she saw me, but I just stood there, not saying a word. Laura, she said, like everything was fine. I wanted to make things right. I didn't say anything. I didn't know what to say. How could I even respond to that? She started talking, telling me how sorry she was, how she missed me, how she'd been thinking about reaching out for a while, but didn't know how. I felt like I was watching some bad TV show where the person who's wronged you shows up at the most inconvenient time and pretends like nothing happened. But this wasn't a show. This was my life, and I didn't want any part of it. I had to bite my tongue. I couldn't blow up in front of my son. Emma kept talking, repeating the same things. How she'd changed. How she understood why I'd made the decisions I did with the will. How she wanted us to be family again. It felt so forced, so rehearsed. I didn't believe a word of it. Not after everything she'd said about me. She wasn't sorry for the accusations or the things she'd said about me online. She was sorry she hadn't been invited to my son's party. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't just ignore her, not with all the people watching. But at the same time, I didn't want to make a scene. I walked away from her, back toward Lucas, trying to shake off the anger that was building up inside me. I didn't want him to see me upset, but I also didn't want to let Emma take control of the situation. She didn't follow me right away, but she didn't leave either. I could see her standing off to the side, still holding the gift, trying to catch my eye. I was torn. Part of me wanted to yell at her, tell her to leave, to never come back. But part of me felt guilty. Maybe this was her way of trying to make amends. But I couldn't just forgive her for everything. Not after the way she treated me. I kept thinking about how to handle it. Should I say something? Should I let her stay? Should I ask her to leave? Every second that passed felt like I was being suffocated by the weight of the past. The worst part was the way my family was reacting. My aunt was the first one to say something to me. Laura, you can't just keep shutting her out like this. She's here, she wants to make up, and you're going to ruin everything. I didn't know what to say to her. I was angry, frustrated, but I kept my cool. I didn't want to make a scene. So I took a deep breath and made my way back to Emma. She was standing by the swings now, smiling like she hadn't just disrupted my son's party. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to tell her to leave and never come back. But I didn't. I just stood there. The thing is, I didn't want to make a scene. I didn't want to have a confrontation in front of my son or in front of the family. But it wasn't easy. Emma wasn't going anywhere. She stood there, by the swings, still holding that gift like she was waiting for me to give her permission to join the party. At that moment, I could feel all my old anger bubbling up again. The old hurts, the things she'd said about me, and the way she'd treated me, were all coming back. I could almost hear her voice in my head from all those years ago, accusing me of stealing from Mom, accusing me of being heartless. And now she was standing here, acting like none of it ever happened. I tried to focus on Lucas. He was playing with his friends, laughing and running around like he didn't have a care in the world. I wanted to stay in that moment, to focus on the joy of his birthday, and not let Emma's presence ruin it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this whole thing was about to explode. I looked back at Emma. She was still standing there, now talking to a few of the family members who had arrived early. My cousin, Rachel, was chatting with her, and it looked like Emma was saying something to try to justify herself. I didn't want to eavesdrop, but I could tell from Rachel's body language that she was trying to convince her that it was okay, that I would come around, that I was probably just in a bad mood because of the past. Rachel was always one of those people who didn't like conflict, who always wanted everything to be nice. I could tell she didn't want to get caught up in whatever was happening between me and Emma. But she also didn't want to make Emma feel like an outsider. I wanted to scream at her to stop enabling Emma, but I didn't. I just stood there, silently fuming. I took a deep breath and walked over to where Emma was standing. I wasn't sure what I was going to say, but I knew I couldn't just ignore her forever. As I walked toward her, I could feel my heart racing. My hands were shaking, and I was trying so hard not to let my emotions get the best of me. "Emma," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. She turned to me, that fake smile of hers still plastered on her face. "Laura," she said, and for a second, it was like time stopped. Her voice was calm, almost too calm, like she was trying to control the situation. "I'm really sorry about everything. I know things got out of hand between us, but I just wanted you to know I'm here to make things right." I don't know why, but hearing those words felt like a punch in the gut. She acted like she hadn't spent years tearing me down, like she hadn't dragged my name through the mud in front of the entire family. The nerve of her to just show up at my son's party, pretending like nothing had happened. I could feel my temper rising, but I held it in. I didn't want to ruin the party, didn't want to make a scene. "You can't just show up uninvited and act like everything is fine." "Emma," I said, trying to stay calm. "This is my son's birthday, and I'm not going to let you make this about you." She looked taken aback for a moment, but then her expression softened. "I understand, Laura. I really do. I know I messed up, and I'm sorry. But I'm here now, and I want to fix things. I don't want things to be like this anymore." I stared at her for a moment, trying to process what she was saying. Could she really have changed that much? After everything? I didn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. "You think showing up here is enough?" I asked, my voice starting to crack. "After everything you've said about me? After the things you've accused me of?" She looked down at the ground for a second, then back up at me. "I know I hurt you, and I'm sorry. I just want to move forward. I don't want to fight anymore. I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I regret how things ended. But I want to start over, if you'll let me." I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to say yes, wanted to believe that she was sincere. But then the other part of me, the part that had been hurt by her, the part that remembered everything, told me that I couldn't trust her. I couldn't just forgive and forget, not after everything. I took another deep breath. "I don't know, Emma. I don't know if I can just let you back into my life like this." Emma's face fell. She looked hurt, like she hadn't expected me to say that. For a second, I almost felt bad. But then I remembered why I felt this way, why I was so unwilling to let her back in. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I need time to think. You can't just walk back in like nothing happened. You hurt me, and you hurt this family, and it's not that simple." She nodded, her eyes filling with what looked like frustration, but also something else, regret. Maybe. I wasn't sure. But then she took a step back and looked at me. "I get it. I really do. I'm sorry for showing up uninvited. I just thought maybe I could make up for some of the damage. But I respect your decision. I'll go." I didn't know what to say. I was glad she was leaving, but I also felt a pang of guilt. Maybe I was being too harsh. Maybe she was really sorry. But I didn't have the strength to go down that road again. Not now. As she turned to walk away, I felt this strange mix of relief and unease. I was glad the immediate confrontation was over, but I wasn't sure if that was the end of it. I didn't want her to just disappear and then pop back into my life whenever she felt like it. But what really bothered me was what happened next. Some of the family members had been watching us, and now they were starting to approach me. My cousin Rachel was the first one to speak up. "Laura, You can't just shut her out like that, she said, her voice soft but insistent. She's here, and she wants to make things right. You should give her a chance. I didn't know how to respond. Part of me agreed with Rachel. Maybe I should give Emma a chance to prove she'd changed. But another part of me was screaming no. I couldn't let Emma back in like that. I couldn't let her hurt me again. I'm not shutting her out, I said, my voice a little sharper than I intended. I just need space. She can't just walk in here and expect everything to be okay. It doesn't work like that. Rachel seemed to accept that, but I could tell she was disappointed. I didn't care. I wasn't going to apologize for setting boundaries, especially when it came to protecting my son. The rest of the day went by with a heavy, uncomfortable air. Emma didn't leave right away, but she stayed on the outskirts of the party, not really engaging with anyone. I didn't look at her again. I couldn't. By the end of the day, when everyone had started to leave, Emma was still there. She walked up to me one last time before she left. I'm sorry, Laura, she said, her voice quiet, like she wasn't sure if she was speaking to the right person. I really am. I just wanted to fix things. I nodded, but I didn't say anything. I couldn't. There was nothing left to say. After she left, I felt this strange sense of emptiness. Part of me was relieved that it was over, but another part of me felt like I hadn't handled it the right way. Maybe I was too harsh. Maybe I should have listened to her. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd done the right thing. But now, days later, I'm not so sure. I keep replaying everything in my head, wondering if I was too quick to shut her out. I wonder if I could have handled it better. I don't know what to do now. Maybe I should have given her a chance. Maybe I should have been more understanding. But at the same time, I'm scared. Scared that if I let her back in, she'll hurt me again. And I'm not sure I'm ready to take that risk. It's been a week since Emma showed up at Lucas's party, and I'm still stuck on what happened. The more I think about it, the more I wonder if I made a mistake. I can't stop replaying the whole thing in my head, her showing up out of nowhere, the conversations, my reactions. Part of me feels like I did the right thing by protecting my family. But the other part wonders if I'm just holding on to resentment that I should have let go of a long time ago. After the party, things stayed pretty quiet for a few days. Emma didn't reach out, which was fine by me. I wasn't ready to have another conversation with her, and I didn't want to feel pressured to make things right when I wasn't sure I could forgive her for everything that had happened in the past. But then, about 5 days later, I got a text from Rachel. It wasn't surprising. Rachel's always been the one in the family who tries to keep everyone connected. She was the one who tried to mediate the situation after Mom's will was read, and she was the one who'd been pushing me to give Emma another chance. This time, the text was short, but to the point. Can we talk? I think you need to hear Emma out. I didn't respond right away. Honestly, I was annoyed. Rachel knew how I felt about Emma and the way she treated me. She knew the history. It felt like she was asking me to let it all go for the sake of family unity, as if that was enough of a reason to let Emma back in. But part of me wondered if I was being too hard on her. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe I was just too scared to trust Emma again after all the damage she'd caused. Eventually, I decided to reply. I'm not sure what more there is to talk about. I've made my decision. It felt cold, but I needed to stand firm. I wasn't about to just let things go without thinking it through first. Rachel responded quickly. You don't have to do anything right now, but please, just hear her out. She's really been trying to make things right. I stared at the screen, unsure of what to do. I didn't want to give in, but at the same time, I didn't want to completely shut down the possibility of reconciliation. I'd been through so much with Emma, and as much as I hated to admit it, there was a part of me that still cared about her. That part was buried deep down, but it was there. So, after a few more minutes of thinking, I finally gave in and agreed to meet her. We decided to meet at a cafe near my house. I didn't want to do it at my home or anywhere too personal, so this seemed like the safest option. I wanted some distance, but I also didn't want to completely avoid the situation. I told myself I could handle it. It was just a conversation. The day of the meeting, I was nervous, but I tried not to show it. I kept thinking about how I'd feel if Emma tried to manipulate me again, or if she turned everything around and made me the villain. I had no idea what to expect, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going to let her walk all over me this time. I arrived at the cafe a little early. I ordered a coffee and sat by the window, trying to calm my nerves. I wasn't sure how I was supposed to feel. It felt like I was preparing for a fight, but also like I was trying to heal old wounds at the same time. When Emma finally walked in, I saw her before she saw me. She looked a little different. Maybe it was just the way she was dressed, or the way she was standing. But she seemed smaller somehow. I don't know. It was like she was a little less sure of herself than I remembered. Maybe that's what threw me off. She spotted me and made her way over, her steps slow and measured. When she sat down, she looked at me with an expression that was almost apologetic. She wasn't smiling this time, and that made everything feel heavier. She looked like she wasn't sure how I was going to react. And maybe that was a good thing. Maybe that was the first sign that she was finally realizing the gravity of what she'd done. "Hi," she said quietly. It wasn't the fake enthusiasm she'd had at the party. This time, she sounded tentative. I nodded. "Hi." We both sat there for a moment, not saying anything. I think neither of us knew where to start. She looked like she was trying to find the right words, but I wasn't going to make it easy for her. "I've been thinking a lot about everything," Emma said finally, breaking the silence. "About what happened between us. About how I treated you." She hesitated, as if gathering her thoughts. "I know I was horrible to you. I don't expect you to forgive me right away, but I want you to know that I'm sorry. And I know I've said it before, but this time, I really mean it. I want to make things right." I looked at her, trying to gauge whether she was being sincere or just saying what she thought I wanted to hear. She looked genuine, but how could I be sure? "I don't know if I can just forgive you, Emma," I said quietly. "It's not that simple." "I know," she replied quickly. "And I don't expect it to be. I wanted you to know that I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make things better. I don't want to lose you. I've been so stupid. I've been holding on to this anger and resentment for so long, and it hasn't gotten me anywhere." I didn't respond right away. I was still processing everything she was saying. She was right about one thing. We'd both been holding on to a lot of anger. I had my reasons, and she had hers. But could we really move past it? Could I let her back into my life after everything that had happened? I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. "It's not just about forgiveness. It's about trust. I don't know if I can trust you again. After everything you said about me, everything you did, I don't know if I can ever forget that." "I understand," she said softly. "I don't expect you to forget. I just want you to know that I'm not that person anymore. I've changed. I'm not asking for everything to be okay overnight. I just want a chance to prove it to you. To show you that I'm not the same person I was before." There was a long silence after that. I didn't know how to respond. Part of me wanted to believe her. I wanted to think that maybe, just maybe, she had changed. But another part of me wanted to push her away and protect myself from getting hurt again. "I don't know if I'm ready for that," I said finally. "I need more time. I'm not going to pretend that everything's fine just because you showed up here and said a few nice things." "I get it," she said. I just, I just needed you to hear me. I needed you to know that I'm sorry. And I'm willing to wait, if that's what it takes." We sat there for a while, neither of us saying anything. I could feel the weight of everything hanging in the air. I didn't know what to do next. I didn't know if I should keep pushing her away, or if I should try to find a way to move forward. Eventually, I stood up. I need to go, I said, my voice sounding more tired than I wanted it to. She stood up too, looking at me with those wide, hopeful eyes. I understand. Take your time. I'll be here when you're ready. I left the cafe feeling no better than when I walked in. I felt conflicted, like I was being torn between two versions of myself. One part of me wanted to protect my family and move on, and the other part wanted to give Emma a second chance. But how do you know when it's okay to forgive someone? When is enough time enough? When can you trust that someone's changed? I don't have the answers, but I know one thing for sure. I'm not ready to decide just yet. Story 6. Am I in the wrong for wanting to be included in decisions about my stepson, even if it means confronting his mother? I, Sophie, 34, have been married to James, 36, for 5 years. James has a 12-year-old son, Leo, from his previous marriage to Tara, who's 33. When I first met James, I knew he had a child, and I thought I was prepared for the complexities that came with it. At first, things weren't that bad. Leo was a little shy and kept to himself, but over time, we began to bond. I had hoped that, eventually, I'd become part of his life, not just the stepmom who occasionally showed up on weekends, but someone who had a real say in things. But it hasn't been that simple. I quickly realized that Tara, Leo's mother, had a massive presence in their lives. James and Tara share a kind of understanding, a rhythm that I'm still not fully part of. At first, I told myself it was fine. I wasn't trying to replace Tara. I just wanted to be a positive influence on Leo. But as time passed, I started feeling more and more like a third wheel, someone who was always on the outside looking in. I had no problem with Tara being in the picture. I never expected to replace her, but it was clear from the beginning that I wasn't a priority. Decisions about Leo were made without me, and I started feeling like I didn't even have a say in his life. I get that Leo's mom and dad should have the final word, but there were moments when I felt like I was completely invisible. I tried to let things slide. At first, it was just little things, deciding on the color of Leo's bedroom, where we'd spend the holidays, what kinds of activities he'd be involved in. Small decisions that didn't seem like a big deal, but they added up. And when I started paying more attention, I noticed things were being decided without my input at all. A major turning point came when James mentioned that Leo had been going to therapy. I had no idea what kind of therapy, why Leo was going, or who had suggested it. I asked James about it one night, and he just said, Tara thought it'd be good for him. That was it. There was no discussion, no opportunity for me to ask questions or be involved in any way. It was as if I didn't need to know. Then, a few weeks ago, James brought up the idea of sending Leo to a private school. He mentioned it casually, like it was just another thing that was going to happen, like it wasn't even up for debate. Tara had been pushing for it for a while, apparently. I didn't know anything about it until James brought it up over dinner. I was floored. We're thinking about sending Leo to St. Bernard's next year, James said. Tara's been looking at schools, and we think this would be the best fit for him. Wait, what? I said, probably sounding more shocked than I meant to. Since when? Why wasn't I involved in any of this? James looked at me like I was being dramatic. It's just a suggestion, Sophie. We're still thinking about it. But I could tell it wasn't a suggestion. It was a done deal. Tara and James had already been talking about this for weeks, and now I was hearing about it like it was no big deal. I didn't even know if Leo wanted to go to a new school. Maybe he was fine where he was. But no one had bothered to ask me. At that moment, something inside me snapped. This wasn't just about the school. It was everything: the therapy, the decisions being made about Leo's future, and me not having a voice in any of it. I knew I wasn't his biological mother, but I felt like I had a right to be part of these conversations. It was my place, too. The situation came to a head a few days later. Leo's birthday was coming up, and we were preparing for his party. It was one of those family events where Tara was invited, and we'd all gather at the house, pretend everything was fine, and go through the motions. I don't think I had ever been so uncomfortable at one of Leo's birthdays before. James was running around with Tara, sorting out all the little details. It was like I wasn't even there. I spent the whole day in the kitchen, trying to stay out of the way, wondering what the hell had happened to the idea of a blended family. And then I overheard something I wasn't supposed to hear. I was in the hallway when I heard James and Tara talking in the living room. They didn't see me, and I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but the words hit me like a ton of bricks. They were talking about Leo's future, his schooling, and how they were finalizing everything. They were discussing it like I didn't even exist. Leo's been struggling with the public school system, Tara was saying. I think he'd really thrive at St. Bernard's. We can make it happen. I agree, James replied. I think it's the best option. I stood there, frozen. They hadn't even bothered to mention this to me. It was as if I was some secondary figure in Leo's life, someone who didn't deserve to know about these important decisions. I was furious. How had I gotten to this point? How had I let myself become the person who was always just there, but never included? Without thinking, I stormed into the living room. James and Tara both looked up, startled. Why wasn't I included in any of this? I demanded, my voice shaking with anger. You've been talking about Leo's future without me. Therapy, school, everything. How long have you two been making these decisions behind my back? Tara looked at me like I was being unreasonable. Sophie, you're not his mother, she said, her voice clipped. We're trying to do what's best for Leo. This isn't about you. I couldn't believe it. What's best for Leo? I repeated, incredulous. You can't even consider that maybe I have a say in this, too? I'm his stepmom, but I'm still part of his life. You can't just shut me out. James didn't say anything. He stood there, silent, like he didn't know what to do. Tara was getting defensive now. This isn't about you feeling left out, Sophie, she said. This is about making sure Leo's okay. He's our priority, not your feelings. And then it hit me. No matter how much I loved Leo, no matter how much I tried to be a good stepmom, I would always be on the outside. Tara and James were making decisions without me, and I wasn't even sure if they cared how it made me feel. The rest of the evening went by in a blur. I tried to keep it together for Leo's sake, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was losing my place in his life. I went to bed that night with a knot in my stomach. I didn't know where we went from here. I didn't know if this was a fight I could win. But something had to change. I couldn't just keep accepting being left out. I needed to figure out how to make James and Tara understand that I wasn't just a bystander in Leo's life. The next day, I was still reeling from the argument with James and Tara. I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. The words they had said kept echoing in my head. You're not his mother, and we're trying to do what's best for him. Tara had dismissed my feelings, and James hadn't even tried to stand up for me. It felt like I was being erased from the picture, and I couldn't shake the feeling that they both saw me as just an accessory in Leo's life, something to be tolerated but not truly included. I spent the morning pacing around the house, trying to figure out what to do next. I couldn't let it go. If I did, nothing would ever change. I didn't want to come off as overbearing, but at the same time, I felt like I had a right to be involved in Leo's life. I was his stepmom. That was a real role, not just some temporary position I'd hold until they decided I wasn't needed anymore. Eventually, I decided to talk to James. I wasn't sure if it would help, but I had to try. I needed him to understand how this whole situation was making me feel. We couldn't keep pretending like everything was fine when it clearly wasn't. I found him in the living room later that evening. He was watching TV, but when I walked in, he immediately paused the show and looked up. I could tell he wasn't exactly looking forward to this conversation, but I didn't care. We need to talk, I said, trying to keep my voice calm. James sighed. I know, Sophie. I know. I wasn't trying to upset you. I just. No, James, you don't get it, I interrupted. It's not about being upset. It's about being excluded from decisions that affect me and Leo. I paused, trying to collect myself. I didn't want to explode, but it felt like I had to let everything out. I can't keep pretending that I'm okay with being sidelined in all of this. I'm not just your wife, I'm Leo's stepmother. You've been making all these decisions with Tara, and I've been left out of everything. I didn't even know about the therapy, or the school thing, or anything else that's going on with him. Why isn't that something I get to be a part of? James rubbed his forehead. I told you, Sophie, it's complicated. Tara and I know what's best for Leo. We've been doing this for years. It's not about you not being included, it's about what Leo needs. And what does Leo need, James? I shot back. What does he need that I can't help with? Why do you and Tara get to make all these decisions while I'm left out in the cold? James shifted uncomfortably. Look, I didn't mean to make you feel like you're not important. You are. But Tara and I. No, James, I said, cutting him off. You don't get it. You keep saying that you're doing what's best for Leo. But that doesn't mean you get to make all the decisions on your own. I want to be part of this family, too. But you're treating me like an outsider. There was a long pause. James didn't know how to respond, and I could see the conflict in his eyes. He didn't want to upset Tara, and he didn't want to make me feel like I wasn't involved. But at the same time, he was stuck in the middle of everything. I'm not trying to exclude you, Sophie, he said, finally breaking the silence. Tara and I have been doing this for a long time. We know how to handle things. I guess I just thought you'd trust us to take care of it. I do trust you. But that's not the point, I said, trying to keep my tone measured. I want to be involved, James. I want to help make decisions for Leo. I want to be a part of this. You can't just shut me out and expect everything to be fine. James nodded slowly, but I could tell he wasn't fully understanding. He was trying, but it wasn't enough. I'll talk to Tara. We'll figure this out. I promise. I didn't believe him. He might talk to Tara, but I wasn't sure she'd listen. She'd made it pretty clear the night before that she thought I was overreacting. She'd said I wasn't Leo's real mom, which felt like a punch to the gut. I wasn't trying to replace her. I was just trying to have a voice in Leo's life. The next day, I decided to try something different. Instead of waiting for James to fix things, I decided I'd have a conversation with Tara myself. It wasn't going to be easy, but I couldn't just sit back and hope things would get better. I called Tara and asked if we could meet for coffee. She agreed, though I could tell she wasn't thrilled about it. When we met up, she didn't waste any time getting straight to the point. What's this about, Sophie? She asked, her tone already defensive. If this is about what happened at Leo's party, I think you're blowing it way out of proportion. I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. Tara, I'm not trying to make this a big issue, but I need you to understand how I'm feeling. I'm not just a bystander in Leo's life. I'm his stepmother, and I want to be involved in decisions about his future. I don't want to feel like I'm on the outside looking in. Tara crossed her arms. You're not his mother, Sophie. You're not entitled to make decisions for him. Leo's mine, and James and I are his parents. We're just trying to do what's best for him. I know you're trying to do what's best for him, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. But that doesn't mean you get to make all the decisions without even consulting me. Leo is our son, and I deserve a say in what happens to him. Tara didn't seem to get it. I think you're being too emotional about this, she said, shaking her head. We've been doing this for years, and you've just got to trust us. You're not his mother, so stop acting like you're entitled to be involved in everything. I felt my frustration building, but I tried not to let it show. I'm not trying to replace you, Tara. I just want to be part of Leo's life. Is that so much to ask? She looked at me for a moment, then sighed. I just don't think you understand what it's like, Sophie. You haven't been through what James and I have. We've been dealing with Leo's issues for a long time. You can't just waltz in and think you get to make decisions. I didn't know how to respond to that. It was clear that Tara wasn't going to budge. She saw me as an outsider, and no amount of talking was going to change that. I was just the stepmom, and that's all I'd ever be in her eyes. I left the coffee shop feeling more frustrated than ever. Nothing had changed. I still felt like I had no place in Leo's life, and James was too wrapped up in his history with Tara to see things from my perspective. I went home, and later that evening, James and I had another awkward conversation. He still hadn't talked to Tara, and it was clear to me that nothing was going to change unless I did something drastic. I wasn't sure what the next step was, but I knew one thing for sure. I couldn't keep pretending everything was fine. I had to figure out how to get my voice heard, whether that meant confronting James and Tara again, or taking matters into my own hands. But something had to change, and soon. I didn't know what to do next. I had tried everything I could think of, talking to James, talking to Tara, trying to make my voice heard in ways that didn't feel like I was fighting for control. But every time I thought I was getting somewhere, I'd hit a wall. Nothing changed. They still saw me as an outsider, as someone who wasn't entitled to a say in Leo's life, no matter how much I loved him or how much I wanted to be involved. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. It wasn't just about the school or the therapy or the birthday party. It was about feeling invisible in my own marriage, in my own family. I didn't want to feel like I was a secondary figure in Leo's life, like I was just there to fill in the gaps while Tara and James made all the decisions. I had a right to be a part of that, and it wasn't unreasonable to want to be treated like an equal in the family dynamic. James, though, wasn't getting it. He kept telling me to be patient, that I needed to trust him and Tara to handle things, but it felt like he was choosing her over me every time. I hated how much he was avoiding the issue, how he kept brushing it off like it wasn't that big of a deal. But it was a big deal. To me, it was everything. I couldn't live like this, constantly feeling like I was in the background, watching them make decisions about Leo's life without me. Things got worse one evening after another heated conversation with James. He had promised to talk to Tara about how I was feeling, but nothing had changed. He came home late one night after meeting with her, and I could tell immediately that nothing had come of it. "Well?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "Did you talk to Tara?" James looked uncomfortable. "I did. But, Sophie, I don't think she's ready to hear what you're saying. I know you're upset, but it's not like I can just change everything overnight." I couldn't believe it. "What do you mean? You can't change anything? You're not even trying to make it work. You're just letting her run the show, and I'm left out in the cold." "I'm not letting her run the show," he said defensively. "It's just that this is how we've always done it. I didn't think you'd be this upset about it." "I am upset, James. This isn't how we should be doing it. I'm his stepmom, not his aunt. I have a right to be part of this family decision-making process. I get it, okay? I get that you're upset, but you're making a bigger deal out of this than it is," he replied, running a hand through his hair. "Leo's been with his mom and me his whole life. We know what we're doing. You're new to this." I could feel my temper rising, but I tried to keep it together. "I'm not new to this, James. I've been your wife for 5 years. I've been in Leo's life for almost as long, and yet I'm treated like I'm just some outsider." James was quiet for a long time, and for a moment, I thought maybe he was finally getting it. Maybe he was starting to understand how hurtful all of this was. But then he said something that made my stomach drop. "Sophie, I don't know what you want from me. I'm doing the best I can, but I'm not going to choose between you and Tara. That's not fair to Leo." It hit me like a slap in the face. That's when I realized that to him, this wasn't about me or about our family. It was about him keeping the peace between Tara and me. It was about maintaining a status quo that, frankly, was killing me inside. I needed space. I couldn't keep living like this, constantly feeling like I was in competition with Tara. I took a step back, both physically and emotionally. For a few days, I kept to myself, didn't initiate any conversations with James. I tried to focus on other things: work, my friends, even my hobbies. But nothing helped. The frustration and hurt kept building. I could feel the distance growing between us, and it terrified me. Then, one night, I was scrolling through social media and saw a post from Tara. It was about Leo's school, the private one she and James had already decided on without me. There was a picture of her, Leo, and James outside the school, all smiles. Leo looked happy, and it crushed me. I didn't comment on the post, but I couldn't stop staring at it. There they were, the perfect family, making decisions together, and I wasn't even a part of it. The feeling of being left out was suffocating. I had tried to be supportive. I had tried to be understanding. But how much longer could I keep pretending that I didn't care? How much longer could I watch from the sidelines while they made decisions about Leo without me? The next morning, I woke up with a sense of resolve. I couldn't keep going like this. I couldn't keep letting them make decisions for Leo, as if I didn't matter. If James wasn't going to stand up for me, then I would have to do it myself. I needed to make it clear that I wasn't just going to go along with things anymore. I called James into the living room before he left for work. He was already dressed, his bag slung over his shoulder. "We need to talk," I said. He sighed, clearly exhausted by our conversations lately. "Sophie, not now. I've got to get to work." "No, James, now," I said, my voice firm. "I can't keep doing this. I can't keep pretending like everything is fine when it's not. You need to make a choice. You can't keep avoiding this." He frowned, clearly not prepared for this conversation. "What do you mean?" "I mean," I said, struggling to keep my emotions in check. "You have to decide if I'm part of this family or not. You can't keep letting Tara make all the decisions for Leo. And you can't keep pushing me aside like I don't matter. I love him. I want to be involved in his life. But I can't keep doing this, James. I'm not going to keep pretending that I'm okay with being sidelined." James looked at me like I had slapped him. His face softened, and for a moment, I thought maybe he was finally getting it. But then he spoke, and everything changed. "I don't know what you want me to do," he said quietly, his voice almost apologetic. "Tara and I are the ones who've been doing this. We know what's best for Leo. Maybe you just need to accept your place in this." I felt like the wind had been knocked out of me. My heart sank. It was as if everything I had been fighting for, everything I had hoped for in our marriage, was just dismissed. He was choosing Tara again. He was making it clear that no matter what I said, I would always be secondary in this family. I couldn't stay quiet anymore. I had to say it. "So that's it, then. I'm just the stepmom, and that's all I'll ever be." James didn't answer. He didn't have to. His silence said everything. I stood there, staring at him, feeling like I had been punched in the gut. This wasn't how I imagined my life with him. This wasn't the family I thought we were building. But now I realized that I had no choice but to make a decision. I couldn't keep fighting this battle on my own, and I couldn't keep being ignored. Something had to change. So I left. Not physically, but emotionally. I packed my things and went for a walk to clear my head. But I knew, deep down, that this was the beginning of the end. I couldn't keep trying to make things work with someone who wasn't willing to fight for me. And I didn't know if I could keep being part of a family that didn't want me. Was I wrong to expect more from James? Story 7. Am I wrong for refusing to let my estranged father move into my house after a decade of silence? I never thought I'd be in this situation. I've spent most of my adult life focusing on my own career, my own goals, and, honestly, trying to forget that my father even existed. He walked out of my life when I was 15, and after all these years, I thought I was better off without him. But then the call came. It was a normal Wednesday afternoon when my phone rang. I was at home, just about to grab a bite to eat after a long shift at the hospital. I checked the caller ID, and the name that appeared almost made me drop my phone. It was his name, my father. I hadn't spoken to him in over a decade, and I didn't even know if he had any idea where I lived. I almost didn't pick up, but some stupid part of me, thought that maybe he was calling to apologize, to make up for everything. I don't know why I thought that. Maybe it was just wishful thinking. So I answered. "Hello," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, though I could feel my heart pounding. "Natalie, hey, it's me," he said, like it was no big deal, like we hadn't been out of touch for more than 10 years. "Dad," I said, barely able to form the word. I had so many questions running through my mind, and none of them made sense. I didn't even know where to start. He kept talking, explaining that he was in a bad place. He'd lost his job, lost his house, and was staying with a friend who couldn't keep him any longer. He asked if I could help, if I could let him crash at my place, just until he got back on his feet. My stomach dropped. He wasn't just calling to reconnect, not after all these years. He wasn't calling to see how I was doing, or to apologize for walking out on us. No, he was asking me to open up my home to him, a man who had been absent from my life for most of it. At first, I didn't know what to say. A part of me felt this wave of anger hit me, like a punch to the gut. How could he do this? How could he think that I would just forget everything? But another part of me, the part I hate, felt guilty. It felt wrong to turn him away, even though he didn't deserve a single ounce of my compassion. I didn't say anything for a few moments, just listening to him. He kept saying things like, "I know I haven't been the best father, and I know I've made mistakes, but I'm really trying to get things together." The more he talked, the more I felt like I was suffocating. I didn't want to hear him apologize now. After all these years, where was he when I needed him? When I was dealing with school, family issues, and everything else? Where was he when I had to pick up the slack and act like an adult before I was ready to be one? But I couldn't just hang up, could I? He was my father, after all. That stupid, nagging feeling of obligation wouldn't go away. I've spent so many years trying to convince myself that I didn't care about him, that he wasn't worth my time. But in that moment, hearing his voice after all these years, it made me question everything I thought I knew. I don't know, I finally said, struggling to keep my emotions in check. "Please, Natalie," he said, his voice pleading now. "I wouldn't ask if I had another option. I've really messed up, but I'm trying to turn things around. Just give me a little bit of time." I didn't know how to respond. I knew I should say no, but I didn't want to be the one to turn my back on him. What kind of person would that make me? Would I regret it later? But at the same time, how could I just let him back in, knowing all the damage he'd caused? I told him I would think about it, and he thanked me, saying he understood, and that he wasn't expecting a decision right away. He said I could call him when I was ready. After I hung up, I just sat there, staring at my phone. My mind was spinning. This wasn't a decision I could make lightly. On one hand, I wanted to help him, to give him a chance to prove he could be a better person. But on the other hand, I wasn't sure if I could ever forgive him for what he had done. Could I really let him into my life after all this time? I knew I couldn't make this decision alone, so I called my brother, Jason. He'd always been closer to Dad than I was, even though their relationship had soured in the years before Dad left. Jason was a few years older than me and had always been more forgiving, more willing to give people second chances. But I wasn't so sure about this. When I told him about the call, he was silent for a moment, then said, "Are you seriously thinking about this, Natalie? After everything he's done to us?" I could hear the disbelief in his voice, and I felt it too. How could I even be considering it? I don't know, I said, feeling the guilt gnawing at me. I just, I don't know what to do. Part of me wants to help him, but I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can just forget everything. Jason sighed, and I could tell he was frustrated. You don't have to forgive him, Nat. You don't owe him anything. Don't let him manipulate you into feeling like you do. I hated hearing that. I hated that Jason was right. But I hated the idea of being the person who turned away family. Even if that family had treated me terribly for years. We went back and forth for a while. But in the end, Jason made one thing clear. Don't let him take advantage of you. You've worked too hard for everything you've got. That stuck with me. I couldn't let him back in just because he needed a place to stay. It wasn't my job to fix him. But I still wasn't sure what to do. So I called my mom. She was always the level-headed one in the family. The one who tried to keep the peace, even when it meant swallowing her own pain. When I told her about the call, she didn't seem shocked. I guess I should have expected that. She had always known my father was capable of anything. I don't know, honey, she said softly. I'm not sure if I'd be able to do it. He hurt us so much over the years. I don't want you to get hurt again. I could tell she was torn. On one hand, she didn't want to see me throw away a chance for reconciliation. But on the other hand, she knew better than anyone how manipulative he could be. I just don't want to see you get hurt again, she repeated. And I could hear the worry in her voice. I promised her I'd think it through. But the truth was, I already knew the answer. I couldn't do it. I couldn't let him move in. But the guilt I felt, the shame, it was overwhelming. I didn't call him back that day, or the next. I kept telling myself I needed more time. But deep down, I knew I was avoiding the inevitable. I didn't want to be the person who said no. It wasn't until a few days later that he called again. This time, his tone was different. He wasn't just asking. He was pleading. Natalie, please. I don't know how much longer I can stay here, he said, his voice low and urgent. I'm doing everything I can, but I'm stuck. You're the only one left, and I really don't have anywhere else to go. I felt my stomach twist, and the guilt came rushing back. What kind of daughter would I be if I didn't help him? But the anger was still there, too. The anger I had been carrying for so long. I couldn't just forget everything. I didn't give him an answer. I couldn't. But I knew I was running out of time. I didn't know what to do after that second call. I wasn't any closer to having an answer. But the guilt I felt about refusing him was eating me up inside. I tried to push it away, to focus on my work, on the things I had control over. But it kept creeping back. I'd lie awake at night, staring at the ceiling, thinking about the possibility of him showing up at my door, asking again. How could I possibly turn him away? He was my father. But even then, a voice in the back of my head kept asking, if he really wanted to change, why hadn't he done it years ago? Why now, when he had nowhere else to turn? It felt like he was using me, like I was his last option, and that didn't sit right with me. Still, the part of me that wanted to be a good daughter, the part of me that didn't want to be heartless, told me to at least try to find a way to help him. I kept thinking about what Jason had said to me. You've worked too hard for everything you have. It kept running through my head, over and over. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized how right he was. I had fought for everything I had: my job, my home, my independence. I wasn't about to let him come into my life now and mess it all up. Jason wasn't the only one who made me question my decision, though. My mom had been quieter about the whole thing, but I could hear the hesitation in her voice when she talked to me. I just don't want you to get hurt again, she'd said. It wasn't that she didn't want me to help him, it was more that she knew how much pain he had caused us in the past. She'd never said it outright, but I could tell she didn't want me to fall into that trap again. I felt stuck between two sides of myself. On the one hand, I knew what I needed to do: stand firm, set boundaries, and not let him manipulate me. On the other hand, I felt this pressure to do something, to make things right, even if I wasn't sure how. But every time I thought about letting him in, I couldn't shake the memories of how he'd left us. He had abandoned us without a second thought. He'd walked away when things got hard, and now he was back, wanting something from me. I tried to get some perspective by talking to a few of my close friends. They knew about my relationship with my dad, but not all the details. I told them what had been going on, what he had said when he called. Every single one of them told me the same thing. You don't owe him anything. They all said it in different ways, but the sentiment was the same. They reminded me of everything I had built up for myself, and how he hadn't been there to help me build any of it. I could feel the weight of their words, but they didn't make it any easier to actually say no. One night, I was talking to Emily, a friend I'd known since college. She was one of the few people who knew all the history between me and my father. When I explained the situation to her, she was blunt. Look, Natalie, I get it. You feel like you have to help him because he's your dad. But he hasn't earned your help. He hasn't earned anything. He walked away when you needed him. And now that he's got nowhere else to turn, he expects you to pick up the pieces. That's not fair to you. Her words stung, but I knew she was right. I was giving him power over me by even considering it. By feeling guilty for not wanting to help, I was letting him have control over my emotions. But even though I knew what I should do, it still wasn't easy. I kept thinking about the possibility of him coming to my house, knocking on the door, and me having to turn him away. Could I really do that? Could I really be the person who shut the door in his face? The thought of doing that made me feel like a terrible daughter. A few days passed, and I still hadn't given him an answer. I was avoiding him, and I knew it. But he didn't stop calling. Each time I saw his name on my phone, I hesitated. I felt this pull to pick up, to hear him out, to maybe find some middle ground. But then I'd remember everything he had done, everything he hadn't done, and I'd just let it ring out. It wasn't until I woke up one morning to a voicemail that I finally broke. He had left a message, his voice sounding strained and desperate. Natalie, please, I don't know how much longer I can stay with this friend. They're giving me an ultimatum. I just need a little bit of time. I'm really trying, I swear. Please, I'm asking for your help. I played the message over and over, each time feeling that same knot in my stomach. It was the same story, over and over again. I'm trying. I need help. I'm your father. I wanted to scream at him for doing this to me, for putting me in this position. He knew how complicated everything was, how hurt I was by his absence. But still, here he was, asking for more. I decided to talk to Jason again. I wasn't sure what I expected, but I needed someone to help me sort through my feelings. I called him up and told him about the voicemail, about how he was now threatening to be out on the streets if I didn't help. Jason didn't take long to respond. Do not let him guilt you into this, Natalie. You've come so far, and he hasn't been part of any of it. You don't owe him anything. He made his choices, and now you have to make yours. Don't let him drag you into his mess. I hated hearing it, but I knew he was right. If I helped him, I was letting him off the hook. I was enabling him to keep making excuses and not face the consequences of his actions. That night, I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned, my mind running through every possible scenario. I thought about what would happen if I did let him move in, and I imagined the resentment that would build up. I'd be walking on eggshells in my own home, constantly worrying about how to keep the peace. And I'd still have all those old feelings of abandonment haunting me. I thought about calling him back, offering him help in some other way. Maybe I could help him find a place to stay, or offer some financial assistance to get him on his feet. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized I wasn't prepared to put myself in that position. Not again. I didn't sleep that night. By morning, I knew what I had to do. I needed to say no. I needed to set a boundary, no matter how much it hurt. The next day, I called him back. I tried to keep my voice steady, but I could feel the emotion rising. Dad, I'm sorry, but I can't let you move in with me. I've thought about it, and I just can't do it. I've worked too hard to build my life, and I can't let you in and risk everything I've worked for. He was quiet for a moment, and then he said something that made my heart drop. You're just like your mother, he said, his voice flat. Always shutting me out. I guess I should have known better than to ask you for help. I don't know why, but hearing that hurt more than anything else he'd said. I felt a pang of guilt, but I also felt something else, a mix of relief and anger. I had made the right choice, but now I was questioning everything. Was I really wrong for standing my ground? Had I just closed the door on the only chance for reconciliation? I wasn't sure anymore. But I knew one thing. I wasn't going to let him manipulate me into making a decision that I wasn't ready for. But even then, part of me felt like this wasn't over. He wasn't going to just walk away, and neither was I. The guilt, the anger, the memories, it wasn't over yet. And I was about to find out just how far he would go to make me regret my decision. A few days after I told my father I couldn't help him, things seemed to settle down, or at least, I thought they did. I felt a mix of relief and regret, like I was trying to convince myself I had made the right decision. My phone stopped buzzing with his calls and messages, and for a while, I thought he might actually be respecting my decision. But then things took a turn I wasn't expecting. It was a Thursday evening when the first thing happened. I was getting ready for bed when I saw a notification on my phone. It was a message from my mom. She usually only texts me for quick things, so I didn't think much of it at first. I opened it, and it was a screenshot of a post from a local Facebook group. The post was from someone with my father's name, at least I thought it was. It was a plea for help, written in the same desperate tone he had used with me. The post went like this: I'm struggling. I've lost everything and I have nowhere to go. My daughter won't help me, and now I'm stuck in a bad situation. I just need a roof over my head for a little while. I'm ashamed to ask, but I have nowhere else to turn. Please, if anyone can help, I would be so grateful. I stared at the post, feeling sick. Not only had he gone behind my back to try to get help from others, but he had also painted me as the villain. I wasn't just someone who couldn't help him. I was the daughter who refused to help her father in his time of need. I texted my mom back immediately. What is this? Is this really from him? Her response was quick. Yes, I saw it too. I don't know why he's doing this. He didn't even tell me he was posting. I felt a rush of anger. Why did he feel the need to air his dirty laundry like that? Why did he have to involve other people, especially when I had already said no? It felt like manipulation, plain and simple. He was trying to get sympathy from strangers to guilt me into giving him what he wanted. I sat there, fuming. Part of me wanted to reach out to him and confront him about it, but I wasn't sure what good it would do. I had already made my decision, and he was clearly trying to bypass it by going to anyone who would listen. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of knowing I was affected by his actions, but I couldn't ignore it. The next day, I called Jason. I didn't even need to say much. He had seen the post too, and he was just as angry as I was. I can't believe he's doing this, he said, his voice full of disbelief. He's trying to turn everyone against you, like you're the one who's in the wrong. I felt the same way. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that this wasn't just about the post. It was about everything that had led up to it, the years of him abandoning us, of him not being there when we needed him most. This was just another way he was showing that he hadn't changed, that he wasn't really trying to improve his life, but rather looking for a way to manipulate the situation to his advantage. The worst part was that he was playing the victim, and it was working. People in that Facebook group were responding with comments like, I'm sorry you're going through this. I know how hard life can be, and if there's anything I can do, please don't hesitate to ask. The more I read those comments, the more I felt like I was in the wrong. Maybe I was the one being selfish. Maybe I was overthinking everything. Maybe I should have just opened my door to him, no questions asked. But then I remembered all the reasons I had said no in the first place. The pain he had caused us wasn't something I could just ignore. I didn't want to let him back in, not after everything he had done. I couldn't let guilt cloud my judgment. The next few days were tense. I kept thinking about the post, about what he was trying to do. Part of me wanted to just let it go, to move on and keep my boundaries firm. But the longer I thought about it, the more I realized that this wasn't just about him anymore. It was about me. I had been living my life for so long without him, and I had gotten used to that. I didn't need him in my life to make it meaningful or whole. But he was doing everything he could to make me feel like I needed to help him, like I had no other choice. It wasn't until I got a message from my mom, a few days later, that I realized how far he was willing to go. She sent me a text. "He's telling everyone that you've cut him out of your life. He's saying you don't care about family, that you're being cruel." I couldn't believe it. Not only was he posting on Facebook, but he was talking to our family members, telling them I had rejected him and didn't care about him. I wasn't just the daughter who said no, I was now the cold-hearted person who didn't care about family. I was furious. I couldn't understand how he thought he could just twist the story like that, especially after everything that had happened. He wasn't the victim here. I was. But it didn't matter. He was painting a picture that made me look like the bad guy. I decided then and there that I couldn't let this go. I needed to confront him. I had to make him understand that I wasn't going to let him manipulate me anymore. I called him. It took a few tries before he answered. But when he finally did, he sounded surprised. "Hey, Natalie. What's up?" he asked. Like nothing had happened. Like he hadn't been playing me and everyone else this whole time. "I saw your post," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "And I saw the messages you've been sending to people, making me out to be the villain." There was a long silence on the other end. Then he finally spoke. "I'm just trying to get some help," he said, sounding defensive. "You don't know what I'm going through." "I don't care what you're going through," I snapped. "You don't get to paint me as the bad guy just because I'm not giving you what you want. You've spent years treating us like we didn't matter. And now you think you can just walk back into my life and I'll let you in. No, that's not how it works." He didn't respond right away, and for a second, I thought maybe he was actually listening. But then he said something that made my blood run cold. "You're just like your mother. She always made me feel like I was the problem. She turned you against me, and now you're doing the same thing." That was it. It was like everything I had been holding back, all the anger and resentment, came rushing out. I wasn't going to let him turn this around on me. I wasn't going to let him make me feel guilty for standing up for myself. "You don't get to do this anymore," I said, my voice trembling with emotion. "I've made my decision. I'm not going to change my mind. If you can't accept that, then that's on you. But I'm done." There was silence again, and I could hear him breathing heavily on the other end. Then he finally spoke. "Fine," he said, his voice bitter. "If that's how you want it. But don't come crying to me when you realize what you've done." I hung up before he could say anything else. After that, things got even worse. I started hearing rumors from family members that he had been telling them I was cruel and ungrateful. He told anyone who would listen that I had cut him out of my life completely. It was like he was trying to get the entire family to turn against me, to make me feel like the worst person in the world for not taking him in. I felt like I was losing everything: my peace, my sense of control. The guilt started creeping back in, but I tried to push it away. I had made the right decision, and I couldn't let him manipulate me anymore. But as the days went on, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. What if he didn't stop? What if he kept going after me, kept trying to make me the villain? How far was he willing to go? Story 8. Am I wrong for setting boundaries with my daughter's friend's family after a strange incident? I, Lucy, 42, a single mom and high school teacher, have been dealing with this increasingly strange situation with my daughter, Sophie, and her friend Emma. It all started innocently enough. But the more I think about it, the more I feel like I might have made a mistake, or at least overreacted. I just didn't know how to handle it at first, and now I'm questioning everything. Sophie is 11, and she's been pretty social since moving schools 2 years ago. She made friends quickly, but this one, Emma, was different. They clicked right away. Sophie would come home from school talking about her, how fun she was, how nice her family was. I didn't think much of it. As a mom, you want your kid to have good friends, and Emma seemed to be a positive influence, kind, respectful, the type of kid I'd want my daughter hanging out with. At first, I didn't even meet Emma's parents, but after a few weeks, I ran into them at a parent-teacher night. Emma's mom, Julie, was super friendly, a little too friendly for my taste. She was outgoing, asked a lot of questions, and made small talk about how great it was that the girls had become such good friends so quickly. Her husband, Greg, was quieter, but he seemed like a nice enough guy. I didn't get any weird vibes at the time. Julie was just, well, a lot. After that night, Julie started texting me more often, asking about playdates and sleepovers. Sophie would come home saying, Emma's mom wants us to do something this weekend, or Emma's mom said I could stay at their house again next weekend. I was fine with it at first. Sophie didn't have many friends outside of school, and I thought maybe I should encourage it. The first couple of sleepovers were fine. Emma's parents were nice. The girls had fun, no big deal. But then it started to escalate. Julie started asking about more weekend getaways, trips, and joint family activities. One day, she suggested we all go on a family outing together, something casual, just a day at the park. But it felt strange. She'd talk about how their family loves to have friends over, and how it's no trouble to have Sophie stay the night whenever she wanted. I didn't think much of it at first, but when Sophie started asking if she could go with Emma on trips, I began to feel a little off. I told Sophie she could stay for a sleepover once in a while, but I never agreed to these spontaneous family plans. Then, one Friday, Sophie came home and asked if she could stay over at Emma's house. They're doing something fun, Mom, she said. I hesitated. She'd stayed over there before, but it had always been a one-night thing. This time, I could tell Sophie really wanted to go, and I didn't want to be the overprotective mom who said no for no reason. So, I agreed. That night, Julie called me to confirm everything. She said the girls were having such a great time. She even suggested that I could leave Sophie there for the whole weekend if I didn't mind. We were planning on going to the lake house tomorrow, so it'd be no trouble at all for her to stay with us, she said, casually. I didn't want to cause a scene, so I said, I'd like to pick her up tomorrow night. I'll call you then to make sure everything's okay. Julie didn't seem bothered by that at all, and everything seemed fine, even if I felt a little strange about her casually offering an entire weekend getaway for Sophie. I let it slide, thinking I was being paranoid. But then, something happened that made me feel like I was right to be cautious. It was around 8 p.m. when I got a text from Julie. She said, We're going to the lake house for the weekend. Hope that's okay. We're so excited. The message wasn't a question. It wasn't a just letting you know type of thing. It was like an assumption that Sophie would just go, no questions asked. My heart dropped. I called Julie immediately. When she picked up, she was so casual, almost as if nothing was wrong. She said, Oh, don't worry, it's just a quick trip. I didn't think you'd mind. Sophie's having a blast. I asked, You're telling me now? She said. Yeah, sorry about that. I should have texted you sooner, but we're already on the road. I felt a little sick. I told her I wasn't comfortable with Sophie going to a lake house with no warning, and that I'd prefer to know beforehand if there were going to be overnight trips. She apologized, but brushed it off, telling me that Sophie was fine and that the girls really wanted to go. I wasn't convinced. This wasn't a casual sleepover anymore. This was a whole weekend away without my consent. But I didn't want to come off as controlling, so I said, "Please make sure she's safe. I'll pick her up on Sunday." Julie agreed, but her tone was a little annoyed. The weekend came and went. Sophie came home that Sunday afternoon, and when I asked how everything went, she couldn't stop gushing about it. "It was amazing, Mom. The lake house was beautiful. We had s'mores and went swimming. I want to go again next weekend." She was so excited, and I tried not to let my discomfort show, but something felt off. Sophie seemed a little different, more excited than usual. The next few weeks went by, and things got stranger. Sophie kept asking to stay over at Emma's house more often. It wasn't just the weekend sleepovers anymore, she was talking about staying there for longer, even asking if she could just live there sometimes, if I was too busy. I didn't say anything at first. Maybe I was being overdramatic, but the more Sophie brought it up, the more unsettled I felt. It got worse when Julie started texting me more. She'd ask if Sophie could stay for a few days during the holidays or come along to family outings, even if Sophie wasn't available. One message stood out. Julie casually suggested that Sophie could always stay with us if you're ever busy, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. It was too much. I tried to ignore it, but the tension was building. I started to feel like Emma's family was pushing too hard, like they were trying to insert themselves into our family dynamic. I didn't want to be the mom who said no all the time, but I felt like I was losing control of the situation. And it wasn't just the sleepovers or trips. It was the way they were starting to overstep boundaries. One night, Sophie came to me and said, "Mom, Emma's mom says I can always come over if you're too busy with work." It hit me like a ton of bricks. That was when I realized I had to draw a line. It wasn't about not trusting them. It was about keeping my family's boundaries intact. I wasn't ready to share Sophie like that. I sat down with Sophie and explained that she couldn't just go away every weekend. I told her that while I was happy she had a good friend, there needed to be limits. She didn't take it well. She got upset, and I could tell she was torn between wanting to please me and wanting to please her friend's family. I told her that she could still spend time with Emma, but it couldn't be at the expense of our time together. Sophie didn't like that one bit. She said I was ruining everything. She said, "You're being overprotective. It's not fair." That was the first time I started to wonder if I was wrong. Was I really overreacting? Was I just too controlling? Was I stifling Sophie's social life? Or was I right to be concerned? Julie hadn't said anything directly, but I could tell she was getting frustrated with me. And Sophie, well, she was mad. Everything felt off, but I didn't know what to do next. It was clear this wasn't just about a few sleepovers anymore. This was something bigger. It didn't take long for things to escalate further after I set those initial boundaries with Sophie. The following week, Sophie was back to asking if she could stay with Emma every weekend. I had already made it clear that I wasn't comfortable with the idea of her going away for extended periods without me knowing in advance. But Sophie didn't seem to understand. She would insist. "But Mom, Emma's family loves me. They said I can stay as long as I want." I told her she couldn't just go over whenever she wanted. She needed to check with me first. Sophie didn't take it well. She became more and more frustrated with me, saying I was ruining her friendship. Every time I told her no, it felt like she withdrew even more. It was clear she wanted more freedom, more time with Emma's family, and I felt guilty for holding her back. But I couldn't shake the feeling that things were going a bit too far. Then, a few days after the lake house trip, I got a message from Julie. It was one of those casual, over-the-top texts she liked to send me. "Hey Lucy, the girls are having such a great time together. We were thinking of going to the beach next weekend. Would it be okay if Sophie came with us for the weekend? It's going to be such a fun trip." I felt my heart sink. I didn't respond immediately. I stared at the message for a while, unsure of how to handle it. I didn't want to seem controlling, but I didn't like the idea of Sophie going on another weekend trip without me knowing more details. I didn't want to say yes, but I also didn't want to cause more tension between us. It was starting to feel like Julie was getting a little too comfortable pushing these plans on me, and it was making me uncomfortable. I eventually texted back, saying, "Thanks for the offer, Julie, but I'd prefer if Sophie didn't go away for the weekend again so soon. I need to spend some time with her myself." I didn't get a reply right away. I thought maybe Julie would respect my decision, but I was wrong. The next morning, I got a call from her. She was upset, but it wasn't as direct as I expected. She started off by saying, "Oh, I just thought Sophie might enjoy getting away for a bit. She really seemed to love the lake house last time. I thought it would be nice for her to join us again. We're all family, right?" I didn't know how to respond to that. I felt like I was being cornered, like she was trying to make me feel guilty for not letting Sophie go. I tried to stay calm. I told her that while I appreciated the offer, I didn't feel comfortable with Sophie being away for that long without me. I said it wasn't about not trusting her or her family. It was about Sophie needing balance and me needing to know what's going on in her life. Julie didn't take it well. She started to press me, saying things like, "Sophie is so mature for her age. I think she's ready for more independence. She's been talking about coming with us again. She seems so excited. It would really make her happy." That was when I started feeling like this wasn't just about Sophie's happiness anymore. It was about Julie wanting to push her own idea of what was best for Sophie. She wasn't respecting the boundaries I was trying to set. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that Julie wasn't just being friendly. She was pushing. Hard. At this point, I felt like I needed to take control of the situation. I called Sophie into my room after school that day, and we had a serious conversation. I asked her about the beach trip. "Sophie, what exactly did Emma say about going to the beach with her family next weekend?" Sophie immediately lit up. "Oh, they invited me. Emma said it's going to be so much fun. We're going to play games, swim, and I can stay the whole weekend. I told them I wanted to. Mom, it'll be so awesome." I felt a knot form in my stomach. I could tell she really wanted to go. But I also knew this was another situation where I had to step in. I told Sophie I didn't want her to go on the trip, at least not without more discussion. She looked hurt, frustrated, and maybe a little embarrassed by my response. "Mom, why can't I just go? I want to spend time with Emma's family. They're nice, they're fun." I explained that I didn't have any issues with Emma's family, but I wasn't comfortable with her going on trips like that without more notice, and without me knowing more about the details. Sophie didn't seem to understand. She said, "But Mom, you're the only one saying no. Emma's family wants me there. Why are you stopping me from having fun?" That stung. I didn't want to seem like the bad guy, but I knew I had to stand my ground. I told her she could see Emma, but I needed to be involved in the planning. I wasn't going to let her just go off on these unplanned weekend trips. Sophie stormed off, and I felt awful. I could hear her muttering under her breath as she went to her room. Later that evening, I texted Julie. I said, "Thanks, but Sophie won't be able to join you next weekend. We're going to stay home and spend some time together." It wasn't the easiest thing to do, but it felt like the right decision. Julie didn't respond for a few hours. When she did, her message was short and cold. "All right, I'll let you know if we plan something else. Let me know if she changes her mind." I could tell she wasn't happy, but I didn't care. I had made my decision. The next morning, I got a text from Sophie. It was one of those texts that made my stomach drop. "Mom, Emma's mom says I should go spend more time with her family. She said it's no big deal, and I don't need your permission." I didn't even know how to respond to that. The fact that Julie was now directly going around me made my blood boil. I thought about calling Julie to confront her, but I didn't want to escalate things further. I just felt like the lines were being blurred between being a kind, welcoming family and overstepping boundaries. It was like they were trying to take over my role in Sophie's life, and it was making me feel like I was being pushed out. Sophie was quiet for the rest of the day, and I could tell something was off. She wasn't as excited as she usually was after school. She barely spoke to me during dinner. I could tell she was still upset, and I knew it was about Emma's family and me not letting her go on that trip. I hated seeing her so upset, but I also couldn't shake the feeling that I was doing the right thing. That night, after she'd gone to bed, I sat in the living room for a long time, thinking, was I being unreasonable? Was I stifling Sophie's social life because I was afraid of losing control? Or was I right to protect her from being pushed into situations she wasn't ready for? Julie wasn't just inviting Sophie over for a sleepover anymore. She was trying to make Sophie part of their family's activities, and I didn't know if that was a good thing. I was still lost in thought when my phone buzzed. It was a text from Julie. Sophie's such a sweet girl. I think she'll really benefit from spending more time with us. I'll keep you posted on our next plans. I didn't respond right away. I stared at the message for a while, trying to figure out what to say. Was I being paranoid? Or was Julie really pushing too hard? I hadn't spoken to Julie for a few days after the last text, but the tension didn't really fade. It was becoming harder to ignore that I was stuck in this weird place, trying to protect my daughter from a situation that, at the very least, felt unhealthy, but also trying to make sure I didn't push her away by being too overbearing. Sophie had been quieter than usual, and I could tell she wasn't thrilled with how things were going between me and Emma's family. She seemed to be caught between wanting to keep me happy and wanting to keep Emma's mom happy, too. I didn't know how to fix it. A few days later, Sophie came home from school and went straight to her room, not even acknowledging me. This wasn't unusual in itself. She was almost 12, but the way she shut her door without a word made my stomach twist. I decided to give her some space, but after a couple of hours, I went in to check on her. Sophie, we need to talk, I said, trying to keep my voice calm. She didn't look up from her phone but sighed loudly. Mom, I don't want to talk about it. That alone was a sign that things had gone too far. I wasn't sure if she was mad at me for not letting her go on the trip, or if she was just frustrated in general, but something had changed. I just want to understand why you're so upset, I said, sitting on the edge of her bed. She put down her phone and rolled her eyes. It's not fair. You're the only one who says no. Emma's mom says I should come over more. They said I'm welcome anytime. Why don't you let me go? The way she said it, almost like she was accusing me, hit me hard. It was clear she was trying to guilt-trip me into letting her go, and I hated it. Sophie, it's not that I don't trust them, or that I don't want you to have fun with Emma. It's just that I'm not comfortable with how much they're pushing you into things. I need you to understand that. She didn't respond at first, just looked at me like I was some kind of alien. I just want to have fun, Sophie finally muttered, and my heart sank. Was I really ruining everything for her just because I was scared? Was I being unreasonable? I thought I was just protecting her from being manipulated, but in that moment, I couldn't help but feel like I was the one making things worse. The next few days passed in a blur. Sophie barely spoke to me, and when she did, it was usually about how she wanted to hang out with Emma more. She'd ask if she could go to their house, if she could join them for a movie night, and every time I said no, it felt like I was shutting her out more. At one point, Sophie came home with a note from Emma, asking if she could stay over again that weekend. I almost didn't want to read it, but I did. The note was innocent enough, just a casual invitation for a sleepover. But I knew it wasn't just about the sleepover anymore. Julie was still pushing. The message was signed, "Can't wait to see you, Sophie. You're always welcome here." Something about it felt so forceful, like they were trying to make Sophie feel guilty for not saying yes. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to cut Sophie off from her friend, but it felt like Emma's family was trying to take over, like they were making decisions for Sophie without my input. I couldn't just let this go on. I knew I had to put my foot down once, and for all, even if it meant making Sophie angry at me. The next morning, I called Sophie into the kitchen before school. "We need to talk, Sophie," I said, trying to sound as calm as possible. She rolled her eyes but sat down. "What now, Mom?" I sighed. "You can't just keep going over there all the time without checking with me first. I've let you stay over at Emma's house a few times, but I need you to understand that I'm not okay with you going on these trips without us talking about it. I'm your mom, Sophie. I need to know where you are and what's going on." Sophie stared at me, her face a mixture of frustration and confusion. "But Mom, it's not fair. I just want to have fun with Emma. I want to go to the lake house. I want to go to the beach. You never let me do anything." I felt my patience starting to wear thin. "You're 11 years old, Sophie. You don't need to be going on weekend trips with other families. I'm not trying to ruin your life. I just don't think you should be going on these trips without me knowing where you are and who you're with." Sophie crossed her arms and glared at me. "So you just don't want me to have friends anymore?" "No, that's not what I'm saying at all," I shot back, feeling defensive. "But I need to set boundaries, and you need to respect them. You're not old enough to be making these kinds of decisions without me involved." Sophie stood up and stormed off to her room. "Whatever," she muttered, slamming the door behind her. I could feel my stomach sinking. This wasn't how I wanted things to go. But I couldn't shake the feeling that if I didn't stick to my guns, things were only going to get worse. That evening, after dinner, I sat down with my phone. I was trying to figure out how to respond to Julie's latest text, but I felt paralyzed. Should I just tell her everything, confront her about pushing Sophie too much? Should I let it go? I didn't want to make things worse, but I also didn't want to feel like I was losing control of the situation. Finally, I decided to call Julie. I couldn't do this over text anymore. It was time to set some clear boundaries with her. She picked up almost immediately. "Hey, Lucy, how are you?" she asked, her voice too bright, too chipper. "I'm fine, but we need to talk about something," I said, cutting straight to the point. "I've been feeling like you've been pushing Sophie a bit too much with these trips. It's one thing to invite her for a sleepover or a day trip, but it's another thing to push for weekend getaways or make it seem like she has to come. I don't think that's okay, Julie." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Finally, Julie said, "Lucy, I'm just trying to help Sophie have fun. She loves spending time with us, and we love having her. We're just trying to make her feel included." "I understand that," I replied, trying to stay calm. "But it's my job to make sure Sophie is comfortable with all of this. And right now, she's not. She's already feeling a lot of pressure from you, and it's causing a lot of tension between us. I'm not okay with the way things have been going." Julie didn't respond right away. When she did, her voice was colder than usual. "Well, if you don't want Sophie spending time with us, that's your choice. But don't blame me when she's upset with you for not letting her do the things she wants to do." I felt my blood pressure rising. "I'm not blaming you, Julie. I'm just saying that I need you to respect my decisions as a parent. Sophie can still be friends with Emma, but I need to be more involved in the plans you're making for her." Julie's tone changed, becoming more defensive. "I'm just trying to help, Lucy. But if you want to keep things like this between us, I can respect that. I don't want to step on your toes." I didn't know how to respond to that. I felt like she was trying to manipulate me, like she was making me feel guilty for setting boundaries. I didn't want to fight, but I knew I couldn't back down. "I'm just trying to do what's best for Sophie, Julie. I hope you can understand that." There was a long silence before she finally said, "We'll see." I hung up the phone feeling more conflicted than ever. I didn't know if I was doing the right thing, but I was pretty sure this wasn't over yet. Sophie was still upset with me, and Julie clearly wasn't going to give up easily. But as I sat there, thinking about everything that had happened, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was losing control of the situation. I was trying to be a good mom, but was I just making everything worse by pushing back too hard? And if I kept saying no, would Sophie just pull away from me entirely? Story 9. Am I the asshole for rescheduling my sister's wedding without her permission? I've been dealing with my sister Lucy, 28, and my mom for months now. I'm 32, an event planner by profession, and my life revolves around managing tight schedules and details. So when Lucy asked me to help plan her wedding, I agreed, thinking I could take the load off her. But honestly, I should have known better. Lucy is the type who floats through life without worrying about deadlines, organization, or any of the finer details. I thought if I stepped in, I could help her get things on track. I thought it would be easy after all. How hard could it be to plan a wedding, right? The wedding was set for late September, which was already a problem. September is always my busiest month at work. But Lucy seemed set on that date. And, honestly, I didn't want to seem like the negative sister who put a damper on her plans, so I didn't say anything. I should have known that if she couldn't handle a simple timeline for a wedding, she'd never manage the actual planning herself. The trouble started when Lucy began putting off the important decisions. She couldn't decide on a venue for weeks, and when she finally picked one, she didn't check if it was available on the date she wanted. Then came the photographer, the catering, the flowers, all the basic things that should have been figured out months ago. She kept saying, "We'll figure it out, we'll figure it out." But at the same time, she was asking me to pick up the slack and fix all the problems. 2 weeks before the wedding, I finally had enough. I got a phone call from her around 9 p.m. one night. I could barely understand her through the panic. Apparently, she had decided she didn't like the venue anymore, and she wanted to change the entire wedding setup again. She told me the photographer was too generic, the catering wasn't fancy enough, and she wasn't feeling the vibe of the whole thing. She wanted to change it all, and she was basically in full-blown meltdown mode. I'm used to working under pressure, so I took a deep breath and tried to manage the situation calmly. I told her it wasn't possible to change all these things so close to the date. The venue was booked, deposits were paid, and contracts were signed. There was no way to undo all of that in a matter of days. I told her that the best option was to work with what we had and make the most of it. But of course, she didn't listen. She kept saying, "No, I need to change it. It's not what I wanted. I'll deal with the costs." I could feel my patience thinning. My job is to manage expectations and make things happen under tight deadlines. But I've never been in a situation like this. I tried to reason with her, but it felt like talking to a brick wall. Every time I pointed out a practical issue, she'd just dismiss it, like it didn't matter. "You always make things work, Rebecca. You'll figure it out," she kept saying. It was so frustrating. No matter how much I explained, no matter how reasonable I tried to be, she refused to understand the mess she was creating. Then she dropped the bombshell. She wanted to change the date. At that moment, I felt like my brain short-circuited. I told her that there was no way I could just move the wedding date a few days before the event. It wasn't like she could just reschedule everything at the last minute. But to my surprise, she wasn't deterred. "We can make it work. Just push the wedding back. We'll figure it out," she insisted. I don't even know what came over me. I just snapped. I'd been putting out fire after fire for weeks, dealing with her procrastination, her last-minute whims, and now she was asking me to work a miracle again. Something inside me just broke. I hung up, called the venue, and moved the wedding date without asking her. I'm not proud of it. I didn't call her, didn't even send a message. I just did it. The wedding was originally set for late September, but I moved it to December, giving us more time to sort everything out. I figured the extra months would give us some breathing room to fix everything that was wrong with the plans. I even called the photographer to reschedule. Everything. All in one night. I thought I was doing what was best for her, for everyone, but I didn't expect what happened next. The next morning, Lucy called me in a complete rage. She was beyond furious. The first thing she said was, "What the hell did you do?" I had no idea what she was talking about. And then she told me that she'd found out I'd rescheduled the wedding without even asking her. At first, I thought maybe she'd be relieved or grateful. I mean, we were in crisis mode. But no, she wasn't happy at all. She was livid. She told me I'd ruined everything. I tried to explain that I was just trying to make sure it went smoothly. But no, all she heard was that I was taking over. She accused me of acting like the wedding wasn't hers, of thinking I knew better than her. She said I'd taken away her right to make decisions about her own day. I couldn't believe it. I told her I was doing it because I cared and didn't want her wedding to fall apart. But she didn't see it that way. Lucy kept yelling at me, saying that I couldn't just go around changing things because I thought I knew best. I kept saying, "But Lucy, you weren't planning to change anything until the last minute. Everything was falling apart." But she wasn't hearing it. She said it didn't matter how chaotic the planning was. It was her wedding, and I had no right to change it. I was the bad guy for trying to help, and that stung. I thought maybe she just needed time to calm down. So I texted her later that day, apologizing, even though I didn't think I had much to apologize for. I told her I just wanted everything to be perfect, and I thought rescheduling was the only way to make sure it didn't turn into a disaster. I never expected her to respond the way she did. That night, I found out she'd told our mom what happened. And, of course, Mom was on Lucy's side. She called me, saying I was being too controlling, that I should have just let Lucy handle it herself, even though she obviously couldn't. Mom said I should have given Lucy more space to make her own decisions. The way she said it, you'd think I'd committed some unforgivable offense. To make things worse, other family members started calling, texting, and getting involved. Some said I'd done the right thing after all. The wedding was in chaos. But others agreed with Lucy and Mom, saying I shouldn't have overstepped. I didn't know who to listen to anymore. The more I tried to explain my side, the more everyone seemed to turn against me. Lucy refused to talk to me after that. She ignored my calls, my messages, everything. I couldn't figure out what to do next. I thought about offering to hand over the planning entirely to someone else, but I wasn't sure if that would make things better or worse. I never meant to steal her thunder, but that's exactly how she saw it. At this point, I felt like I was caught in the middle of a situation I created. The wedding was still weeks away, but it already felt like a disaster waiting to happen. And no matter what I did or said, it seemed like nothing was going to fix things. Lucy was too angry. My mom was too disappointed. And I was left wondering if I'd gone too far. The fallout was worse than I expected. I had hoped that after the initial shock, Lucy would come around and see that I was just trying to help. But instead, it felt like I had lit a match and tossed it into a powder keg. Lucy's anger was intense, but more than that, it felt like she had completely shut me out. I didn't hear from her for days after I texted my apology. I kept trying to reach out, hoping she'd calm down and maybe be a little more reasonable. But she didn't even acknowledge my messages. It was like I had disappeared from her world, and it hurt. I had tried so hard to be there for her, to be the sister she could rely on, and now she wouldn't even talk to me. Then came the real blow. My mom got involved, of course. She called me the day after Lucy, and I had our big argument. And it was as if the world was crashing down around me. My mom told me I had crossed the line, and that what I did was unacceptable. She said that Lucy was the one who had every right to make the decisions about her wedding, and I shouldn't have taken that from her. I couldn't believe it. I told my mom the same thing I'd told Lucy, that I was just trying to make sure the wedding went smoothly. But she wasn't listening. All she heard was that I had overstepped, and she made it clear that she sided with Lucy. That's when I started to feel completely alone in this. I tried explaining the reality of the situation to my mom. Lucy was all over the place with planning, leaving everything to the last minute, and I could already see it falling apart. I didn't want her to have a wedding that was a disaster, and I certainly didn't want to be the one cleaning up the mess afterward. But my mom just didn't understand. She kept saying I needed to step back, that it was Lucy's day, and I had no right to take control of it. This was the first time I realized just how badly I had misjudged everything. I thought I was helping, but now I felt like I had ruined everything. I couldn't help but feel that I was stuck in the middle, trying to fix a problem that no one else was willing to deal with. And yet, I was being made out to be the villain. Days turned into a week, and the silence from Lucy was deafening. I tried to talk to her again, this time through a calm, well thought out message. I explained that I had done what I thought was best, that I only wanted to help. I even tried offering to hand the planning back over to her. I told her I was willing to let go of the reins if that's what she really wanted. But still, no response. I could feel myself growing more and more frustrated, not just with her, but with myself. I had acted impulsively, thinking I knew what was best, but now I couldn't undo it. It was too late. My mom didn't help the situation. She started calling me almost daily, asking if I'd made up with Lucy yet. She kept pushing me to apologize again, telling me that the wedding was supposed to be Lucy's big day, and I had no business getting involved like that. Every time I tried to explain that I was just trying to make sure everything would go smoothly, she would dismiss me, saying I was being too stubborn and that I needed to let go. The problem was, I didn't want to let go. I had put so much energy into trying to fix things that it felt impossible to just step back and pretend everything was fine. I couldn't pretend it wasn't my responsibility to help when I could see the chaos unfolding before me. But every time I tried to explain, I felt like I was just digging myself deeper into a hole. Finally, after nearly a week of complete silence, Lucy reached out. But it wasn't the apology or understanding I was hoping for. Instead, it was a simple, curt message that said, "You need to fix this, or I'll call off the wedding." That hit me like a punch to the gut. The wedding she was supposed to be planning was now something she was threatening to cancel because of me. I tried to remain calm. I really did. But I could feel the weight of the situation crashing down on me. Lucy was saying she'd cancel the wedding, and suddenly, I realized just how far I had fallen. My actions, however well-intentioned, had pushed her to the point where she was willing to call everything off. I called her. I needed to hear her voice, even if it was going to be angry or full of accusations. But when she picked up, I could barely get a word in. She immediately started demanding that I fix everything. I could hear the tears in her voice. She was upset, angry, and hurt. But there was something else too. She was scared. She was scared that everything was going to fall apart, and that the wedding she had dreamed of was slipping through her fingers. I understood that, but it was hard to hear because it felt like she was blaming me for everything that had gone wrong. I tried to explain that I was only trying to help. I told her I hadn't wanted to take over. I just didn't want the wedding to fall apart at the last minute. But she wasn't hearing me. Every time I spoke, she cut me off, telling me I didn't have the right to do what I did. She said it wasn't my place, that I needed to step back and let her take control. At that point, I felt completely helpless. I wanted to fix things, but I didn't know how. Every attempt to make it better felt like it was only making things worse. I wasn't sure if there was anything left to salvage, but I couldn't just stand by and let the whole thing fall apart. I was trying to think of a way out of this mess, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized that the situation had escalated far beyond what I had imagined. It was then that I realized I had no real control over this situation. I could keep apologizing, keep trying to explain my actions, but in the end, I couldn't undo the damage. What I had done was done. Lucy's wedding, her plans, her emotions, they were no longer in my hands. I had tried to help, but instead, I had made everything more complicated. I started wondering if this was really my fault, if I was the one who had messed it all up. The more I thought about it, the less sure I became of my own actions. As the days dragged on, I started getting messages from other family members, each one asking if I had made up with Lucy yet. It felt like everyone was on Lucy's side, but no one seemed to understand that I was trying to make the best out of a terrible situation. The more people asked me about it, the more I felt like I was losing control of the narrative. I didn't know how to fix things. Every idea I had seemed to make things worse, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I had made a huge mistake, one that I couldn't undo. I thought maybe I could still talk to Lucy. Maybe she would calm down. But I had no idea if that was even possible at this point. The wedding was still weeks away, but it felt like everything was already falling apart. I tried to focus on work to take my mind off everything. I needed a distraction, something that didn't involve Lucy or the wedding. But even at work, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. It was like a weight that I couldn't shake, no matter how hard I tried. I kept wondering if there was a way to fix this. If I could find a way to show Lucy that I wasn't trying to take over, that I wasn't trying to control her wedding. But the more I tried to think through the situation, the more I realized that I had no idea what to do next. And that terrified me. The weeks that followed were some of the most tense and confusing days I've ever had with my family. I kept trying to apologize, trying to fix things, but nothing seemed to work. Lucy still wouldn't talk to me, and Mom's calls were just a constant reminder of how I had screwed up. I thought maybe giving her some space would help, but it only seemed to make things worse. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that I had no idea what to do anymore. I didn't know where to go from here. I had tried the calm, logical approach. I had apologized. I had offered to step back completely. And yet, nothing had changed. The more I thought about it, the more I understood that this wasn't just about the wedding anymore. It was about something deeper between me and Lucy. I had overstepped in a way that made her feel like I didn't trust her to handle her own life. And I didn't know how to get that trust back. After another week of silence, I decided to send Lucy a message. I thought maybe, if I just laid everything out for her, explained again why I did what I did, and how much I regretted making her feel like I was taking control, maybe that would break the silence. I was still trying to fix things, even though it felt like no matter what I did, I was always making things worse. But I couldn't let go of the idea that somehow I could make this right. I poured my heart into the message, telling her I understood why she was angry, that I should have communicated better and asked for her permission first, and that I never intended to take her moment away from her. I promised her that I was just trying to save the wedding, and that I'd be willing to step back completely if she wanted to take over. I didn't hear back for days. Then, when I finally got a response, it wasn't what I was hoping for. She basically told me that she didn't want to talk to me anymore. She said I had ruined everything, and that there was no going back. I didn't know what to do with that. I felt like I was being punished for trying to help, and now I wasn't even sure if there was a way out. I could feel the distance between us growing wider by the day. It wasn't just about the wedding anymore, it was about our relationship as sisters. I kept trying to reach out, but every attempt was met with cold silence. It was like she had completely shut me out of her life, and that hurt more than anything else. I had spent years trying to be a good sister, always there when she needed me, always the one to help pick up the pieces when things went wrong. But now, it felt like I was the one being shut out, like I didn't matter anymore. One evening, I had a conversation with my mom that really shook me. She called me, sounding more frustrated than I had heard her in weeks. She told me that I needed to let it go and stop apologizing. She said that Lucy was too emotional and would come around eventually, but that I needed to stop trying so hard. It was like Mom was telling me to back off completely, that by constantly trying to fix things, I was only making it worse. She told me that I had to stop being the fixer in the family and let Lucy handle her own drama. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was that Lucy wasn't handling it. She was completely shutting me out, and I couldn't just pretend like that was okay. But I didn't know how to fix it anymore. Every time I tried to talk to her, it felt like I was making the situation worse. And now, even Mom was telling me to let go. But I couldn't. At this point, I started second guessing everything. Maybe I had been too impulsive in moving the wedding date. Maybe I had overreacted. Maybe I had done exactly what Lucy had accused me of, taking over something that wasn't mine. But I couldn't help thinking that I had done what needed to be done. If I hadn't stepped in, who knows how the wedding would have turned out. But the more I thought about it, the more I started to wonder if that was even my place. Maybe I had crossed a line. Maybe I should have just stayed out of it. But then again, what kind of sister would I be if I let the whole thing fall apart? The tension in our family was unbearable. I couldn't focus on anything at work anymore because I couldn't stop thinking about what was happening with Lucy. I had tried everything I knew, and none of it had worked. I felt like I had tried to fix the problem, but now it felt like I had made it so much worse. I knew that Lucy was hurting. She had built up this entire vision of her wedding, and I had completely upended it. But at the same time, I couldn't help but feel like she was being unreasonable. Yes, she had been stressed and overwhelmed, but that didn't mean I should have just sat back and let her make a mess of everything. And now, it seemed like no matter how much I apologized, no matter how many times I told her I was just trying to help, it wasn't enough. Then, a couple of days ago, I got a call from my mom again. She was upset and angry, and she told me that Lucy was considering calling off the wedding altogether. She said Lucy was having second thoughts and felt like everything had been ruined by my actions. I couldn't believe it. The wedding I had been trying to save was now on the brink of collapse, and it felt like it was all my fault. I didn't know how to react. Part of me wanted to apologize again, to beg Lucy to forgive me, but I knew that wouldn't work. She had made it clear that she didn't want anything to do with me. So I just listened to my mom vent, knowing that nothing I said would change Lucy's mind. I didn't know how to fix this, and I couldn't help but feel like I had failed her. I had tried to step in and help, but now I felt like I had only made everything worse. So now, here I am, stuck in the middle of a situation I can't fix. I've tried everything, and nothing has worked. I've apologized, offered to step back, and even tried to explain myself, but Lucy refuses to talk to me. My mom is frustrated with me for not letting go, and I'm just stuck. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm left wondering, should I have just stayed out of it? Was I wrong to try and take control of something that wasn't mine? Should I have just let Lucy handle her own mess, even if it meant the wedding would have been a disaster? I'm not sure anymore. Story 10. Am I wrong for refusing to help my estranged mother after she suddenly reappeared in my life? I, Natalie, 34, have been living a pretty peaceful life for the past decade, considering everything that's happened in my past. My relationship with my mother, Sharon, has been non-existent for about 15 years. She was always more interested in chasing after whatever new hobby or relationship or business idea came her way than actually being there for me. When I was 19, I realized it wasn't worth trying anymore, so I cut her out of my life completely. I don't think I ever really had a chance to miss her. Growing up, I always felt like I was in her way more than anything else. Her world was full of endless chaos, failed marriages, unstable jobs, impulsive decisions, and I was just another responsibility she didn't want. I never really thought about Sharon much after I left home. It wasn't like she tried to stay in touch, and I didn't reach out either. For a long time, I focused on building my own life, getting through college, and then eventually starting a freelance career in graphic design. I built a new support system of friends, and even started therapy to deal with the emotional scars. Life was fine. I felt like I had finally gotten past the anger, the resentment, the feelings of being abandoned. I had learned to live without her, and I honestly didn't think about her at all for years. Then last week, I got a message from an unknown number. It was from Sharon. At first, I thought it was spam or some weird wrong number. But I recognized her name at the top of the message. She said something like, "Natalie, it's been too long. I know I haven't been a good mom, but I've changed. I need your help. Can we talk?" I didn't even know how to react. My first instinct was to ignore it. But she texted me a few more times that day. And then the next day, the next. She said she was going through a tough time and just really needed to talk. I thought about blocking her, but something in me stopped me from doing that. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe a part of me wanted answers, even though I knew deep down it was a terrible idea. I didn't respond at all. But then I got another message saying, "I'm in your city. I'd love to see you. Can I come by?" I had to read it twice. After all these years, she was just showing up in my life again, like no time had passed. I told myself I wasn't going to let her in. There was no way I was going to let her back in. But then she showed up. It was late afternoon when I heard a knock at my door. I wasn't expecting anyone, and I thought it was probably a mistake, maybe some neighbor or delivery person. But when I opened the door, there she was, Sharon, standing there with a duffel bag and this sad, almost pleading expression on her face. "I know it's been a long time," she said, almost like she was reading from a script. "But I really need your help. I've been through a lot. Can I stay with you for a little while? I just need a place to stay. I can't get back on my feet without some help." My stomach dropped. It was like a punch to the gut. She hadn't even texted to warn me she was showing up. And now she was standing on my doorstep, asking to move in, like everything was normal. She looked so different, older, frail, like she hadn't taken care of herself at all. I almost didn't recognize her at first. I didn't know how to respond. I wanted to tell her to leave. I wanted to tell her that I hadn't seen her in over 15 years and didn't owe her anything. But she was standing there, vulnerable, looking at me like I was her last hope. Part of me felt sorry for her, but the other part felt furious. Furious that after all this time, after everything she'd done, she had the nerve to show up like this. But instead of saying all that, I just stood there, silently. "I don't know," was all I managed to say. I was still trying to process everything. I was conflicted, and I didn't know what to do. She kept saying she needed me, that she'd learned from her past mistakes, that she was a different person now. She told me how she'd hit rock bottom, how she was staying with some friends, but it wasn't working out, and how she had nowhere else to go. I told her I wasn't sure if I could help her, that I needed time to think. I wasn't about to invite her back into my life without a good reason. But she pushed. "Just for tonight," she said. "I promise, I won't be a burden. I'll be out in the morning. I just need a place to stay tonight." I wasn't ready to make any decisions, but it felt like I had no choice. I told her she could stay for one night. Just one night. But that was it. In the back of my mind, I knew I was probably making a mistake, but I just couldn't get myself to turn her away. I didn't know what else to do. She walked in without waiting for an invitation. She didn't ask where to put her things, or if it was okay. She just started unpacking her bag like she belonged there. She hung her jacket up on the coat rack, set her things down on the couch, and started talking about how much she had changed. It felt like she was already making herself at home, like she thought she'd be staying for much longer. I could feel the anxiety building in my chest. I didn't want her here. I didn't want to be responsible for her again, not after everything. I told her I needed to get back to work, that I'd need some space. She said she understood, but then started talking about old times, about how things were different back then. I didn't want to rehash old memories. I didn't want to talk about the past. I had moved on. But she kept pushing, trying to make small talk, talking about how much she regretted everything, how sorry she was for not being there. I just didn't believe her. I knew the cycle. This was her thing, making promises and then breaking them. I'd seen it too many times. That night, I barely slept. I kept hearing her moving around in the living room, rustling through her bag, unpacking something. Every time I thought I could finally relax, I'd remember she was here, and it made my heart race. The whole thing felt wrong. She didn't belong here. I didn't even know how to deal with her presence. Part of me wanted to tell her to leave immediately, but the other part was terrified of the fallout. I couldn't predict what would happen if I turned her away. By morning, I knew I couldn't do this. I couldn't let her stay. I had to set boundaries. When I finally got up, she was already up too, sitting on the couch with a cup of coffee, acting like everything was fine, like this was a normal visit. I had to talk to her. I needed to tell her that she couldn't stay, that it wasn't going to work. But when I brought it up, she got defensive. And not just a little defensive, she went on the attack. "You don't understand, do you?" she said, her voice shaking. "I've tried everything. I've been trying to make up for all my mistakes, but you won't even give me a chance." I knew then that I couldn't handle this. I knew that no matter what I did, I was going to be the bad guy. The next morning, things started to feel even more uncomfortable than they had the night before. Sharon was already up, sitting on the couch like she'd been there for days, sipping coffee and scrolling on her phone. She'd taken off her jacket and made herself completely at home. I was already on edge, but the real tension hit the moment I realized she was expecting this to go on longer than just one night. She wasn't even acknowledging that I'd said it was only temporary. I didn't want to drag this out any longer than I had to, so I took a deep breath and told her we needed to talk. I couldn't keep pretending that this wasn't completely off. I needed to lay down some ground rules if she was going to stay here, if she was going to stay at all. At first, she seemed to take it well. She nodded and agreed that it was okay to talk. But then, as I started getting into specifics, it became clear she wasn't as on board with my boundaries as she was letting on. I told her that I wasn't comfortable with her staying long term, that she could stay for one night, but she needed to figure out other arrangements. I wasn't in a place where I could just have her move in and settle down here, especially when we hadn't spoken in over 15 years. Her expression changed almost immediately. She stopped nodding, and I could see her jaw tighten. I tried to keep my tone calm, but I was starting to feel frustrated. She said, "You don't understand. I'm not asking for a lot. I just need a roof over my head until I get back on my feet." I reminded her that I had my own life to live, that I wasn't in a position to take care of her the way she was asking. She quickly turned it into a guilt trip, saying that she was doing the best she could and that it wasn't her fault she was in this situation. The way she said it, like she wanted me to feel sorry for her, like I was supposed to be the one to fix her, set me off. I was so tired of being the one who had to pick up the pieces of her mistakes, and I wasn't going to do it again. But as soon as I pushed back and said no again, she became more defensive. She told me that I was being heartless and that I should have more empathy after everything she'd been through. She started listing off all these things that had supposedly happened to her, how she had struggled with her mental health, and how she was just starting over again after a bad breakup. She claimed that she was a different person now, that she wasn't the same irresponsible, selfish woman she used to be. I didn't buy it. I knew better. Her history was full of excuses, promises of change, and nothing ever following through. I couldn't count the number of times I had heard similar stories from her in the past, each one just a variation of the same thing. She was always the victim, always the one who needed saving, and I was always the one expected to pick up the pieces. I told her again that it wasn't my responsibility to fix her problems, that I wasn't going to give in to her manipulations. She started to cry, saying I was too angry, and that I had no idea what she had been through. She said that all she wanted was a chance to reconnect with me, that she regretted losing touch all these years, but the words felt hollow. I couldn't help but wonder why it had taken her so long to reach out if she was really so remorseful. As she started to cry, I felt a pang of guilt. It wasn't that I didn't care at all. It was just that I didn't want to put myself through the same emotional roller coaster I had gone through with her when I was younger. I didn't want to get sucked back into her drama. I had worked too hard to build my own life, to make peace with the past, and I wasn't about to let her drag me back into it. But she wasn't hearing any of it. She just kept crying, kept making excuses, and that's when I snapped. I told her she had to leave. I told her she couldn't stay here anymore. It wasn't easy, but I knew I had to do it. This wasn't going to end well if I kept letting her in. She was already overstepping boundaries by just showing up like this without any warning, and I wasn't about to let her stay any longer. Her response was immediate, and it was exactly what I expected. She got angry, really angry. She accused me of being cold and heartless, and said that I was throwing away my chance to be a family by not helping her out. She told me that if I really loved her, I would do this for her. That family was supposed to help each other. It felt like the same old guilt trip, and it made my skin crawl. I stood my ground. I told her I wasn't going to be manipulated into helping her, that she couldn't stay here. But she wouldn't stop. She raised her voice, saying that I was no better than my father, who had also abandoned us. She accused me of throwing away everything we could have built, of being just like him. The comparison hit a nerve. My father had left when I was little, and Sharon had never been any better. She had always been the one leaving, the one who never stuck around. I had to remind myself to breathe. I was done with her using my past against me. Done with her trying to make me feel guilty for things I had no control over. But she didn't stop. She said that this was my chance to fix things, that if I really cared, I'd open up my heart to her. But nothing had changed. She was still the same person she had always been, the same manipulative, self-centered person who wanted others to clean up her mess. She started packing her things, still crying, still telling me how much I was hurting her. I didn't know what else to say. I felt drained. I was so tired of her trying to guilt-trip me into doing what she wanted. When she picked up her bag to leave, she turned to me one last time and said, "You'll regret this. You'll see. You'll regret turning your back on your own mother." I didn't respond. I couldn't. The words were stuck in my throat. I had to hold it together. I told her I'd call a cab for her if she needed it, but I wasn't going to offer her a ride. She didn't respond to that. She just walked out, slamming the door behind her. The silence after she left was deafening. I stood there for a few minutes, processing everything. I had just told my own mother to leave. I had just thrown her out of my life again. I felt like I should feel something: guilt, regret, maybe even relief, but all I felt was a little numb. I wasn't sure what to feel. I knew it was the right thing to do, but it didn't feel good. It didn't feel like closure. I didn't hear from her for the rest of the day. I figured I wouldn't hear from her at all. But then that night, my phone buzzed. It was a message from her. I didn't open it immediately. I didn't want to deal with her right then. But after a while, I gave in and opened the message. It was just a few lines, but they hit harder than I expected. She told me that I was cold and heartless, and that I'd destroyed any chance of a relationship with her. She said I was going to regret my decision, that I was pushing her away when she needed me most. She told me I was no better than my father, and that I would die alone without anyone to help me, just like her. Reading it made me feel like I was being attacked all over again. But at the same time, it didn't feel real. It didn't feel like she was actually trying to fix things. It felt like she was just trying to control me again. And that was the last thing I wanted. I put my phone down and didn't respond. I didn't need to. I didn't owe her anything. But then things started to get complicated. A few hours later, I got a call from my aunt. She was upset. She said that Sharon had been calling her and other family members, telling them what happened, and now everyone was saying I was wrong for turning her away. My aunt said I needed to forgive Sharon and that I should give her a chance to get back on her feet. She said I was being too harsh, that family was supposed to help each other, no matter what. My cousin also messaged me, saying I should let her stay and that I'd be sorry later. They both said I was ruining my chances of ever having a relationship with her again. I felt the weight of their words. Should I have let her stay? Should I have helped her more? I didn't know anymore. But the guilt was starting to creep in. The next few days felt like a fog. I was constantly bombarded with messages from Sharon, from my aunt, from my cousin, and even some of my old friends who had heard about what happened. Everyone seemed to have an opinion on what I should have done, what I should still do. I wasn't just angry anymore, I was confused, overwhelmed by the pressure of everyone telling me how I'd screwed up. I hadn't realized how many people still saw my mother as a victim, or at least as someone deserving of sympathy. I kept thinking about Sharon's messages and how she made me feel like I was the one in the wrong. She kept telling me that I was cutting her out for good, and that this was my last chance to make things right. It felt manipulative, like she was trying to force me into a decision before I could fully think things through. It was the same old pattern, guilt tripping, making me feel responsible for her life, for her mistakes. But despite everything, I still couldn't shake the feeling that I'd made the right call. But then came the phone call. It was late in the evening, just as I was winding down for the night. I had spent most of the day trying to ignore my phone, but it kept buzzing with notifications. When I saw her name on the caller ID, I almost didn't answer. But I did. I don't know why. Maybe I thought there was something I needed to hear. Or maybe I just wanted to put an end to the whole thing. The first thing Sharon said when I picked up was, "I know what you're thinking. You think I'm just going to keep asking for more, don't you?" I didn't say anything. I didn't want to give her the satisfaction of knowing I was listening. But she kept going, telling me that she understood why I was upset, why I didn't trust her. She said she knew she had made mistakes, but that she was trying to fix herself. She said she was done running, and that she was done making excuses. She told me she was going to go to therapy, and that she was finally getting her life together. She even said she had started a new job, that she was working hard to be better. It sounded like a different person. She wasn't begging or crying this time. She sounded calm, almost resigned. But as much as I wanted to believe her, I couldn't ignore the years of history that said otherwise. She had said things like this before, promises that never materialized. She had always said she was going to change, but it was always temporary, never real. After a long silence, she asked if I could forgive her. She didn't say please, but it was implied. "Can we start over? Can you at least try to trust me?" she asked, her voice almost pleading. It hit me harder than I expected. I wasn't sure what she meant by starting over, or if I could ever trust her again. But the question lingered in my mind for days. Could I forgive her? Was it even possible to rebuild something with someone who had abandoned me so many times? The guilt was eating at me. My aunt called me again the next morning. She said Sharon had been in tears about what had happened, and that she couldn't believe I had thrown her out. My aunt told me that family is supposed to be there for each other, that I was making a mistake by refusing to help her. She said Sharon had changed, and that I was going to regret not giving her a chance. I was so tired of hearing that. I didn't feel like I owed Sharon anything anymore. But my aunt's words made me second-guess everything. What if I was wrong? What if Sharon really had changed, and I was just too stubborn to see it? I talked to my therapist about it. I didn't go into all the details, but I told her how I was feeling, how torn I was about what to do. She didn't tell me what to do, but she did ask a lot of questions. She made me think about what I wanted for myself, not what Sharon wanted or what my family wanted, but what I needed. "What's the end goal for you?" she asked. "What would make you feel at peace?" That question stayed with me for a while. I wasn't sure. I didn't know if I could ever feel at peace with Sharon in my life again. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how much emotional baggage I still carried. And it wasn't just about Sharon. It was about all the years I spent trying to repair myself, trying to heal from the damage she caused. I didn't want to open that door again, not when I had worked so hard to close it. But I couldn't just ignore the possibility that I was shutting her out for good, that I might never have another chance to fix things. I thought about her loneliness, about the things she had said about feeling abandoned by everyone in her life. Was I making the same mistake she made by pushing her away? It was hard to tell who was right. Everyone seemed to have a different perspective. Some of my friends told me that I had every right to keep her out of my life. They said I had set healthy boundaries and shouldn't feel guilty for protecting myself. But then I'd get messages from my family telling me I was too hard on her, that I should give her a second chance. Eventually, I did something I hadn't done in years. I reached out to her. I texted Sharon and asked if we could meet in person. I didn't tell her I was forgiving her, or that I was even close to making any decisions. I just told her I wanted to talk. I didn't know what I expected from that meeting, but I thought it might give me some clarity. We met at a coffee shop, one of those neutral places where you don't have to deal with all the complicated emotions of inviting someone into your personal space. I could tell she was nervous, but she smiled when she saw me, and for a second, it almost felt like nothing had changed. She apologized again, but it didn't feel like she was just saying the words. It felt like she was genuinely trying to explain herself. She talked about the mistakes she made, the things she regretted. She didn't ask for my forgiveness right away. She said she understood that I needed time. I listened, but I didn't respond right away. I wasn't ready to make any promises. I had a lot of mixed feelings, and I needed time to process them all. We talked for a while longer, mostly about the past, about where we had been. When we parted ways, it felt like something had shifted. I didn't know what, but it felt like maybe there was a possibility for a future where we could coexist without all the emotional manipulation. But even after that meeting, I didn't feel sure of what I wanted. I didn't feel any closer to a decision. The guilt still lingered, and the pressure from my family hadn't let up. Sharon sent me a message later that day thanking me for meeting with her, and I felt this sense of unease in my chest. Was I really ready to open that door again? Would I regret it if I did? Or would I regret it if I didn't? I'm still not sure what the right answer is. I don't know if I can trust her again, but part of me wonders if this could be my last chance to fix things. Am I being too harsh, or am I just protecting myself? Story 11. Am I wrong for confronting my sister about treating our parents like her personal bank? I've been holding this in for way too long, and last weekend, I finally exploded. My sister Emily has always treated our parents like an ATM, and I've had enough. I'm Sarah, 29, and I've been trying to be the responsible, independent one in the family. But it feels like Emily gets all the perks while I'm left to pick up the pieces. I'm sure I'm not the only one dealing with a sibling who just can't seem to take responsibility. But let me give you the background first. Emily is 24, and she's the youngest of us too. Growing up, she was always a bit more spoiled than I was. My parents treated her like she was still 5 years old, even when she was in her 20s. She never had to work hard for anything. If she needed money, she would just ask our mom or dad. And no matter what, they always gave it to her. It was just how it was. I never understood it, honestly. I had to work since I was 16 to buy anything I wanted. And even then, I didn't ask for help unless it was a real emergency. But Emily, she didn't think twice. She was the princess in the family, and my parents were happy to keep her on a pedestal. The problem started when she got her first real job after graduating college. Instead of using the opportunity to become independent, she leaned even harder on our parents. She'd ask them to pay for everything, from her rent to her weekend trips to the beach. And they always did. It was like they couldn't say no to her. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here watching them struggle to save money for their retirement. And Emily's out there buying new clothes every other week or taking spontaneous trips to places I could never afford. I've tried to talk to them about it. I've tried to bring it up gently, even tried to joke about it. But my mom and dad just brush it off. They claim she's still getting her footing in the world, that she's still figuring things out. But when does that end? She's almost 25. Last weekend, we had a family dinner, and I could feel it in the air. There's always this tension when we get together. And this time it was worse than usual. Emily showed up late as usual, wearing a brand new designer jacket. My mom made a comment about how pretty it looked, and Emily just smiled like it was no big deal. She always does that. Every time she buys something extravagant, she plays it off like it's no big deal, like she didn't just drop half her paycheck on it. I'm sitting there, trying not to roll my eyes. We're eating, making small talk, and then the conversation takes a turn. Emily casually mentions that she's planning a trip to Bali with some friends, and she's really hoping mom and dad could help her out with the cost. It's the usual song and dance, but this time, I couldn't hold it in anymore. I've spent years watching this happen. It's been a slow burn, but that dinner was the straw that broke the camel's back. My parents were immediately on board. They started talking about how they could rearrange their budget to help Emily out, just like they always do. And that's when I snapped. I didn't even think. I just blurted it out. You're not a child, Emily. Stop treating mom and dad like your personal bank. There was a pause, and I could feel the temperature drop in the room. My dad stopped chewing. Emily went completely still. My mom, as always, tried to smooth things over. But I couldn't stop myself. She's a grown woman. She needs to figure this out on her own. You guys can't just keep giving her money every time she asks for it, I said. I felt like I was finally saying what I'd been holding inside for years. My voice was shaking with frustration, but it was like a floodgate had opened. Emily looked at me like I'd slapped her across the face. Her mouth dropped open, and she didn't say anything for a long time. My parents immediately went into defense mode, of course. My dad started with his usual. Sarah, you don't understand what she's going through. What she's going through? I've been through some hard shit too. But I didn't have the luxury of expecting handouts. My mom jumped in right after, saying, You don't know how hard it is for Emily to get on her feet. She's still figuring things out. It's the same old excuse. The same thing they've been telling me since she graduated college. But I was done. She's not a kid anymore, Mom, I said, maybe a little too harshly. She's 24. She should be managing her own finances by now, not relying on you guys to pay for her lifestyle. I could feel the heat rising in my face. I tried to keep my tone calm, but it was like my words were coming out on their own, just bursting from me. I could see the tension building in my parents' eyes. They weren't angry, but they were disappointed, like I was the one doing something wrong. It was like they were trying to guilt-trip me into shutting up. Sarah, we're just trying to help her out, my dad said. He said it like it was the most normal thing in the world. She's our daughter, we love her. I love her too, I shot back, feeling my frustration boil over. But love doesn't mean enabling bad behavior. You're just teaching her that she can get whatever she wants without consequences. You're not helping her, you're hurting her in the long run. The silence that followed was thick. Emily had her arms crossed and was looking down at her plate, not saying anything. My mom was fiddling with her napkin, trying to avoid eye contact with me. The whole dinner was just off from that moment on. There was no more casual conversation. Everyone was just trying to avoid making things worse. But I couldn't drop it. I tried to backtrack a little, because I knew I had come on strong. I didn't want to tear the family apart, but I felt like I had no other choice. I apologized for being so blunt, but I told them again that they were making a mistake. When dinner was over, everyone kind of scattered. Emily disappeared into her room, probably to sulk. My parents stayed in the living room, talking in hushed tones. I felt like I had wrecked everything, but at the same time, I felt a small sense of relief. I finally said something. For the first time in years, I actually spoke my mind. The next few days were awkward, to say the least. Emily didn't talk to me. My mom sent me a text, but it was just a message saying, "I hope you understand we were just trying to help her." No acknowledgement of the point I made. No discussion about setting boundaries. Just the same old excuses. And Emily. She hasn't said a word to me since that night. The silence was deafening. I went over to their house the next day to pick up some things I left there. And the atmosphere was just off. Everyone was pretending like nothing had happened. I didn't know how to act, how to fix it. My mom gave me a hug, but I could tell she was still upset. And Emily. She acted like I didn't even exist. It was like I was the villain in some story where I didn't belong. I couldn't shake the feeling that everything had just gotten worse, and I didn't know if I could fix it. Was I wrong for speaking up? Was I wrong to challenge them? Part of me wanted to apologize, but part of me also felt like if I did, I'd just be perpetuating this cycle of dysfunction. And now, I'm just sitting here wondering if I've ruined things for good. The fallout from that dinner wasn't as immediate as I expected, but it was even worse than I could have imagined. Emily didn't speak to me for days. It was like I had completely disappeared from her world. The silence between us felt like a brick wall, and I couldn't figure out how to break through it. I tried reaching out, sending a few casual texts, but she ignored them. When I ran into her at the grocery store a couple of days after the dinner, she didn't even look at me. She just grabbed her things and walked away without a word. That stung, more than I was willing to admit. As for my parents, they didn't say much either. My mom called me a couple of times to check in, but the conversations were awkward. She would bring up random things, like how much the weather had changed or how they needed to fix the porch steps, but never once did she address what had happened at dinner. It felt like we were all just pretending like it didn't happen, but the tension was thick in the air. I could tell that neither of them was happy with me, but they weren't saying anything about it. My dad didn't bring it up at all, but I could see in his eyes that he was upset. It was the way he got when he was disappointed, like he was quietly carrying a weight that I was too scared to address. It was hard to sleep those first few nights after the dinner. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept replaying the conversation in my head, questioning whether I should have said something differently or whether I had gone too far. The guilt kept eating at me, but at the same time, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been right. Emily needed to learn responsibility. She couldn't keep mooching off our parents forever. But then I'd think about how they'd never had to say no to her, how they always just caved to whatever she wanted. And I'd wonder if it was really my place to say anything. After a few days, Emily finally texted me. It was a short message, but I could feel the venom in it. "You really think you know everything, don't you? You don't get it. You're not a part of this family like I am. I don't know why you even care." I stared at that message for a while. I didn't know what to say. It wasn't like I didn't care about our family. The way she said it made me feel like I was the one who didn't belong. But that was exactly how I'd been feeling for the past few years. It wasn't that I wanted to be the center of attention or that I needed anything from them. But I just couldn't keep pretending like everything was fine when it wasn't. I didn't reply to the text right away. Instead, I let it sit for a few hours, trying to figure out the best way to respond. When I finally did, I kept it short. I told her that I loved her, but that I couldn't keep watching her take advantage of our parents. I told her I wasn't trying to attack her, just trying to help her see that it wasn't healthy for anyone. She didn't respond to that either. It was like talking to a wall. A few days later, I got a call from my mom, which was rare. She usually just sent texts or would call if something was urgent. But this was different. She asked me if I could come over to the house to talk. I immediately felt my stomach drop. I knew this was coming. I was dreading it. Part of me thought they might have wanted to apologize for how they'd handled things, or at least talk through the situation. But deep down, I knew they were probably just going to ask me to back down. When I got to their house, I could tell right away that things were off. The usual comfort of their home was gone. My dad was sitting in his chair, flipping through the newspaper like nothing had happened. My mom was in the kitchen, washing dishes, her back to me. There was no warmth, no casual, "How are you?" or "It's good to see you." I sat down on the couch, and my mom finally turned around, looking at me with a tired expression. "We need to talk," she said quietly. I nodded, but I was already bracing myself for what was about to come. I figured this was going to be the moment where they'd ask me to apologize, or at least to back off and stop criticizing Emily. I just wanted to get it over with. "Sarah," my dad said after a long silence, his voice low. "What you said at dinner? It was out of line." My heart sank. I knew this was coming, but hearing it out loud still felt like a punch to the gut. "You've been really harsh on Emily," my mom added. "She's been under a lot of stress lately, and you don't understand what she's going through." I took a deep breath, trying not to snap. "I do understand. I've been watching her get away with this for years. I know how much you both want to help her, but at some point, you have to let her stand on her own 2 feet." "You don't know everything," my dad said, cutting me off. "She's been struggling with a lot more than you realize. It's not just about the money, Sarah. You can't just come in and say things like that. You don't know what it's like to be in her shoes." That hit me hard, but I held my ground. "I'm not trying to tear her down, Dad. I just don't want to see her keep making the same mistakes. She can't keep asking for handouts. It's not healthy for any of us." My mom looked at me, and there was a slight sadness in her eyes. "We're doing what we think is best for her. We're trying to help her find her way. But you just don't get it. You're too hard on her." It felt like they weren't even listening to me anymore. They were so wrapped up in defending Emily that they couldn't hear what I was trying to say. "I'm not trying to attack anyone," I said, my voice starting to crack. "I just want to help. But if you keep enabling her, nothing's going to change. You're making it worse, not better." There was another long silence. I could see it in their faces. They were disappointed in me. I was the one being unreasonable. I was the one who needed to apologize. They didn't get it. "We just want peace, Sarah," my mom said finally. "Please, we need you to apologize to Emily. This can't keep going. It's ruining everything." And that was it. My heart dropped. It wasn't about my point of view. It wasn't about the fact that I was standing up for what I thought was right. It was about keeping the peace. "I'll think about it," I said, standing up to leave. But as I turned to walk out, my mom added something that stopped me dead in my tracks. "You'll regret this, she said. "If you don't apologize to Emily, it's only going to get worse. This will tear the family apart." Her words echoed in my head all the way home. What was I supposed to do? Was I really going to let this destroy everything? If I apologized, I'd be giving in. But if I didn't, I risked losing my relationship with them, maybe for good. I spent the next few hours just sitting in my apartment, staring at my phone, wondering if it was worth it. Would Emily ever understand? Would my parents ever listen? I wasn't sure what the right choice was anymore. All I knew was that I was stuck between a rock and a hard place, and I had no idea how to get out of it. I finally called my best friend, hoping for some clarity. But all she said was, "It's your decision. Just remember, you can't force people to change. But that doesn't mean you have to apologize for wanting better for them." But was I wrong for wanting better? The next few days after the conversation with my parents were some of the hardest I've ever experienced. It felt like the whole family was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I was still reeling from my mom's words about how I'd regret not apologizing to Emily. It echoed in my mind every time I tried to focus on anything else. I wanted to stand my ground, but at the same time, I couldn't shake the fear that I might be losing something more important than I realized: my family. The idea that my decision could tear us apart haunted me. I spent most of the following days trying to distract myself with work. But even there, it was hard to focus. I couldn't stop thinking about my mom and dad, sitting there with those disappointed looks on their faces, telling me how I didn't understand. And Emily, of course, she was completely radio silent. I hadn't heard a word from her since that dinner. No apology, no acknowledgement. It was as though I didn't even exist in her world anymore. The more I thought about it, the more I felt like a fool for thinking I could change anything. Maybe it wasn't my place to fix things. Maybe I was the one who was wrong all along. A couple of days passed, and then my mom called me. I could tell it wasn't going to be another casual check-in like usual. She had that serious tone in her voice that I had come to dread. "I think you need to come over, Sarah," she said, almost too quietly. "We need to talk. Your father and I have been talking, and we've decided we want to make things right." I felt a pit in my stomach. The last time I heard her say something like that, it was right before they asked me to apologize to Emily. I didn't know what to expect this time, but I could feel the tension building as I drove over to their house. The ride felt longer than usual, and my mind raced with all the possibilities of what they could want. Were they finally going to see things my way? Or was I going to get a lecture on keeping the peace again? When I walked in, it was clear that my parents had been talking. My dad was sitting in his chair again, flipping through the newspaper like he always did when he was trying to avoid confrontation. My mom was in the kitchen, looking busy but clearly waiting for me to come in and sit down. I could tell something was off. There was no warm greeting, no small talk. It was like I was walking into an interrogation room, and I had no idea what kind of judgment was about to be passed on me. My mom walked into the living room and sat down beside me. "We've been thinking," she started, her voice careful, like she wasn't sure how to say what she wanted. "Maybe we've been too lenient with Emily. Maybe we haven't been as hard on her as we should have been." That was the last thing I expected her to say. It was like a little flicker of hope went off in my chest, but I tried to keep it contained. I didn't want to get my hopes up again. I just listened. "We've talked to Emily," my dad added, putting the newspaper down and turning to face me. "And she's upset. She's hurt by what you said, Sarah. She feels like you don't care about her, like you're attacking her. But we've realized that maybe we haven't been helping her in the right way." I didn't know what to say. I couldn't just jump in and act like everything was fine. This was the first time in a while that I felt like my parents were finally acknowledging the reality of the situation. But at the same time, I wasn't sure if this was a good thing, or if it was just another round of them trying to appease Emily and keep things comfortable. "We think you should apologize to her," my mom said, breaking the silence. I felt my stomach drop. There it was again. The apology. It was like a weight had settled in my chest, making it hard to breathe. I had been waiting for this moment, and now that it was here, I didn't know how to respond. "I don't want to apologize," I said quietly. "I don't think I should apologize for telling the truth. I'm not trying to hurt her. I just want her to grow up and take responsibility." "Sarah," my dad said, his tone soft but firm, "it's not about the truth. It's about how you say it. You didn't have to be so harsh. You didn't have to say it like that. We need to keep peace in this family. Apologizing to Emily is the right thing to do." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This was exactly what I had feared. I wasn't being asked to fix the situation. I was being asked to smooth things over and pretend like nothing was wrong. I wasn't the one who needed to change. I wasn't the one who had been asking for handouts all my life. "I can't keep apologizing for things I don't believe," I said, my voice shaking now. "You're asking me to keep pretending that everything is fine when it's not. Emily needs to learn that she can't just rely on you guys forever." My mom looked at me like I had just stabbed her in the heart. Her eyes welled up with tears, and I immediately regretted what I said. I didn't want to hurt her, but I couldn't hold back anymore. The tension, the frustration, it was all too much. We're just trying to help her, Sarah. You have to understand that. We love her, my dad said, his voice tight. And we want you to apologize, not for her, but for the family. This can't keep going on. I sat there, in the silence, feeling like I was suffocating. This wasn't about the family dynamic. It wasn't about Emily being a spoiled adult who had no concept of how to be self-sufficient. It was about them bending over backwards to keep her happy, to make her feel like she was the center of the universe. And I was the one on the outside looking in, the one who was expected to apologize for speaking the truth. I can't do it, I said, my voice cracking. I won't. I've been trying to fix this for years. But if you keep enabling her, nothing's ever going to change. There was a long pause. My parents didn't know what to say. They just sat there, staring at me, their faces etched with disappointment. I felt like I was going to break into a million pieces right there. I had stood my ground. But at what cost? Was this really worth losing everything? The conversation ended awkwardly after that. I got up, told them I needed some space, and left without saying anything more. But I couldn't shake the feeling that things were already broken. Maybe they were broken beyond repair. I don't know what to do anymore. I feel like I'm losing my family, but I can't keep pretending like everything is fine. I want to do what's right, but it feels like no matter what I do, I'm always in the wrong. I want Emily to grow up, but I don't know how much longer I can watch this happen. What am I supposed to do? Should I just give in and apologize, even if I don't believe it's the right thing to do? Or do I keep standing my ground and risk losing everyone? Story 12. Am I wrong for refusing to invite my sister's ex to her surprise engagement party, even though they're still close? I've always been the responsible one. I'm 32, the older sister, and Maya, my 29-year-old younger sister, has always done her own thing. But I've tried to keep things on track in our family. I'm the one people go to when things go off course. I'm the event planner, the one who makes sure everyone shows up on time, knows where to be, and gets along. So when Maya got engaged to Aaron, it was obvious I'd throw her engagement party. I mean, it's what I do, and I wanted everything to be perfect. But what started as an exciting event to plan quickly turned into a mess. It's hard to explain how a party, a simple celebration, could cause so much tension. But here we are. I never expected this from my own sister. I've known for a long time that Maya's still really close to her ex, Tom. They broke up about 3 years ago, but they've stayed friends, which was always a little weird to me. I get it, they were together for a long time, but moving on with someone else while keeping your ex in your life at the same level. That's a fine line. Over time, I started to see how much it bothered Aaron. I've seen the way his face changes when Maya talks about Tom, or when she mentions that she's seeing him or going to hang out with him. I don't think he outright minds their friendship, but he's never been comfortable with it. And honestly, who would be? It's one thing to stay friends with an ex, but it's another when they're still so integrated into your life. So when Maya told me that she was expecting Tom to be at the engagement party, I knew I had to say something. I was sitting at my desk, organizing the final guest list when I decided I couldn't let Tom come. I had to make this party about Aaron and Maya's future, not their past. I knew it would cause drama, but I thought, if I just don't invite him, everything will be fine. Maya and I are close, so I figured we could work it out. I'm the one who always works things out. I called Maya that night to go over the list, just to make sure everything was okay with her. At first, she was happy, asking how things were coming along and how excited she was. We talked about the food, the music, the guest list, all the usual stuff. But then I brought it up. I told her I wasn't going to invite Tom. She didn't react well. I knew she wouldn't be thrilled, but I didn't expect her to get so upset. I mean, Tom's her ex. I thought it would be fine. Aaron had already told me he wasn't comfortable with Tom being at the party, but he wasn't demanding anything. He'd just made a passing comment about it. I was just trying to make everyone comfortable. When I mentioned that I thought it might be awkward, Maya's tone shifted immediately. She asked why I would even suggest something like that. She said, "I don't get it, Claire. What's the problem with Tom being there? He's still my friend." I tried to explain that I wasn't trying to hurt her, but that it wasn't just about her and Tom. It was about making sure Aaron was okay. Her response was immediate, and I could feel the tension building. "Why does it matter to you so much? Why does it have to be about Aaron's comfort all the time?" I tried to stay calm. I reminded her that I was just trying to make sure the party wasn't uncomfortable. She wasn't hearing it. Maya's voice got sharper, and she said, "You're doing this again, Claire. You're controlling things like you always do. It's not about Aaron. It's about you not liking that Tom is still in my life." I tried to tell her that I wasn't trying to control anything. This was about creating a smooth event for everyone, and having Tom there just felt like it would disrupt the mood. It wasn't about disliking him. It was about making sure the focus was on her and Aaron's future together, not her past. Maya wasn't having it. She accused me of trying to dictate who could and couldn't be in her life. "I'm an adult, Claire. I don't need you telling me what to do with my friendships." She said she didn't want to feel like she had to choose between me and Tom, that I was making her choose between her past and her future. I felt like I was losing control of the conversation. It was getting heated, and I didn't know how to fix it. I tried to stand my ground, but Maya just kept pushing, and eventually, she said she wouldn't come to the party if Tom wasn't invited. I didn't know what to do. I thought she'd understand where I was coming from. I thought we were family, and that meant we could work things out. But instead, she was digging in her heels, and I was stuck between keeping peace with Erin or respecting her feelings. After that call, I sat at my desk for a long time, staring at the guest list. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd messed up. Was I being too controlling? Did I not trust Maya to handle her own relationships? I wanted to believe that what I was doing was right, that I was looking out for everyone. But now, I wasn't so sure. I was about to send a text to Maya, apologizing, maybe suggesting a compromise, but I stopped. If I caved now, I'd lose everything I'd worked for in this planning. If I gave in, the whole party would be a disaster. It was too late to change things now, wasn't it? But how could I tell her that I wasn't going to let Tom come? How could I explain to her that this wasn't about him, that it was about trying to make everything work for everyone involved? I didn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about the conversation, going over it again and again in my head. The next morning, I decided I had to stand my ground. I couldn't let this party turn into some kind of battlefield. I texted Maya to tell her that I wasn't changing the guest list, that the decision had been made. I told her I was just trying to make things easier, but she didn't reply. I spent the next few days trying to keep things as normal as possible. But every time I saw Maya or talked to her, the tension was unbearable. She wouldn't acknowledge what had happened. She just kept acting like nothing was wrong, but I could feel it. Every conversation felt like it was loaded with unspoken anger. I wasn't sure if she was going to even show up to the party, but I didn't know what else to do. And then, a day before the party, she finally spoke to me again. She told me in no uncertain terms that if Tom wasn't invited, she wouldn't come. I had never felt so stuck in my life. I spent the next few days in a complete haze, replaying the conversation with Meyer in my head over and over. It wasn't just the conversation. It was the way she had reacted. The way she made it seem like I was the one in the wrong. I thought I was doing the right thing by sticking to my decision about Tom. I wasn't trying to control her life, but I didn't want this party to turn into something ugly. I thought, if I let Tom come, it would overshadow everything. It would turn into some drama, and the whole point of the event celebrating Maya and Aaron's future would be lost. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized how much Maya meant it when she said she wouldn't come if Tom wasn't invited. I'd known my sister for a long time. She was stubborn, But she wasn't a liar. When she said she'd stay away, I believed her. And I didn't want her to feel like I was forcing her to choose between me and Tom. But Aaron wasn't exactly thrilled about the idea of Tom being at the party either. It was a mess, and I had no idea how to fix it. The day after Maya told me she wouldn't come if Tom wasn't invited, I went over everything again with Aaron. I tried to explain that Maya was really upset, but Aaron seemed pretty adamant that Tom being there would make him uncomfortable. He kept saying things like, "It's not that I don't like him, but it's just weird." I understood where Aaron was coming from. I really did. I couldn't blame him for feeling the way he did. But at the same time, I felt like I was caught in the middle of something that wasn't even my problem to begin with. It wasn't my fault Maya and Tom had this complicated history. I wasn't the one who had to sort out their friendship. Still, Aaron wasn't budging. I knew he didn't want to be around Tom. And it was his party too. He had a right to feel comfortable at his own engagement celebration, right? The more I thought about it, the more I realized I was in a terrible position. If I caved and invited Tom, I'd be betraying Aaron, who I was supposed to support. If I didn't invite Tom, I might lose Maya, and that was something I wasn't willing to risk. But I couldn't back down, not now. The party was already planned. There was no going back. I didn't hear from Maya for a couple of days after her ultimatum. The silence was killing me. Every time I checked my phone, I half expected a text from her, telling me she had changed her mind, that she understood my decision. But that didn't happen. Instead, I got one word: seriously. That text alone set off a chain reaction. I knew what she meant. It wasn't just a question about the guest list, it was a question about me. About how I'd handled everything. I was frustrated, but I didn't respond. I couldn't. I didn't know what to say that wouldn't make things worse. I thought about calling her again, but I wasn't sure if that would help. She was already so upset, and I couldn't risk pushing her further away. Instead, I spent the next few hours rethinking everything. What if I just let Tom come? What if I gave in, apologized, and let things play out as Maya wanted? But that felt like a loss, like I was giving up on something I believed in. I couldn't just let Tom come and act like it was no big deal. But the thing was, I knew how stubborn Maya could be. She wasn't the kind of person who would let something like this slide. She was going to hold on to this grudge, and that scared me. I didn't want to lose her over something that seemed so trivial in the grand scheme of things. But in the moment, it didn't feel trivial. It felt like a line had been crossed, like we were heading down a path we couldn't come back from. As the days went by, I became more and more anxious. I wasn't sleeping. Every time I picked up my phone, I'd expect to see a message from Maya, telling me that she had decided to skip the party after all. The thought of her not showing up made my stomach turn. I knew how important this celebration was to her. She had been talking about her engagement for months, and this was supposed to be the culmination of everything: her love for Aaron, her new chapter in life. I didn't want to be the one who ruined it. But at the same time, I wasn't about to let Tom come and ruin everything either. I tried to talk to my mom about it, but that didn't help. She just told me to do what's right, and that I should make sure Maya knew she was loved. I wanted more than vague advice. I wanted someone to tell me how to make this right. I wanted her to tell me what to do because, honestly, I had no idea. A few days before the party, I finally got the chance to speak to Maya again. It wasn't a conversation. It was more like a standoff. I told her that I had made the decision, and that I wasn't going to change the guest list. I said it as firmly as I could, but she wasn't having it. She didn't care how firm I sounded. She wasn't going to back down, and neither was I. At that point, I realized that the party wasn't going to be the only casualty in this situation. Maya was hurt. She was angry. And no matter what I did, I wasn't going to be able to fix it right away. I tried to explain again that it wasn't about Tom. It wasn't about her or Aaron, either. It was about making the event comfortable for everyone involved. But that didn't make sense to Maya. She just kept repeating, "You're choosing Aaron over me." And maybe she was right. Maybe I was choosing Aaron's comfort over hers. But I didn't know what else to do. I was stuck in a situation where there were no winners. I didn't hear from Maya after that. The silence was deafening. I knew she wasn't going to show up to the party if things stayed the way they were. But I also knew that inviting Tom wouldn't fix anything. It would just make everything worse. The day before the party, I decided to call her again. This time, I wasn't going to try to fix things. I wasn't going to apologize or beg her to come. I was just going to stand my ground. I had to. I couldn't let this become about something bigger than it was. She didn't pick up. And that's when it hit me, she really might not come. Now, I'm sitting here, one day before the party, and I feel like I've lost everything. The engagement party I worked so hard to plan is about to fall apart, and there's nothing I can do to fix it. The day before the party, I found myself sitting at my kitchen table, staring at my phone, hoping for a text from Maya. Something, anything to show that she was still willing to come. But nothing. I hadn't heard from her since our last conversation, and that silence was eating away at me. I kept telling myself that Maya would come around, that she'd understand eventually. But the reality was starting to sink in. She wasn't going to show up. I knew it. And that's when the panic set in. I had spent weeks planning this party. I had already gotten Aaron's family involved, coordinated the food, the venue, everything was lined up. And now it was all falling apart. The last thing I wanted was to see Maya and Aaron at odds on such an important day. But that seemed like where we were heading. I kept rereading the texts between me and Maya, trying to find some way to fix things, some small opening where I could salvage this mess. But it was clear now that she wasn't budging. I'd made my choice, and she'd made hers. I hadn't even given her the option to feel like I was compromising. Maybe I should have tried harder to find a middle ground, but it was too late now. If I backed down now, I'd be admitting that I had made the wrong decision. I didn't want to admit that. Not after everything. I decided to call Maya again. I didn't know what I was hoping for anymore. Maybe to hear her say, "It's okay, I understand," or maybe just to get some kind of response. I didn't want to lose my sister over this. I didn't want to feel like I was stuck in a position where I had to choose between her and Aaron. But I couldn't keep pretending like everything was fine when it wasn't. She didn't pick up. I left a message. I tried to keep it neutral, telling her again that I wasn't trying to hurt her, that I just wanted the event to be something everyone could enjoy. I told her I wanted her to be there, but that I couldn't change the guest list. I ended it with something like, "Please just think about it." I felt like an idiot. She wasn't going to change her mind. I knew that, deep down. But I couldn't stop trying. I think a part of me just needed her to hear me out, to see that I wasn't trying to control her. I was just trying to make sure the party wasn't ruined. And I was afraid that if I didn't stick to my guns, I would lose the respect of everyone involved. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about everything that had happened, the arguments, the silence, the guilt. I wasn't sure where to go from here. I felt like I had no one to turn to, no way to fix what had broken. I knew I couldn't cancel the party. It wasn't just about Meyer anymore, it was about Aaron too. He was excited, and I didn't want to disappoint him. But I was also afraid that this decision would cost me my sister. I spent the morning running around, finalizing everything for the party. At least there were a few things that needed to be done, so I kept myself busy. But every task felt like it was pulling me farther away from resolving the real problem. My mind kept drifting back to Maya, wondering if I should have just given in. But by the time the evening rolled around, I was almost too tired to care anymore. I had made my choice, and I couldn't turn back. The party was set to begin in a few hours, and I was going through my checklist when Aaron texted me. He said everything was looking great, that he was excited for the night. I replied with something upbeat. though I wasn't feeling as positive as I was letting on. But I didn't want to drag him down with my problems. This was his moment too. I couldn't stop thinking about mine, though. I wasn't sure what I'd do if she didn't show. I didn't know if I'd be able to enjoy the night without the looming weight of what felt like an impending disaster. And then, right before I had to leave for the venue, I got a text from Maya. Just a short one. I'll be there, but only if Tom's not around. I didn't know what to think. I was relieved that she'd come, but now I was stuck with even more questions. What was I supposed to do with this? I thought we were past the point of compromise. I had already told her that Tom wasn't invited. But now it seemed like Maya was trying to find some kind of middle ground, even if it wasn't the one I had hoped for. I thought about it for a while. Did I really want to risk everything for this? Was it worth compromising everything I had worked for just to keep the peace? I could feel the tension building again. The party was already set up, the guests were arriving, and Maya's words were hanging in the air. If I invited Tom now, I'd be going back on my word, and that felt like giving up. But if I didn't, would Maya walk away? Could I really lose her over this? I spent the next few hours lost in my thoughts, unable to make a decision. It wasn't about the party anymore, it was about whether or not I could live with the consequences of whatever choice I made. The guests started arriving, and I found myself standing by the door, greeting everyone as if everything was fine. I kept checking my phone, waiting for some sign from Maya, but she wasn't texting. When Aaron walked in, his face lit up when he saw the setup. He was genuinely happy. It was nice to see that. But every time I looked around, I couldn't help but wonder where Maya was. Was she coming? Was she still upset? It wasn't long before I saw Tom. He was there with some of Aaron's friends, and I tried to ignore him, but it was impossible. I couldn't focus on anything else. Every time I saw him talking to Aaron, I could feel the tension building in the room. I didn't want this to be awkward, but I couldn't help but feel like it already was. I had kept Tom off the invite list, but there he was. My phone buzzed again. Maya had sent me a message. You invited him, didn't you? And that's when I knew. The night was never going to be what I'd hoped for. I had crossed a line I couldn't come back from. Now, I'm standing here, still trying to figure out if I made the right call. Was I wrong for excluding Tom to try to make Aaron comfortable? Or did I just end up creating a mess that could have been avoided? I don't know anymore. So, am I the asshole for this? Story 13. Am I the bad person for not inviting my estranged brother to my daughter's wedding after his medical emergency? I'm Emma, 45, and I've been dealing with my brother Mark for years. Or, more accurately, not dealing with him. Mark and I haven't spoken in over a decade after a massive falling out following our parents' death. The issue was their estate. The will was messy, but it wasn't even about money at first. It was about hurt feelings, accusations, and things said that we couldn't take back. He accused me of manipulating everything. I accused him of being selfish and entitled, and it spiraled from there. We both said things that couldn't be unsaid. Since then, I've avoided him at all costs. Now, fast forward to today. My daughter, Sarah, is getting married in a couple of months. This wedding has been the focal point of our family's life for over a year. She's 23, and I'm more than proud of her. But like any mother, I'm stressed. It's supposed to be the happiest day of her life, but there's been tension building around the guest list. I knew this would be tricky. Sarah and Mark had a close relationship growing up. He was her favorite uncle until all the drama happened between us. He was a part of our family back then, but since the fallout, he's barely been in contact with any of us. Still, Sarah had mentioned a few times how much she missed him, how it wasn't the same without him. But I brushed it off. That was a whole different time, and I wasn't about to open old wounds. The last thing I wanted was for my daughter's wedding to be hijacked by drama that had nothing to do with her. It all came to a head when I got a call from Mark. At first, I didn't want to answer. It's been years since he's even attempted to reach out. But the number looked familiar, and against my better judgment, I picked it up. "Hey, Emma. It's me, Mark." His voice sounded weaker than I remembered, and that immediately put me on edge. "I need to talk to you. I had a heart attack. I I don't know what the hell I'm doing anymore." I didn't know how to respond. Part of me wanted to hang up immediately. He never had the best track record when it came to being honest or vulnerable. He was always the type to bottle things up, push people away, and suddenly, out of nowhere, he's calling me because of some health scare. My mind went to all sorts of places. Was he just using this as a way to manipulate me, to get back into the family? Did he think a heart attack would erase all the years of bad blood between us? I couldn't even process what he was saying for a minute. I let him talk, just enough to gather the facts. Apparently, he'd been in the hospital for a couple of days, and they weren't sure how serious things were yet. But he told me, with more than a little hesitation, that he wanted to make peace. He said he'd been thinking a lot about everything, about family, about the past. He told me he regretted how things went down between us. He even asked if I could consider letting him come to Sarah's wedding. I was stunned. I wasn't sure what to think. It wasn't like I wanted to kick him when he was down. But this felt like he was trying to insert himself back into my life, because he was in a vulnerable spot. I didn't know if I could trust that he was sincere. We hadn't spoken in years, and now, after a health scare, he wants to come back. It felt too convenient. It felt like he was trying to force his way back in under the guise of wanting to be close to family again. Maybe it wasn't even about wanting to reconnect with me. Maybe he just didn't want to face his own mortality alone. Part of me wanted to be the bigger person and say, "Yes, come back into the fold, let's move forward." But then there was another part of me, the part that had spent the last decade putting up walls, refusing to even acknowledge Mark's existence, that felt betrayed all over again. This wasn't just about my brother being sick. It was about the years of unresolved tension, the insults, the broken promises. Could I really forgive all of that just because he was sick? I didn't want to make any snap decisions. The timing felt off, and I needed to think it through. I wasn't sure I even wanted him there. I don't care if it's his niece's wedding. I couldn't just let him waltz back into our lives after all this time. I knew how much Sarah had missed him, but the last thing I wanted was to bring all that old tension into the one day that should be about joy and celebration. A few days passed before I decided to text him back. I wasn't ready to invite him to the wedding, but I didn't want to be completely cold either. I said that I was sorry to hear about his health scare, but I wasn't sure about having him at the wedding. I didn't even feel right about letting him back in after everything, and I told him I needed more time to think. The response I got wasn't what I expected. It wasn't an angry outburst or a guilt trip like I feared. Instead, it was a long, measured text. He said he understood my hesitation. He said he wasn't expecting anything right away. He just wanted to get things off his chest, to let me know that he was sorry for how everything went down. He said that, if nothing else, he wanted to at least make sure we were okay with each other before things got any worse. That last part hit me hard. It made me feel like I was the one being unreasonable. I didn't know what to do with that. It didn't make me feel better. It just made me feel even more conflicted. I wasn't prepared for this level of reflection from him. Was he truly sorry? Or was he just trying to salvage his own conscience, now that his life felt like it could end at any moment? How could I even trust his apology? He'd hurt me, and he'd hurt our family, and now he wanted us to just forgive him because he almost died. The worst part of it all was Sarah. She'd been very quiet about the whole thing. She'd mentioned him a couple of times during wedding planning, saying how much she wished Uncle Mark could be there, but I could tell she didn't want to push me. When I brought it up to her, she said she understood, but I could see the sadness in her eyes. She didn't want me to say no, but I wasn't sure if I should care about that. It wasn't just her wedding. It was mine too. It was a moment I'd worked hard for, and I didn't want anyone to ruin it, least of all Mark. The conversation with Sarah was gentle. She told me that I was the one who had to make the call. She said she didn't want to be the one to pressure me, but she did admit that she'd like to see him there. I didn't know how to respond to that. What was I supposed to say? I wanted her to have the wedding she envisioned, but at the same time, I didn't want to risk throwing us back into a world of unresolved grudges. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that, for the sake of my family, I might need to finally decide. But how could I decide? There was still more to figure out, more decisions to make, and time was running out. I spent the next few days going back and forth in my mind. Mark's apology felt genuine, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was more about him trying to ease his conscience than it was about truly mending things. It wasn't as simple as forgiving him for the past and moving on. I wasn't sure what to believe anymore. The whole situation was eating at me. I didn't want to seem cold-hearted, but I didn't want to set myself up for more disappointment either. My daughter, Sarah, was staying out of it as much as possible, but I could tell she was hoping I'd come around. She was my only child, and I knew how much it meant to her to have her uncle there. It felt selfish, but I just didn't know if I could let that happen. I wasn't ready to open up that door again. Not after everything. Every time I thought about the wedding, I couldn't separate the idea of Mark being there from the flood of memories that came with it, the arguments, the guilt, the years of silence. It wasn't just about him anymore. It was about everything he represented. Inviting him meant reopening old wounds, not just for me, but for my whole family. I tried to talk to my husband, Greg, about it. He and I have always been on the same page when it comes to family. We've been married for 20 years, and we've seen our fair share of dysfunction. But Mark was a whole different level of complication. Greg wasn't as emotionally involved in the whole family drama as I was, but he knew how much it affected me. He listened to my concerns, but his response was simple. You have to do what feels right for you, but don't make a decision out of guilt. It wasn't as comforting as I hoped. Guilt was the one thing that was clouding my judgment. If it were up to me, I wouldn't even have to think about it. But Sarah wanted her uncle there, and I couldn't deny the history they shared. If he showed up, I knew it would be difficult to explain to her why he wasn't there, especially since she'd been holding on to the hope that one day he would come around. It wasn't just about the wedding, though. The idea of Mark being at the wedding wasn't just about the physical presence. It was about what it would mean for our family dynamic. Mark's reappearance felt like a disruption. I couldn't help but wonder if he was looking for a way back into our lives. Not because he was genuinely sorry, but because he needed something, maybe closure, maybe attention, maybe sympathy. I tried to think back to the times when we were close. Before everything went downhill, Mark had been the life of the party. He was the one who made everyone laugh, the one who kept the family together at holidays and birthdays. But that was all before his behavior started to change. Over the years, he'd become more self-centered, more unpredictable. The person I knew was slipping away, replaced by someone who was always blaming others for his problems. He was angry, resentful, and never seemed to want to take responsibility for anything. That's why it felt like he was showing up now with an agenda. I told myself I couldn't be the one to fix him. I wasn't his therapist, and I wasn't responsible for his emotional state. If he wanted to rebuild relationships, that had to be his choice, not something I felt pressured into. I started to wonder if maybe I'd been too harsh on him over the years. But every time I thought about letting him back in, I remembered the mess we'd been through, and how long it had taken me to even get to a place where I could function without that constant weight of resentment. The more I stewed over it, the more complicated it became. I kept coming back to the idea that if I said yes, if I let him come to the wedding, I'd be opening a door I wasn't ready to open. And if I said no, I risked alienating my daughter. I didn't want to make this about me, but I didn't know how to get past all the emotional baggage that came with Mark's presence. The day after my conversation with Greg, I texted Mark. I told him I wasn't ready to make a decision and that I needed more time. I could feel the tension building as I pressed send, as if I was about to make a choice I'd regret either way. He didn't respond right away, which left me even more unsettled. A few days passed, and I still hadn't heard from him. I figured he was giving me space, which was fine, but part of me couldn't help but wonder if he was losing patience with me. Then Sarah came to me. She didn't bring it up directly, but I could tell she was waiting for me to make up my mind. She told me she was happy with whatever decision I made, but she admitted that she missed her uncle and would love for him to be there. I didn't say anything at first, but I knew what she was really asking. She wasn't just hoping I'd say yes. She was asking me to be the bigger person. She wanted me to forgive him, to let go of the past, and to give him a chance at redemption. I felt a knot in my stomach. This wasn't just about me anymore. It was about her, too. How could I say no to my daughter? But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I wasn't just hurting myself by keeping Mark away. I was hurting Sarah, too. She was stuck in the middle of a situation she didn't ask for, and I could see the toll it was taking on her. She didn't want to lose a relationship with her uncle, but she also didn't want to create tension between me and him. I could see the guilt on her face, and I hated that I was the cause of it. But I also couldn't ignore the way Mark had treated me, treated our family, over the years. He had shown no signs of changing before his health scare, and just because he was sick didn't mean I had to put aside everything I'd been through. It didn't mean I should throw caution to the wind and risk opening the door to more hurt. Was I being unreasonable? Was I being too stubborn? The more I thought about it, the more I realized that it wasn't just about what Sarah wanted. It wasn't even about what Mark wanted. It was about what I needed. I couldn't make this decision based on guilt or pressure from anyone else. I had to think about my own emotional well-being. I had to think about what I could handle, what was healthy for me. In the end, I decided to reach out to Mark again. But this time, I wasn't going to make any promises. I would tell him that I needed more time, that I wasn't sure if I could have him at the wedding yet. I wasn't going to lie, but I wasn't going to shut him out either. I wanted to be honest with him, but I also didn't want to feel cornered into making a decision I wasn't ready for. The decision was hanging over me. I knew I couldn't keep avoiding it. The clock was ticking, and the wedding was getting closer. I wasn't sure if I was doing the right thing, but I couldn't let anyone else's expectations dictate how I handled this. Whatever happened next, it was going to be on me. I spent the next few days in limbo. After texting Mark to tell him I needed more time, I tried to focus on the wedding preparations. Sarah had been quiet about her uncle, and I could see the nervousness in her eyes whenever she asked me if I'd made a decision. I didn't want to hurt her, but I wasn't about to make a choice I wasn't ready to make. The truth was, I was terrified of opening that door again. The last thing I wanted was for everything to fall apart all over again. And I couldn't shake the feeling that inviting Mark back into our lives would do just that. Then, late one evening, I got another call from him. It was unexpected, but after everything, I wasn't sure what I was expecting anymore. I stared at the phone for a while before answering. My heart raced. I wasn't sure if I was prepared for this conversation, but I knew it had to happen eventually. "Hey, Emma." Mark's voice was shaky, but it was softer than I remembered. I wanted to talk to you. I've been thinking a lot." I waited for him to continue, but he didn't seem to have a clear direction. He didn't sound like the Mark I'd known in the past. He wasn't angry or defensive or blaming me for everything that went wrong. It was just raw. "I'm not asking for anything," he said after a long pause. "I know I've done a lot of things wrong. I just don't want to leave things like this. I don't want to die with this between us." His words hit me harder than I expected. I had spent so long thinking of him as the villain in this story that I hadn't even considered what it might feel like for him to be in that vulnerable position. He wasn't asking for forgiveness. He wasn't asking for anything more than a chance to heal. It wasn't the apology I thought I wanted, but it was the one he was giving. I don't know what to say, I admitted. I don't know if I can let you back in. After everything. I understand, he said quickly. I don't expect anything. I just wanted you to know how sorry I am. And I'd like to see Sarah at the wedding, if you can forgive me enough for that. I wasn't sure if it was the stress, the years of resentment, or just the weight of the situation. But I felt something in that moment, something I hadn't felt in a long time. Guilt. I wasn't just angry at him anymore. I was questioning everything I had done over the past decade, every decision I'd made, and every wall I'd put up. Maybe it wasn't just him who was guilty of shutting people out. Maybe I had been too stubborn, too wrapped up in my own hurt, to see what he was going through. I told him I'd think about it. I wasn't ready to make any promises, but I knew I needed to think about it seriously. He didn't push me. He just said, "Take your time. I won't pressure you." The next few days were a blur. Sarah didn't ask me directly about Mark, but I could tell she was waiting for an answer. Every time I looked at her, I felt like I was breaking her heart without even saying a word. I knew she missed him. I could see it in the way she looked at old pictures of the two of them, in the way she'd talk about the good times they had before things fell apart. She wasn't pushing me to invite him, but I knew she wanted him there. I finally decided to text Mark back. I told him I'd been thinking about everything, and I still wasn't sure if I could let him come to the wedding. But I was willing to have a conversation about it. I needed to know if he was truly ready to change, if he was truly sorry not just for the past few months, but for everything that happened in the years leading up to that moment. I didn't want a quick fix. I wanted real change, and I wasn't sure he was capable of it. He replied almost immediately, saying he understood, and that he was willing to meet in person. He didn't make any excuses, didn't try to manipulate me into agreeing. It was strange. This wasn't the Mark I remembered. This wasn't the guy who had always made everything about him. This was someone who was willing to take responsibility, who was willing to listen to what I had to say. I agreed to meet him, though I was nervous. I knew that seeing him face to face would bring up a lot of old emotions, things I hadn't even realized I was holding on to. But I couldn't keep avoiding it. I needed to know if there was any possibility of reconciliation. If nothing else, I wanted to know if I could let him back into my life, or if I was just setting myself up for more heartbreak. We met at a coffee shop a few days later. I wasn't sure what to expect. I walked in, saw him sitting at a table in the corner, and for a moment, I almost turned around. But I didn't. I sat down across from him, and there was an awkward silence before either of us spoke. He didn't waste any time. He started apologizing immediately, not just for the fight over the will, but for everything. He admitted that he had been selfish, that he had pushed me away, and that he was sorry for hurting me. I listened to him, and for the first time in years, I didn't feel the anger rising up. I wasn't sure if I believed him completely, but I could hear the sincerity in his voice. "I know it's too late to fix everything," he said, "but I need you to know that I've changed. I've spent all this time thinking about my mistakes. I'm not asking for forgiveness, but I'm asking for a chance, just a chance to make things right." I was quiet for a long time. I didn't know what to say. I wanted to believe him, but how could I? It felt too simple. How could so many years of bad blood be washed away in one conversation? "Do you really think things can just go back to normal?" I asked. "Do you think everything can just be fixed because you say you're sorry?" He didn't hesitate. "No, I don't think it'll be the same. I don't think we can just pick up where we left off. But I'm willing to try. I want to make things right, even if that means starting over." I sat there, staring at him. It wasn't the answer I was expecting, but maybe it was the one I needed to hear. Maybe it wasn't too late for him to change. Maybe it wasn't too late for me to let go of the past and give him a chance. But then, a part of me wondered if I was just fooling myself. Was I so desperate for closure, so desperate for things to go back to the way they were, that I was willing to ignore all the red flags? Was I really ready to let him back into my life after everything? I left the coffee shop that day with more questions than answers. I still wasn't sure what I should do. I still didn't know if I could trust him, and I wasn't sure if I should even try. The clock was ticking, and the wedding was fast approaching. I couldn't keep going back and forth. But the question remained. Could I really forgive him? Could I invite him to Sarah's wedding, knowing everything that had happened? I still didn't know what the right decision was, but I knew I couldn't ignore it forever. Story 14. Am I wrong for cutting my family out after they turned my late husband's keepsake into a decoration? I, Sarah, 35, have been trying to figure out whether I'm being unreasonable or if my family really did cross a line. It started when they began telling me, subtly at first, that I needed to move on after Jason died. It's been over 3 years, but I've never been able to just move on from him. He was my world. My high school sweetheart, my best friend, my partner in everything. Losing him in a car accident shook me to my core. And since that day, his things have been the only way I could keep him with me. I never thought I was holding on to the past too tightly. I just thought I was holding on to what was left of him. His motorcycle helmet was one of the first things I'd grabbed after the accident. It was his pride and joy. He loved that bike more than anything. It wasn't just a helmet. It was a symbol of the life we had planned together. I kept it on the shelf in my living room, right where I could see it every day. Every time I looked at it, it reminded me of the times we'd spent together riding, laughing, talking about our future. It felt like a part of him was still there with me. But lately, my family has been on my case. They say I need to let go. My mom, Carol, 60, and my sister, Lily, 31, both think I'm holding on to him too tightly, and it's stopping me from living my life. I've heard the same thing from them over and over. You need to move on. You can't keep living in the past. You're never going to find someone new if you keep holding on to his memory. They say these things like it's easy, like grief is something you can just decide to get over, like it's just a phase. I tried explaining to them, but they didn't seem to understand. They don't get it. They didn't love him the way I did. They didn't see him every day, talk to him every night, share dreams of the future. They didn't live the life I did. So, it was hard not to feel like they were judging me for grieving. The real turning point came about a month ago, when I started getting more direct criticism. It wasn't just about me keeping Jason's things. It was about how much space they took up in my life. My mom started asking if I'd thought about redecorating. Lily suggested I clear some of his stuff out. She even offered to help me move on by taking some of his things off my hands, like it was as simple as cleaning out a closet. I felt like they were trying to erase him, trying to erase me. It made me feel like I was the problem. I didn't want to get into it. Every time they brought it up, I brushed it off. But the more they pushed, the more it started to hurt. I could feel my frustration growing. Why couldn't they just leave me alone? Why couldn't they understand that I needed these things? That I needed him? Then came last weekend, when Lily invited me over for a family gathering. I had been trying to avoid seeing them for a while, but after all the recent pressure, I thought it might be nice to just show up, spend some time with them, and see if we could talk through everything without all the tension. Maybe it would help, but I couldn't have been more wrong. I walked into Lily's house and froze. There, in the middle of her living room, was his helmet. Jason's helmet. The one I kept in my own home as a tribute to him. Only, now it wasn't on a shelf like it had been in my living room. It was sitting right there in the center of the coffee table, surrounded by a garish arrangement of fake flowers. It looked ridiculous, like something out of a low-budget floral shop catalog. I couldn't even process what I was seeing. My brain went blank for a moment. My chest tightened. I wasn't sure if I was going to cry or scream. Why the hell was Jason's helmet sitting on her table like that? I didn't even ask. I just demanded. Why is my helmet here? Lily, sitting on the couch with my mom, looked at me like it was no big deal. We thought it would be a nice tribute, she said. Like that explained everything. You know, something to remember him by. I felt my anger rising. A tribute. You took it from my house and put it in your living room without asking me. Well, it's just that. We thought it would be nice to display it, Carol chimed in, like it was the most normal thing in the world. You've been holding on to it for so long, Sarah. It's time to let go. It's just a helmet. Just a helmet. It wasn't just a helmet. It was a part of him. It was all I had left. How could they not understand that? They were acting like I was overreacting, like I was being irrational for wanting something that was mine and precious to me. My pulse was racing. I could feel the heat rising in my chest as I tried to hold back the tears. You can't just take it, I said through gritted teeth. That's not yours to take. You don't get to decide what I keep or what I throw away. I was mourning him. This wasn't your decision. Lily's face shifted. She didn't get it, not one bit. We were just trying to help, she said, almost like she was confused why I wasn't grateful. We thought you'd feel better if you saw it in a new way. It's a way to celebrate his life, not just mourn his death. I didn't know what to say. I just stared at the helmet sitting there like a cheap decoration. It was so out of place, so wrong, and I felt like they had no respect for what it meant to me. It wasn't something to display for the sake of healing. It was his helmet. It meant everything to me. I don't even remember how the conversation went from there, but my head was spinning. My hands were shaking. All I could think was, I want it back. I need it back. I told them I was leaving. I told them I wasn't going to be a part of whatever they thought this was. They didn't get it. They didn't even apologize. It wasn't until I got home and sat in silence that the full weight of what they had done hit me. They had taken something so personal, something so important to me, and turned it into a symbol of what they thought my grief should look like. Like I didn't know how to mourn, like I wasn't capable of making my own decisions about how to grieve. They had crossed a line. I've tried to calm down since then. I've tried to reason with myself, tried to think that maybe I was overreacting. But when I thought about what they did without asking, without considering my feelings, it made me angry all over again. I felt betrayed, like my grief didn't matter to them, like I didn't matter to them. I haven't spoken to them since. They've called, sent messages, and even showed up at my door. But I can't bring myself to answer. The guilt trips are relentless. They keep saying things like, it's just a helmet, Sarah. It's not the end of the world. Or, we're just trying to help you move on. They don't get it. They really don't get it. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I should reach out to them, apologize for blowing up, or if I should just let this be the breaking point. The helmet meant so much to me, and I just feel like they'll never understand why it's important. They think they know what's best for me, but they don't. They never did. So here I am, stuck, trying to figure out if I'm the one who's wrong. After I left Lily's house, I didn't speak to anyone. I went straight home, threw the door open, and walked into my living room. The first thing I saw was the spot where Jason's helmet had sat for over 3 years. Empty. The space felt wrong without it. But it wasn't just the empty shelf that bothered me. It was the memory of what happened. I couldn't stop seeing that fake floral arrangement in Lily's living room, and I couldn't stop hearing their words. It's just a helmet. The silence in my house that night was unbearable. I sat on the couch, feeling like the weight of everything was pressing down on me. It wasn't just the helmet. It was everything they had been saying for months. You need to move on. You need to let go. You're never going to move forward if you keep living in the past. All of it just hit me in a wave that night. It was like they didn't care about my grief, like they didn't care about me. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe they were just trying to help, even if it didn't feel that way. But when I thought about it, I realized that this wasn't just about a helmet. It wasn't about something they took from my house. It was about them trying to control my grief, trying to dictate how I should mourn. And that was something I couldn't just ignore. The first few days after I left Lily's house were miserable. I stayed in my own little bubble, avoiding everyone. I didn't respond to any of their calls or messages. There were some text messages from Lily and Mom, mostly asking if I was okay and telling me they were sorry if I overreacted. But they didn't seem to really get it. They kept saying they were just trying to help me. They said things like, "We thought you'd be grateful for a change of perspective," or "We just wanted to help you remember him in a positive way." But it wasn't about that. It was about respect. And they didn't respect my grief. And they didn't respect my boundaries. I spent the next few days questioning myself. Maybe I was just being stubborn. Maybe I was the one being unreasonable. I kept asking myself if I could have handled it better. If I should have just asked for the helmet back without getting angry. But every time I thought about it, I was hit with that feeling again, the betrayal, the violation of my space, my grief. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. They'd taken something from me that wasn't theirs, and they didn't understand why it mattered. They still didn't understand. The texts from my mom didn't stop. She sent me one every day for the first few days, telling me how worried she was about me. She even called a few times, but I just couldn't bring myself to answer. I didn't know what I would say. I wasn't ready to talk about it. I couldn't talk about it. Every time I thought about it, I just wanted to scream. Eventually, Lily sent me a message that really hit me hard. She said, "I get that you're hurt, Sarah, but this isn't about the helmet. This is about you refusing to move on. You can't just hold on to the past forever. You're not being fair to the people who love you." That one cut deep. I didn't reply right away. I just stared at the message, thinking about what she'd said. It felt like she was saying I didn't deserve to grieve, that somehow my grief was selfish. It wasn't just about the helmet anymore. It was about how they saw me, how they saw my pain. That night, I laid in bed, thinking about everything. Was I really that out of touch with reality? Was I being selfish by holding on to the memories of my life with Jason? Or was I just holding on to the only part of him I had left? I couldn't answer those questions. I couldn't find a way to explain why it mattered so much to me without sounding irrational. Maybe I was being stubborn. Maybe I wasn't ready to accept that Jason was gone. But the truth was, I didn't know how to let go of him. I didn't know how to let go of the life we had built together. It was like losing him a second time. Only this time it was at the hands of the people I trusted the most. They were making me feel like my grief was wrong, like I was somehow failing at mourning. That hurt more than anything else. I was already dealing with the loss of Jason, and now I was supposed to deal with the loss of my family's understanding too. How could they not see that? The calls didn't stop. After a few days, Lily showed up at my door. I didn't answer, but I could see her through the window, pacing in front of my house, looking upset. I hated that she was upset, but I couldn't bring myself to let her in. I just couldn't. I was too angry, too hurt. The pressure was building, and I knew it was only a matter of time before I'd have to face them. I couldn't keep avoiding them forever, but I also couldn't keep pretending everything was fine when it wasn't. It wasn't just about the helmet. It was about the fact that they had crossed a line. It was about the fact that they had no respect for my mourning process. I wasn't ready to forgive them yet. I didn't even know if I wanted to. But the guilt kept creeping in. Every time I didn't pick up the phone, every time I saw one of their messages, I felt like I was the one making things worse. Was I really the one at fault here? Was I being selfish for holding on to something that meant so much to me? Was it really so wrong for me to want to keep a piece of Jason, even if it made my family uncomfortable? I couldn't answer those questions either. I just knew that I wasn't ready to forgive them. Not yet. Maybe I never would be. I couldn't just forget how they made me feel, like I was the problem. Like my grief was something to be fixed. A few days later, Mom showed up at my house. She didn't even knock. She just came right in like she was still welcome. I didn't even acknowledge her at first. She stood there, awkwardly shifting from one foot to the other, waiting for me to say something. But I couldn't bring myself to speak. What could I say? How could I make her understand that it wasn't about the helmet? How could I explain how betrayed I felt without sounding completely irrational? Finally, she broke the silence. You need to talk to us, Sarah. This silence, it's not helping anyone. She said it in that same disappointed tone she always used when she thought I wasn't doing things her way. We love you, but we can't help you if you keep shutting us out. I didn't respond right away. I wanted to. I wanted to yell, to tell her how much they had hurt me, but I couldn't. I just sat there, staring at her, feeling the anger welling up inside me again. She didn't get it. They didn't get it. She sat down next to me on the couch and tried to put her hand on mine, but I pulled away. I couldn't even look at her. We're just trying to help, Sarah, she said quietly, but you're pushing us away. I wanted to scream at her, to tell her that they were the ones pushing me away. They were the ones telling me my grief wasn't valid, that I needed to let go. But I didn't. I just nodded and stood up. I'm not ready to talk, I said, walking toward the door. I'll call you when I'm ready. She didn't try to stop me. She just stood there, watching me as I closed the door behind her. I didn't know how to fix this. I didn't know if I even could. What had happened between us felt like a crack in the foundation of everything we had been. It wasn't just a helmet. It was about trust and respect, and the simple understanding that grief doesn't have a timeline. I needed time. I wasn't sure how much time, but I needed it. To process, to think, to heal. I couldn't do that if I kept letting them pressure me into moving on. I couldn't let them make me feel like I was wrong for grieving. So, I stayed quiet. But the silence was eating at me. And as the days went on, I found myself asking one question over and over. How long could I keep this up? How long before I would have to face them again? I spent the next couple of weeks in limbo, stuck between wanting to heal and wanting to keep my distance. I didn't reach out to my family. I didn't respond to any messages. I felt this constant pressure building, like I was being suffocated by guilt and anger at the same time. On the one hand, I wanted to stay true to myself and my grief. But on the other hand, I couldn't escape the nagging feeling that I was the one pushing my family away. Was I really doing this for myself, or was I being stubborn? I couldn't decide. I tried to distract myself by throwing myself into work, spending time with friends, anything to avoid thinking about the situation. But it kept coming back to me. Every time I sat down alone in my living room, I'd look at the empty shelf where Jason's helmet used to be, and it was like a stab to the heart. That one piece of him was gone. It wasn't just about the helmet, though. It was about what it represented. A life I would never get back. The life I thought I would grow old with. It was impossible for me to just move on, like they expected me to. The silence stretched on, and eventually, I could feel myself at a breaking point. I was tired of the constant turmoil inside me. I was tired of running from the situation. I wasn't ready to forgive them, but I also couldn't keep living like this, avoiding my family, avoiding the reality that things had changed. I needed to face it head on, even if I wasn't sure how. So, after weeks of avoiding them, I finally decided to call my mom. It was a Saturday morning when I dialed her number. My hands were shaking, and I could barely breathe as I waited for her to pick up. When she did, her voice sounded hesitant, like she was unsure if I was going to hang up right away. "Sarah, are you okay?" she asked, her voice soft. I didn't know how to answer. I wasn't sure if I was okay, but I had to start somewhere. I'm not okay, Mom, but I want to talk about everything." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Then she sighed, and I could tell she was relieved that I was reaching out. "Okay, let's talk." We arranged to meet the next day at a small cafe. It felt like a safe enough place to talk, away from the emotional chaos of our homes. I had no idea what I was going to say, but I knew I couldn't continue like this. The next day, I arrived at the cafe early, giving myself some time to collect my thoughts. I sat in a corner booth, feeling out of place. It was hard to even picture myself sitting there, having a normal conversation, when everything between us felt so far from normal. I kept thinking about the helmet, about how much it had meant to me, how they took it without asking, how they thought they were helping, but didn't realize they were hurting me. Mom walked in, and I stood up to greet her. She looked older than I remembered, like the weight of this whole situation had taken its toll on her, too. She sat across from me, and we just stared at each other for a while, both of us unsure how to begin. Finally, I broke the silence. I've been thinking a lot about everything that happened, about the helmet, and about how I reacted. Mom didn't say anything at first. She just nodded, waiting for me to continue. I know you and Lily thought you were helping. You thought it was a way for me to move on. But you don't understand. You don't know what it feels like to lose someone like that. You didn't lose him the way I did. She looked down at her coffee for a moment. And when she looked up, her eyes were filled with something I hadn't seen in a while: regret. I'm sorry, Sarah. I really am. I thought that if we could just get you to let go of some of the things, it would make it easier for you. I didn't realize that it was making things worse. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. You can't just decide what I need to let go of. You can't tell me how to grieve. I need to do this in my own time, in my own way. And taking the helmet. It felt like you were telling me that everything I was holding on to was wrong. Her voice was shaky when she spoke next. I didn't mean to hurt you, Sarah. I thought it was just a helmet. But I see now that it wasn't about that. I see how much it meant to you. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. It's not just the helmet. It's everything. You've been telling me for months to move on, to let go. But you don't understand. You're trying to fix something that doesn't need fixing. Mom looked down, and for the first time, I saw her struggle with her words. I know. I don't want to see you stuck in the past. I want you to be happy again. I stared at her, feeling this strange mix of emotions: anger, sadness, and a deep sense of longing. I wanted to believe that she was trying to help, but it didn't change the fact that it felt like she didn't understand me at all. She didn't get what Jason meant to me. She didn't get that I couldn't just move on and leave him behind. I can't just pretend like everything's okay, I said quietly. I need my grief. I need to remember him. And I don't need you or Lily telling me how to do that. Mom didn't say anything for a moment. She just looked at me, her face softening. I'm sorry, Sarah. I know I've been wrong about this. I just want to see you happy again. I didn't know what to say to that. Part of me wanted to forgive her, to move past all of this and get back to some version of the family we used to be. But another part of me just couldn't let go of the hurt. She had crossed a line, and it was hard to imagine things ever being the same. I'm not ready to forgive you yet, I said. Feeling the truth of those words hit me. I need time. Mom nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. I understand. I'll give you that time. I just hope one day you'll let us back in. I didn't say anything to that. I wasn't sure if I could ever let them back in the way they wanted. But I knew I had to try. For my own sake. I couldn't keep living in this space between anger and guilt forever. We didn't talk much after that. I couldn't bring myself to say more. I paid for my coffee, and we left, neither of us saying anything else. I walked away feeling like something had shifted, but I didn't know what it was yet. Maybe it was just the beginning of a long road to healing. Or maybe it was the beginning of something else entirely. I don't know where this will lead. I don't know if I can forgive them. But I know one thing for sure. I can't keep living like this. I can't keep letting them tell me how to grieve. So, Am I wrong for wanting to keep the memory of Jason alive in my own way? Or is it my family that's been too controlling all along? Story 15. Am I wrong for cutting my family out after they turned my late husband's keepsake into a decoration? I, Sarah, 35, have been trying to figure out whether I'm being unreasonable or if my family really did cross a line. It started when they began telling me, subtly at first, that I needed to move on after Jason died. It's been over 3 years, but I've never been able to just move on from him. He was my world, my high school sweetheart, my best friend, my partner in everything. Losing him in a car accident shook me to my core, and since that day, his things have been the only way I could keep him with me. I never thought I was holding on to the past too tightly. I just thought I was holding on to what was left of him. His motorcycle helmet was one of the first things I'd grabbed after the accident. It was his pride and joy. He loved that bike more than anything. It wasn't just a helmet. It was a symbol of the life we had planned together. I kept it on the shelf in my living room, right where I could see it every day. Every time I looked at it, it reminded me of the times we'd spent together riding, laughing, talking about our future. It felt like a part of him was still there with me. But lately, my family has been on my case. They say I need to let go. My mom, Carol, 60, and my sister, Lily, 31, both think I'm holding on to him too tightly, and it's stopping me from living my life. I've heard the same thing from them over and over. You need to move on. You can't keep living in the past. You're never going to find someone new if you keep holding on to his memory. They say these things like it's easy, like grief is something you can just decide to get over, like it's just a phase. I tried explaining to them, but they didn't seem to understand. They don't get it. They didn't love him the way I did. They didn't see him every day, talk to him every night, share dreams of the future. They didn't live the life I did. So, it was hard not to feel like they were judging me for grieving. The real turning point came about a month ago, when I started getting more direct criticism. It wasn't just about me keeping Jason's things. It was about how much space they took up in my life. My mom started asking if I'd thought about redecorating. Lily suggested I clear some of his stuff out. She even offered to help me move on by taking some of his things off my hands, like it was as simple as cleaning out a closet. I felt like they were trying to erase him, trying to erase me. It made me feel like I was the problem. I didn't want to get into it. Every time they brought it up, I brushed it off. But the more they pushed, the more it started to hurt. I could feel my frustration growing. Why couldn't they just leave me alone? Why couldn't they understand that I needed these things? That I needed him? Then came last weekend, when Lily invited me over for a family gathering. I had been trying to avoid seeing them for a while, but after all the recent pressure, I thought it might be nice to just show up, spend some time with them, and see if we could talk through everything without all the tension. Maybe it would help. But I couldn't have been more wrong. I walked into Lily's house and froze. There, in the middle of her living room, was his helmet. Jason's helmet. The one I kept in my own home as a tribute to him. Only, now it wasn't on a shelf like it had been in my living room. It was sitting right there in the center of the coffee table, surrounded by a garish arrangement of fake flowers. It looked ridiculous, like something out of a low-budget floral shop catalog. I couldn't even process what I was seeing. My brain went blank for a moment. My chest tightened. I wasn't sure if I was going to cry or scream. Why the hell was Jason's helmet sitting on her table like that? I didn't even ask. I just demanded. Why is my helmet here? Lily, sitting on the couch with my mom, looked at me like it was no big deal. We thought it would be a nice tribute, she said. Like that explained everything. You know, something to remember him by. I felt my anger rising. A tribute? You took it from my house and put it in your living room without asking me. Well, it's just that. We thought it would be nice to display it, Carol chimed in, like it was the most normal thing in the world. You've been holding on to it for so long, Sarah. It's time to let go. It's just a helmet. Just a helmet. It wasn't just a helmet. It was a part of him. It was all I had left. How could they not understand that? They were acting like I was overreacting, like I was being irrational for wanting something that was mine and precious to me. My pulse was racing. I could feel the heat rising in my chest as I tried to hold back the tears. You can't just take it, I said through gritted teeth. That's not yours to take. You don't get to decide what I keep or what I throw away. I was mourning him. This wasn't your decision. Lily's face shifted. She didn't get it. Not one bit. We were just trying to help, she said, almost like she was confused why I wasn't grateful. We thought you'd feel better if you saw it in a new way. It's a way to celebrate his life, not just mourn his death. I didn't know what to say. I just stared at the helmet sitting there like a cheap decoration. It was so out of place, so wrong, and I felt like they had no respect for what it meant to me. It wasn't something to display for the sake of healing. It was his helmet. It meant everything to me. I don't even remember how the conversation went from there, but my head was spinning. My hands were shaking. All I could think was, I want it back. I need it back. I told them I was leaving. I told them I wasn't going to be a part of whatever they thought this was. They didn't get it. They didn't even apologize. It wasn't until I got home and sat in silence that the full weight of what they had done hit me. They had taken something so personal, something so important to me, and turned it into a symbol of what they thought my grief should look like. Like I didn't know how to mourn, like I wasn't capable of making my own decisions about how to grieve. They had crossed a line. I've tried to calm down since then. I've tried to reason with myself, tried to think that maybe I was overreacting. But when I thought about what they did without asking, without considering my feelings, it made me angry all over again. I felt betrayed, like my grief didn't matter to them, like I didn't matter to them. I haven't spoken to them since. They've called, sent messages, and even showed up at my door. But I can't bring myself to answer. The guilt trips are relentless. They keep saying things like, "It's just a helmet, Sarah. It's not the end of the world." Or, "We're just trying to help you move on." They don't get it. They really don't get it. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I should reach out to them, apologize for blowing up, or if I should just let this be the breaking point. The helmet meant so much to me, and I just feel like they'll never understand why it's important. They think they know what's best for me, but they don't. They never did. So here I am, stuck, trying to figure out if I'm the one who's wrong. After I left Lily's house, I didn't speak to anyone. I went straight home, threw the door open, and walked into my living room. The first thing I saw was the spot where Jason's helmet had sat for over 3 years. Empty. The space felt wrong without it. But it wasn't just the empty shelf that bothered me. It was the memory of what happened. I couldn't stop seeing that fake floral arrangement in Lily's living room, and I couldn't stop hearing their words. It's just a helmet. The silence in my house that night was unbearable. I sat on the couch, feeling like the weight of everything was pressing down on me. It wasn't just the helmet. It was everything they had been saying for months. You need to move on. You need to let go. You're never going to move forward if you keep living in the past. All of it just hit me in a wave that night. It was like they didn't care about my grief, like they didn't care about me. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe they were just trying to help, even if it didn't feel that way. But when I thought about it, I realized that this wasn't just about a helmet. It wasn't about something they took from my house. It was about them trying to control my grief, trying to dictate how I should mourn. And that was something I couldn't just ignore. The first few days after I left Lily's house were miserable. I stayed in my own little bubble, avoiding everyone. I didn't respond to any of their calls or messages. There were some text messages from Lily and Mom, mostly asking if I was okay and telling me they were sorry if I overreacted. But they didn't seem to really get it. They kept saying they were just trying to help me. They said things like, "We thought you'd be grateful for a change of perspective," or "We just wanted to help you remember him in a positive way." But it wasn't about that. It was about respect. And they didn't respect my grief. And they didn't respect my boundaries. I spent the next few days questioning myself. Maybe I was just being stubborn. Maybe I was the one being unreasonable. I kept asking myself if I could have handled it better. If I should have just asked for the helmet back without getting angry. But every time I thought about it, I was hit with that feeling again, the betrayal, the violation of my space, my grief. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. They'd taken something from me that wasn't theirs, and they didn't understand why it mattered. They still didn't understand. The texts from my mom didn't stop. She sent me one every day for the first few days, telling me how worried she was about me. She even called a few times, but I just couldn't bring myself to answer. I didn't know what I would say. I wasn't ready to talk about it. I couldn't talk about it. Every time I thought about it, I just wanted to scream. Eventually, Lily sent me a message that really hit me hard. She said, "I get that you're hurt, Sarah, but this isn't about the helmet. This is about you refusing to move on. You can't just hold on to the past forever. You're not being fair to the people who love you." That one cut deep. I didn't reply right away. I just stared at the message, thinking about what she'd said. It felt like she was saying I didn't deserve to grieve, that somehow my grief was selfish. It wasn't just about the helmet anymore. It was about how they saw me, how they saw my pain. That night, I laid in bed, thinking about everything. Was I really that out of touch with reality? Was I being selfish by holding on to the memories of my life with Jason? Or was I just holding on to the only part of him I had left? I couldn't answer those questions. I couldn't find a way to explain why it mattered so much to me without sounding irrational. Maybe I was being stubborn. Maybe I wasn't ready to accept that Jason was gone. But the truth was, I didn't know how to let go of him. I didn't know how to let go of the life we had built together. It was like losing him a second time. Only this time it was at the hands of the people I trusted the most. They were making me feel like my grief was wrong, like I was somehow failing at mourning. That hurt more than anything else. I was already dealing with the loss of Jason, and now I was supposed to deal with the loss of my family's understanding too. How could they not see that? The calls didn't stop. After a few days, Lily showed up at my door. I didn't answer, but I could see her through the window, pacing in front of my house, looking upset. I hated that she was upset, but I couldn't bring myself to let her in. I just couldn't. I was too angry, too hurt. The pressure was building, and I knew it was only a matter of time before I'd have to face them. I couldn't keep avoiding them forever, but I also couldn't keep pretending everything was fine when it wasn't. It wasn't just about the helmet. It was about the fact that they had crossed a line. It was about the fact that they had no respect for my mourning process. I wasn't ready to forgive them yet. I didn't even know if I wanted to. But the guilt kept creeping in. Every time I didn't pick up the phone, every time I saw one of their messages, I felt like I was the one making things worse. Was I really the one at fault here? Was I being selfish for holding on to something that meant so much to me? Was it really so wrong for me to want to keep a piece of Jason, even if it made my family uncomfortable? I couldn't answer those questions either. I just knew that I wasn't ready to forgive them. Not yet. Maybe I never would be. I couldn't just forget how they made me feel, like I was the problem, like my grief was something to be fixed. A few days later, Mom showed up at my house. She didn't even knock. She just came right in like she was still welcome. I didn't even acknowledge her at first. She stood there, awkwardly shifting from one foot to the other, waiting for me to say something. But I couldn't bring myself to speak. What could I say? How could I make her understand that it wasn't about the helmet? How could I explain how betrayed I felt without sounding completely irrational? Finally, she broke the silence. "You need to talk to us, Sarah. This silence. It's not helping anyone." She said it in that same disappointed tone, she always used when she thought I wasn't doing things her way. "We love you, but we can't help you if you keep shutting us out." I didn't respond right away. I wanted to. I wanted to yell, to tell her how much they had hurt me, but I couldn't. I just sat there, staring at her, feeling the anger welling up inside me again. She didn't get it. They didn't get it. She sat down next to me on the couch and tried to put her hand on mine, but I pulled away. I couldn't even look at her. "We're just trying to help, Sarah," she said quietly. "But you're pushing us away." I wanted to scream at her, to tell her that they were the ones pushing me away. They were the ones telling me my grief wasn't valid, that I needed to let go. But I didn't. I just nodded and stood up. "I'm not ready to talk," I said, walking toward the door. "I'll call you when I'm ready." She didn't try to stop me. She just stood there, watching me as I closed the door behind her. I didn't know how to fix this. I didn't know if I even could. What had happened between us felt like a crack in the foundation of everything we had been. It wasn't just a helmet. It was about trust and respect, and the simple understanding that grief doesn't have a timeline. I needed time. I wasn't sure how much time, but I needed it. To process, to think, to heal. I couldn't do that if I kept letting them pressure me into moving on. I couldn't let them make me feel like I was wrong for grieving. So I stayed quiet. But the silence was eating at me. And as the days went on, I found myself asking one question over and over. How long could I keep this up? How long before I would have to face them again? After that day with my mom, I didn't hear from her or Lily for a few days. I kept hoping they would get the message that I wasn't ready to talk, that I needed space to sort through everything. But then the messages started coming again, and this time it felt different. They weren't just checking in or offering their usual advice. They were more like thinly veiled attempts to guilt trip me into forgiving them, to make me feel like I was being unreasonable. I'll be honest, those messages made me more upset than I thought I could be. It wasn't just the helmet anymore. It was the way they seemed to think they knew what was best for me, like my grief wasn't something I could own. I sat there reading one of Lily's texts, something along the lines of, "We can't keep doing this, Sarah. If you keep shutting us out, we won't be able to help you when you really need it." And there it was again, that same idea that they were somehow the victims in all this. They couldn't see how much they had hurt me, how much they had crossed a line. It wasn't like I wanted to be angry at them forever. I wanted to move on from this. I wanted to find a way to forgive them, to let go of the resentment that had been building up. But every time I tried, I just kept coming back to the same feeling. They didn't respect my grief. They didn't understand why it mattered so much to me. And I didn't know how to explain it to them in a way that wouldn't sound like I was being irrational. I kept putting off responding. But it was hard, really hard. Because every time I saw their names pop up on my phone, I felt like I was losing control of the situation, like they were just waiting for me to cave, to give in and pretend everything was fine. But it wasn't fine. It had never been fine. Finally, about a week later, Lily called. I didn't pick up, but she left a message. Her voice sounded different this time. It was softer, more vulnerable. "I know you're upset, Sarah, and I get it. I really do. But I don't know how to make this right if you won't talk to us. I just want to fix things. I don't want to lose you over this." I didn't know what to do. I wanted to respond, to tell her everything that was on my mind. I wanted to tell her how hurt I was, how betrayed I felt. But I couldn't bring myself to do it. I was still so angry. I was still so hurt. And I knew that if I started talking about it, I would start crying, and I didn't want that. Instead, I just sat there in silence. I thought about the helmet, about Jason, and about everything that had happened. I thought about my family, about how much I loved them, but also about how much I felt like they didn't understand me anymore. It was like they couldn't see me as me anymore. They just saw the version of me they wanted me to be. The one who was moving on, who was getting better. But I wasn't that person, not yet. And maybe I would never be. After the message, I decided I needed to get out of the house. I couldn't just keep sitting there and thinking about everything. I drove to the beach, where Jason and I used to go on weekends. We'd sit by the water, talking about our future, about the things we wanted to do. I hadn't been back there since he died, but I thought maybe it would help me clear my head. It didn't. It really didn't. I sat there on the sand, looking out at the waves, and all I could think about was how everything had changed. How everything had been ripped away from me so suddenly. The sadness was overwhelming. It felt like the world was moving on, but I was still stuck in the same place. I couldn't move forward. Not without him. I stayed there for hours, just staring out at the water. I didn't even realize how much time had passed until my phone buzzed in my pocket. It was a message from my mom. This one was different from the others. It wasn't a guilt trip. It was just simple. "I'm sorry, Sarah. I didn't mean to hurt you. I just want to help. I miss you." I sat there for a long time, just staring at the message. I wasn't sure how to respond. I didn't want to be angry anymore, but I wasn't sure I was ready to forgive them either. Maybe they didn't understand, but they were trying. Maybe they were wrong, but they were still my family. And part of me just wanted to hold on to them, even if it felt like they didn't get me. I didn't respond right away. I couldn't. But that night, I found myself sitting at home, thinking about everything again. About Jason, about the helmet, about my mom and Lily, about all the things I'd been holding on to. I knew I couldn't keep living like this, but I didn't know how to fix it. I didn't know if it could be fixed. That night, I finally called my mom. It was the first time I'd spoken to her in over a week. When she answered, her voice was tentative, like she wasn't sure what kind of reception she was going to get. "Mom, I've been thinking a lot about everything," I said, my voice shaking. "I know you didn't mean to hurt me, but I need you to understand that I'm not ready to let go of him. I can't just pretend like he's not a part of me." "I know, sweetheart," she said quietly. "I'm sorry. I just didn't know how to help. I thought maybe if we could get you to let go of some of the things that were holding you back, it would make things easier. I didn't realize how much it was hurting you." "I don't need to let go of everything, Mom," I said, the tears starting to come. "I need to grieve in my own way. I need you to respect that. I need you to understand that I'm not ready to move on. Not yet." "I understand, Sarah. I do. And I'm sorry for not respecting that sooner. I just wanted to fix it. I didn't know how else to help." I felt a small sense of relief hearing her say that. It wasn't everything, but it was something. We didn't fix everything in that conversation. But maybe that was the point. Maybe it wasn't about fixing it. Maybe it was just about letting each other be where we were, without trying to change it. We ended the call with an unspoken promise that things would get better. I knew it wouldn't be easy. I knew I wouldn't just forgive them overnight. But maybe we were on the right path. Maybe I could find a way to move forward without feeling like I was losing myself in the process. The next day, Lily called. I picked up, expecting the same guilt trip, but it wasn't. Her voice was softer, too. "I'm sorry, Sarah. I really am. I didn't mean to hurt you. I just wanted to help." "I know," I said, feeling a weight lift off my shoulders. "I just need you to understand why it's hard for me." "I do. I promise I do." We talked for a while, and by the end of the conversation, I felt like we were starting to come back together. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't fixed. But it was progress. And maybe that's what I needed to hear. Progress, not perfection. Maybe this whole thing wasn't about letting go of Jason's memory or his helmet, but about finding a way to live with the loss, with the grief, and with the people who still loved me, even if they didn't always understand. I don't know what happens next. I don't know if everything will be okay, or if I'll always feel this weight on my chest. But for the first time in a long time, I think I might be able to find a way forward. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but eventually. And that's enough for now. Am I wrong for still feeling like I can't move on when my family thinks I should? Story 16. Am I wrong for not letting my sister announce her pregnancy at my engagement party? I've been grappling with this situation for a few weeks now, and I'm honestly not sure what to think anymore. I, Emma, 29, have always tried to put family first. As the oldest of three siblings, I'm used to being the responsible one. I've always tried to support my younger sister, Rachel, 26, even though she can be a bit much. I love her, but she has a way of making everything about her. Whether it's her relationships or any big life event, it always seems to come with drama, and she's the one at the center of it. It's not that I don't care about her, I do. But I've always felt like I had to take a back seat to her sometimes, and I didn't mind it until now. Matt and I had been together for 5 years before we got engaged. We're both 29, and we've had a pretty solid relationship. I was beyond excited when he proposed. After everything we'd been through, this felt like the beginning of something beautiful. I started planning our engagement party immediately. I wanted a small celebration with our closest friends and family, something low-key, but meaningful. I didn't want a big wedding just yet, just a moment to mark the occasion. When I think back on it, I should have known that Rachel would find a way to make it about her. She's always done that, but for some reason, I thought this time would be different. It wasn't. A few days before the party, Rachel asked to talk to me privately. I was in the middle of sorting out the last-minute details for the event, but I agreed. Rachel seemed more excited than usual, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. She told me she had something to share, something big. She was practically glowing when she said, "I'm pregnant, Emma." I didn't know what to say. It was a mix of emotions: surprise, happiness for her, but also a sense of dread. It wasn't that I wasn't happy for Rachel. Of course I was. But I couldn't help but feel a little thrown off. My engagement was just around the corner, and I was hoping that it would be my turn in the spotlight for once. I'd spent the last few years watching Rachel get attention for every little thing: breakups, new jobs, whatever it was. It was always Rachel. And now, here she was, telling me she was pregnant, asking to announce it at my engagement party. I tried to stay calm and supportive. I told her that I was thrilled for her, and I really was, but I asked if she could maybe hold off on announcing it until after my party. I told her this was a special moment for me and Matt, and I wanted to keep it focused on us. I didn't think it was too much to ask for one day that was about my relationship. It wasn't like I was telling her she couldn't celebrate, just not at my party. Rachel didn't react the way I expected. She looked stunned, like I'd slapped her across the face. I wasn't prepared for that. She stood there for a second, silent, before she slowly said, "So you're saying it's not important enough to share on your big day?" I tried to explain that I wasn't trying to downplay how important her news was, but I could tell it wasn't sinking in. She got quiet, but I could see the tension building in her eyes. I had no idea that this would turn into what it did. I thought I was being reasonable. I thought she'd understand. But as soon as I said no, I saw the shift in her demeanor. It was subtle at first, but it was there. She didn't argue right away. Instead, she just nodded and walked away. I thought maybe I had gotten through to her, but that was just the beginning. The night of the party, everything started off fine. People started arriving. Everyone was congratulating Matt and me, and I felt like the center of attention for once. It felt good. I was finally getting a chance to celebrate our relationship, our future. I was happy. But as the night went on, Rachel was acting different. She wasn't talking to me the way she usually would. She didn't congratulate me in the way I expected. And when we were all gathered for the toast, she barely even looked at me. At first, I thought I was just being paranoid. Maybe I was just overthinking things. But then, as the evening went on, it became clear. Rachel was deliberately ignoring me. She was barely engaging with anyone else either. But I couldn't shake the feeling that she was waiting for something, or perhaps hoping for something. That's when it hit me. She was still upset about my refusal to let her announce her pregnancy. I didn't know what to do. I tried to just enjoy the evening, but it was hard when I could feel Rachel's coldness hanging in the air. She eventually pulled me aside during the party and said, "You really think I'm just going to let you have this entire night, don't you? You're being selfish." I tried to explain again, but this time the words didn't seem to matter. I was getting frustrated, and I could tell that she was too. The more I tried to reason with her, the more she dug in her heels. I don't know what I expected, but I didn't expect her to turn it into this huge issue. After that conversation, I could see her talking to our parents, and I knew things were about to escalate. I just didn't know how badly. She started making passive-aggressive comments to our mom and dad, and when I tried to ask her about it later, she just shrugged me off. It wasn't long before the passive-aggressive comments turned into outright accusations. Rachel started telling people at the party that I was being selfish, and that I was more concerned about one night of attention than about her sharing something so important. The words stung, but I didn't want to make a scene. I didn't want to ruin my own party, so I tried to keep my cool. But the more she spread this message, the more I could feel the mood shifting. My friends started looking at me differently, like I was in the wrong. I didn't know how to fix it, so I just kept my distance. It wasn't until later that night when Rachel pulled me aside again. This time, her voice was lower, but the hurt was clear. "You really don't care, do you? You don't care about anything but having your perfect little day." I tried to apologize. I told her that wasn't true, but she just shook her head. She told me that I wasn't considering how much this meant to her, and she felt like I was just stealing her moment. At that point, I was exhausted. I didn't want to fight anymore. The night ended with Rachel leaving early. The rest of the party didn't feel like a celebration. There was this lingering tension, and I felt like the night had been ruined. My engagement, my celebration, was overshadowed by this drama with Rachel, and I didn't know what to do about it. As I went to bed that night, I felt the weight of the situation. I tried to rationalize everything. I wasn't wrong, was I? I just wanted one day to be about me, about Matt and me. I wasn't trying to take away from her pregnancy, but I was beginning to question whether my refusal had been too much. I knew this wasn't over. I knew Rachel wasn't going to let it go easily, and I wasn't sure what the next move would be, but I could feel the rift starting to grow. I wasn't sure how to fix this, but I also wasn't sure if I should. The next few days after the engagement party were a blur. I barely slept, trying to make sense of everything that had happened. Rachel had left the party early, and I didn't hear from her that night, but I could tell that things were already starting to fall apart. I kept replaying the conversation in my head, wondering if I had really handled it the wrong way. The morning after the party, I woke up to a text from my mom. It was a short message, just saying, "Can we talk?" I immediately felt my stomach drop. I knew this was coming. My mom has always been the peacemaker, and when Rachel's upset, she wants everyone to just get along. I didn't know if I was ready to hear what she had to say, but I knew I had to deal with it. I called her back, and she answered on the second ring. She didn't waste any time. "Emma, I think you need to really think about what happened last night. Rachel's hurt, and you need to apologize to her. She's not going to let this go." I was already starting to get defensive. I wasn't trying to sound rude, but I couldn't help it. I didn't think I had anything to apologize for. "Mom, I already explained to Rachel. I just wanted one night where the focus could be on Matt and me, not on anyone else." I didn't think that was too much to ask. "Emma," she interrupted, her tone softer now. "It's not just about the party. It's about how you've treated her for the past few years. You've always been the one everyone relies on, and Rachel feels like she's never gotten any attention. You have to understand that she's not asking for much, just a little acknowledgement." Her pregnancy is a huge deal for her. I wanted to argue, but I didn't. Part of me understood what she was saying, but the other part still felt like I wasn't in the wrong. I understand that, but it wasn't about stealing her moment. It's about my engagement. I know, honey, my mom said, but she doesn't see it that way. She's been feeling like she's always overshadowed by you, and this just pushed her over the edge. You need to fix this before it gets worse. I didn't know how to fix it. I wasn't sure if I wanted to. I told my mom I'd think about it, but deep down, I felt like I wasn't the one who needed to apologize. I had stood my ground, and I wasn't going to let Rachel walk all over me just because she wanted to share her news in front of everyone at my engagement party. It wasn't about being selfish. It was about setting boundaries. Later that day, Rachel texted me. It wasn't a long message, just a few words. I can't believe you would do that to me. I don't even know why I bother anymore. I read it over and over, trying to figure out how to respond. I felt a mix of anger and guilt. I wasn't angry that she was upset. I understood why she was. But I was angry that she couldn't see where I was coming from. I knew if I responded right away, it would probably make things worse. I put my phone down and tried to focus on something else. But the guilt was eating at me. The next day, I went over to my parents' house for dinner. I didn't want to go, but I felt like I had to. It was either face Rachel and try to fix things or let it fester. When I walked in, I saw Rachel sitting at the table, her arms crossed, not looking at me. My mom was already trying to smooth things over, but it was obvious that things were still tense. I sat down at the table and looked at Rachel, trying to gauge her mood. She wasn't crying, but her face was tight, like she was holding something in. I didn't want to make it worse, but I couldn't stay silent either. I decided to break the ice. Rachel, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I thought you'd understand. I just wanted one night to focus on me and Matt. She didn't look at me when I spoke. She just kept staring down at her plate. You don't get it, do you? She said, her voice barely above a whisper. I've been trying to get your attention for years, Emma, and you just keep shutting me out. I don't matter, and you're always the one who gets what you want. It's always about you. I was shocked. I had no idea she felt this way. Rachel, that's not true. I've always been there for you. I've supported you through everything. Yeah, she snapped, finally looking up at me. But only when it was convenient for you. You never let me have my moment. You never even care about my life. It's always about yours. I didn't know what to say. I wanted to argue with her, but I could see the hurt in her eyes. I had no idea that this had been building up for so long. I didn't realize how much she resented me for things I never even thought about. I tried to apologize again, but this time I felt like I was speaking to a brick wall. Rachel wasn't ready to hear anything I had to say. My mom tried to intervene, but it was no use. I could see Rachel shutting down even more. She got up and walked away, leaving me sitting there with my mom. The rest of dinner was quiet, and after that, I didn't hear from Rachel for a few days. I sent her a couple of texts, trying to reach out, but she didn't respond. The silence was deafening. I wasn't sure if I should give her space or keep pushing to resolve things. Every time I thought about calling her, I felt like I was just going to make things worse. A week passed, and things were still tense. My mom kept bringing it up, saying that Rachel was still upset and that I needed to fix it. But no matter how many times I apologized or tried to explain myself, Rachel wouldn't budge. She would barely even look at me when we were in the same room. I had to accept that she wasn't ready to forgive me, and maybe she wouldn't ever be. But I also wasn't sure if I was ready to just let go of my boundaries. I wasn't wrong for wanting my moment, right? But I was starting to feel like maybe, just maybe, I should have done things differently. I could have been more understanding, more willing to compromise. As the days dragged on, I felt the rift growing wider. The family dinners weren't the same anymore. There was always this tension in the air, like we were all walking on eggshells. And then, one day, I got a call from my mom. Rachel had posted something on social media, and it wasn't good. My mom asked if I'd seen it yet. I hadn't, so she told me to check it out. I pulled up Rachel's post, and I couldn't believe my eyes. It was a vague status, but it was clear who it was aimed at. Some people just can't handle anyone else being happy. If you can't support your family, what's the point? I didn't know how to react. I felt like Rachel was calling me out for everything that had happened, and it hurt. I wanted to call her, but I was scared that if I did, things would just get worse. So I waited. And now, I'm left wondering if there's even a way to fix this. After Rachel's post, everything seemed to spiral out of control. I wasn't expecting the social media fallout, but there it was, plain as day. It wasn't just a vague message anymore. It was a direct jab. The kind of thing that makes you feel like you're the bad guy in a situation you never intended to make dramatic. It felt like I was being painted as the villain. I didn't know how to respond. I could have commented or called her out publicly, but I didn't want to escalate things further. At the same time, I couldn't just ignore it. My mind raced, going through all the possibilities. I could text her again and try to explain things one more time. I could call her, but that seemed like it might just lead to more shouting. I wasn't sure if it was even worth it at this point. The worst part was the feeling that Rachel wasn't trying to understand my perspective at all. She was stuck in her own world of resentment, and no matter how hard I tried to explain that my request wasn't about her pregnancy, she seemed to think I was personally trying to take away her moment. I wasn't, but it didn't seem to matter. I did what I always do when I'm not sure what to do. I tried to talk to my mom. Maybe she could help make sense of it. I called her that night, but when she picked up, I could already tell she wasn't going to be much help. She was upset too, but in her own way. "Emma, I think you need to just give Rachel some space right now. She's really hurt, and I don't think anything you say is going to help right now." I wasn't sure I agreed with her. Giving Rachel space was fine, but I didn't know how much longer I could just let things sit without trying to fix it. "Mom, I've already apologized, but she's not even willing to listen. It feels like she doesn't care about what I need." "I know, honey. But you have to understand. This is about more than just the engagement party. It's about her feeling like she's always been overlooked. You can't just expect her to let this go after one conversation." I didn't know if that was true or not. I understood that Rachel had felt overlooked for a while, but I hadn't intentionally made her feel that way. I wasn't trying to overshadow her, but it seemed like no matter what I said, she just wouldn't hear me. The days passed, and I tried to focus on planning my wedding. Matt and I had a lot to do, and I didn't want the whole situation with Rachel to take over. But every time I saw my mom or had to talk to someone about the wedding, I could feel that nagging guilt in the back of my mind. Was I really in the wrong here? Was I being too selfish, too focused on my own needs, and not enough on what Rachel needed? It felt like I was stuck in the middle of this mess that I didn't know how to clean up. Eventually, I decided to send Rachel a message. I thought maybe if I gave her some time to cool off, she'd be more receptive. I started typing, trying to be as calm and reasonable as I could. I told her that I still didn't think it was appropriate for her to announce her pregnancy at my engagement party, but that I understood how much it meant to her. I suggested that we throw her a separate celebration once the dust had settled from my wedding. I waited for her reply. And waited. Hours passed. Nothing. The silence was killing me. Did she even care? Finally, the next day, she texted back. It was short. "It's too late. I don't want your pity party. I just wanted to be part of something for once." I don't think I've ever felt so frustrated. I read that text over and over, trying to make sense of it. I understood her frustration, I did. But what about my feelings? Why didn't she understand that I just wanted one thing to myself? Why couldn't she see that I wasn't trying to take away from her at all? I thought about calling her, but I knew it wouldn't do any good. I just couldn't figure out how to get through to her. Every time I tried, it felt like she was shutting me out more. A week later, I ran into Rachel at a family gathering. It wasn't planned. It wasn't even supposed to be anything big, just my parents' house for a casual get-together. But Rachel was there, sitting quietly on the couch, avoiding eye contact with me. The tension was so thick I could barely breathe. I didn't know what to say. She didn't look at me, and I didn't know if I was supposed to approach her or just leave her alone. I decided to try. I didn't want to leave things like this, especially not with the wedding coming up. I walked over and sat down next to her. "Rachel," I started, my voice low. "I know things have been tense between us, but I really think we need to talk. We're family, and I don't want to keep fighting." She didn't look up, didn't say anything for a long time. Finally, she sighed, but her voice was cold. "What's there to talk about? You've already made it clear that your party was more important than me. You don't get to decide when I'm allowed to celebrate my life." It stung. I wanted to tell her that it wasn't about that I never meant to hurt her. But nothing I said was getting through. It felt like she was never going to forgive me, no matter what I did. The rest of the evening went by in silence. Rachel didn't talk to me much, and I didn't know how to bridge the gap. Every time I thought we were getting somewhere, it felt like we took 2 steps back. A few days after that, I got a call from my mom again. She said Rachel was still upset, and it was affecting everything. Family gatherings, phone calls, everything felt strained. My mom was trying to act like everything was okay, but I could tell that she wasn't happy with how things were going. She wanted us to fix things, but I didn't know if it was even possible. At that point, I started to wonder if maybe this was something that couldn't be fixed. Maybe Rachel just wasn't going to come around. Or maybe it was me. Maybe I wasn't being fair to her, even if I didn't think I was in the wrong. I started questioning everything I did. Was I too harsh? Should I have let her announce her pregnancy at the party? Was I being selfish? I don't know where this is going. I don't know if Rachel will ever forgive me, or if she'll just keep holding on to her anger. And I don't know if I'll ever be able to get through to her. All I want is for things to go back to normal, but I'm starting to think that maybe they never will. Was I wrong for not letting Rachel announce her pregnancy at my engagement party? Story 17. Am I wrong for asking my sister to choose between me and her fiancé after a family secret was exposed? I never thought I'd be in this situation. I, Sarah, 28, have been dealing with a lot of issues with my younger sister, Emily, 26, and her fiancé, Mark, 29. We've always been close, my sister and I. We grew up sharing everything, secrets, dreams, everything. It wasn't until recently that things started to unravel. Emily met Mark a little over a year ago. At first, he seemed fine. He was charming, well-spoken, the kind of guy who always seemed to know what to say to make you feel comfortable. But something about him started to feel off after a while. He would make small, condescending comments about how things should be with our family. It wasn't blatant at first. At family dinners, he'd suggest changes to our traditions, like changing where we sit, or who we invite. It wasn't a big deal in the beginning. Maybe he was just trying to fit in, I thought. I didn't say anything because, after all, Emily was happy. But over the past few months, things started escalating. Emily, who's always been very close to our family, started distancing herself from us. She would plan events without asking for input from anyone, or worse, she'd cancel family gatherings without much explanation. At first, it was easy to dismiss. She was just busy with wedding plans. But it felt more like she was trying to exclude us. Then came the night that changed everything. It was a typical family dinner, nothing out of the ordinary. We were all gathered around the table, laughing, talking about random things. Mark was there, of course. I tried to make conversation with him, but he always seemed a little too distant. like he was trying hard to look polite. Eventually, the conversation turned to something in our family's past. It was about an event that happened when we were younger, something I had shared only with Emily. It wasn't a huge deal in the grand scheme of things, but it was something I considered private, something I thought I could trust her with. Out of nowhere, Mark casually mentioned it, as if it was no big deal. Oh, yeah, Sarah always hated that time when. I froze. Everyone at the table looked at him, confused. My mom shot me a glance, and my dad's face went pale. I looked at Emily, waiting for her to do something to stop him. But she didn't. She just looked uncomfortable, but she didn't say a word. I could feel my blood pressure rising. That was something I shared with her, something I trusted her with. And there he was, blurting it out like it was nothing. After dinner, I pulled Emily aside, trying to keep my voice low. I didn't want to make a scene in front of everyone, but I needed to know why she hadn't said anything to stop him. Why did you tell him that? I asked, barely holding it together. Why did you tell him about something so personal? She hesitated, almost like she didn't understand why I was upset. I didn't tell him exactly, she said. But we talk about everything now. I'm not hiding things from him. I thought you'd be okay with that. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I always thought we had this understanding. There were things about our family that were sacred, and I never imagined she'd share them with anyone, let alone Mark. You told him everything? I asked, feeling a lump form in my throat. Yeah, Sarah, we're engaged now. I don't see why it matters. I'm building my future with him. I'm telling him everything. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. I felt betrayed, hurt. It wasn't just about the secret anymore. It was about the lack of respect for our relationship. It felt like she was choosing him over me, and for the first time, I saw the dynamic shift. She wasn't the sister I could count on anymore. She was becoming someone else. You're seriously okay with that? I asked. You're going to tell him everything, even things that were between us, things that I never even wanted anyone else to know. Sarah, I'm not hiding anything. We're not kids anymore. I'm telling him because we're supposed to be honest with each other. You should understand that. I do understand, I said, feeling a mix of frustration and sadness. But there's a difference between honesty and respecting boundaries. What happened to the things that we've always kept just between us? I'm sorry you're upset, but it's not like I'm doing anything wrong. Her words stung. I didn't know how to respond. It felt like everything I thought I knew about our relationship was unraveling right in front of me. I didn't know who she was anymore. I tried to calm myself down, but I couldn't. You know what? If this is what it takes for you to move on, then fine. But you need to choose. Either you respect me, respect our family, or you let Mark decide everything for you. I don't know if I can support your wedding if you're going to keep doing this. Her face went pale. She didn't say anything at first, just stood there, looking at me. Then, she opened her mouth. You're being unreasonable. I'm not going to apologize for being honest with him. I stood there, my heart pounding in my chest. Then I guess I can't be part of this. If this is how things are now, if you're choosing him over your own family, then I don't know what else to say. I walked away before she could respond. The next few days were brutal. Emily didn't text me. She didn't call. I kept thinking that maybe I had overreacted. But then I'd remember the look on her face when she told me she was telling Mark everything. I couldn't shake the feeling that she had chosen him over me. She was no longer the person I could talk to about anything. Then, a few days later, my parents got involved. My mom called me, her voice sharp. Why are you doing this, Sarah? You're tearing the family apart over something so small. It's not small, Mom, I said, my voice trembling. She's crossing a line. She's sharing things with Mark that were meant to stay private. She's allowed to have a life of her own now. Why can't you just be happy for her? You're being selfish. I hung up the phone, angry and hurt. My mom didn't get it. No one seemed to understand that it wasn't about just one secret. It was about the way Emily was shutting me out, the way she was allowing Mark to take control over her life, and now over our relationship. I tried to reach out to Emily. I texted her, trying to explain how hurt I was, trying to make her see my side. But she didn't respond. It was like I didn't exist. Every time I checked social media, there she was, posting pictures with Mark, smiling like everything was fine. I felt like I was losing her. Then, yesterday, I finally got a message from her. It was short. She told me I needed to stop trying to control her life, that I was being manipulative, that if I didn't support her and Mark, then maybe I didn't belong in her life anymore. That was it. I knew what I had to do. I had already tried talking to her. I had already tried reasoning with her. And now, it was clear. I had to make a choice. I had to stand my ground. I sent her a final message, one I knew would sting. If you're going to let Mark decide everything for you, then I can't be part of your wedding. I can't be part of your life like this. I don't know who you are anymore. Now, I'm left wondering if I'm making a mistake. Maybe I've gone too far. Maybe I should just apologize, let it go, and accept the way things are. But I can't shake the feeling that Emily's chosen him over me. The fallout from the argument with Emily was almost immediate. I'd expected her to be upset, but I didn't realize how much this would affect our relationship, or how quickly everything would start to fall apart. The first few days after I sent that final message to Emily were some of the hardest of my life. I felt guilty for cutting her off like that, but at the same time, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had done the right thing. She was shutting me out, prioritizing Mark over me, and I couldn't let that slide. But still, there were moments when doubt crept in, when I questioned whether I had gone too far. I tried to stay busy, tried not to think about it too much, but everything felt off. It was like I had pulled away from everything I knew, and now I was just floating in this empty space. Then my mom called. I saw her name pop up on my phone, and I instantly felt a knot in my stomach. I didn't want to talk to her, at least, not about this. But I knew I had no choice. She was furious with me. "Sarah, I don't know what you think you're doing, but you're hurting this family. You're tearing us apart over something so trivial." I knew she wasn't going to understand. She never did. "Mom, it's not trivial. I'm trying to protect our relationship. Emily's not thinking clearly. She's letting Mark dictate everything, and she's sharing things with him that should have stayed between us." "You're being selfish, Sarah," she snapped. "You're trying to control everything. She's engaged, and it's normal for her to be closer to Mark. You need to stop trying to pull her back into our world." I felt my frustration rising. "I'm not trying to control her, Mom. I'm just trying to get her to understand that she can't forget about us just because she's getting married. We've always been there for each other, and now she's pushing me away. She's pushing all of us away. You don't get it, do you?" My mom's voice softened, but it still carried that edge. "She's building a life with him now. You're going to have to accept that." I didn't know what to say. I was angry, but I was also hurt. "I don't want to lose her, Mom," I said quietly. "You're not going to lose her, but you need to back off. You're being unreasonable. You're making this about you when it should be about her and Mark." I didn't know how to respond to that. I just ended the call and sat in silence. The weight of everything was starting to sink in. My mom was right about one thing. I didn't know how to handle this. I didn't know how to let go of Emily. The next few days felt like a blur. I spent hours pacing around my apartment, overthinking every decision I had made, every word I had said to Emily. I didn't want to be the one who caused a rift in the family. But at the same time, it felt like I was the only one who saw the problem. Mark was slowly taking over Emily's life, and now he was taking over her relationship with me. I started to reach out to a few friends to get their opinions, but it didn't help. Most of them were on Emily's side. She's allowed to be close to him, Sarah. She's building a future with him. And that means sharing things. You can't expect her to keep everything from him. At first, I tried to listen to them, but every time I did, I felt even more isolated. They didn't get it. They didn't understand what it was like to be in my shoes, watching my sister slowly become someone else. It wasn't just the secret, either. It was the way she was letting Mark control the narrative. Mark was a big part of why I felt so hurt. I'd been around long enough to see how he worked, how he always had to have the last word, how he dismissed anyone who disagreed with him. And Emily, my sister, the one person I thought would have my back no matter what, was letting it happen. The worst part was the silence. Emily stopped responding to my texts. She didn't return my calls. She posted pictures on social media, always with Mark, always looking so happy. I couldn't even bring myself to comment on her posts. It felt like everything I had with her was slipping away, and I couldn't do anything to stop it. After a few days, I decided to text her again. I needed to know if there was any way back from this. Maybe I had been too harsh. Maybe there was still a chance for us to work this out. I sent her a message. I don't want to lose you. I'm sorry if I pushed you too hard, but I don't know how to handle this. I just need to understand why you're choosing him over me. I need you to hear me out. It felt like the longest wait of my life. For hours, nothing. Then, finally, the notification popped up. Her reply was short and to the point. I don't need you to understand, Sarah. You're making this more difficult than it needs to be. I'm with Mark now. I'm building my future with him. If you can't accept that, then maybe we need some space. I stared at the message, my heart sinking. I had been expecting it, but it still hit me like a ton of bricks. Maybe we need some space. What did that even mean? Was this it? Was she really telling me that she couldn't handle me in her life anymore? I felt numb. My mind was racing, but I couldn't make sense of it. She had made her choice, and it wasn't me. I didn't respond right away. Instead, I sat there, staring at the screen, feeling my chest tighten with a mix of anger, sadness, and confusion. The next morning, I tried to get some clarity by talking to my dad. He wasn't as involved in the fight as my mom was, but I figured maybe he could help me make sense of everything. I called him up, and after some small talk, I finally brought up what had happened. Dad, I don't know what to do anymore. Emily's not talking to me. I feel like I'm losing her. Sarah, listen, he said, his voice calm. I know this is hard, but you need to think about Emily. She's an adult now, and she's making decisions that are important to her. She's trying to build a life with Mark, and that's going to change things. You have to respect that. I am respecting it, I said, feeling my frustration rise again. But she's not respecting me. She's telling me she can't even talk to me because I'm not accepting Mark. It's like I don't matter anymore. Sometimes, it's not about you. It's about her future, he said. You need to take a step back. Give her some space. She'll come around. But that didn't feel right. How could I just step back and let this happen? How could I just watch my sister, the person I've always been close to, push me out of her life because of him? I wasn't sure what to do next. I had already tried to make my point, but it didn't seem like Emily was listening. I didn't know how to fix things, and maybe that was the hardest part. The worst part was that I knew deep down this wasn't just about the secret anymore. It was about Emily changing, about me realizing that she wasn't the person I thought she was. She was becoming someone else, and I didn't know if I could be a part of that anymore. I sat down, staring at my phone again, wondering what would happen next. Would she come to her senses? Would Mark win? Would I ever get my sister back? I didn't have the answers, but I was sure of one thing. The space between us was growing wider with every passing day, and I didn't know if we'd ever find our way back to each other. A few weeks passed after my last conversation with Emily, and I still hadn't gotten a reply from her. At first, I tried to move on. I focused on my work, spent more time with friends, and tried to convince myself that maybe this was just how things went sometimes. Families fight, people grow apart, and eventually, you either find a way back to each other or you don't. But the silence was unbearable. It was like I was being slowly erased from her life. Mark's presence in Emily's life was stronger than ever. She posted pictures with him constantly, and it was like she had moved on completely, leaving our past behind. I would see them at events that my parents were invited to, and it was like I was no longer part of their world. When I checked social media, it was as if I had never existed. The more I saw of Emily and Mark, the more I felt like I had lost her forever. At one point, I tried reaching out again. I sent a simple text, nothing heavy, just an attempt to break the ice. Emily, I know things have been rough, but I miss you. I don't want to lose you. No response. A few days later, I sent another message. I've been thinking a lot about everything. Maybe I overreacted. Can we talk? Again, nothing. I don't know what I was expecting. Part of me was still holding on to the hope that she would eventually come around. But as the weeks passed and she didn't respond, I started to accept that maybe things had changed beyond repair. I didn't know how to feel about it. I wanted to be angry at her, at Mark, but I also felt this deep sadness that I couldn't shake. It wasn't just the betrayal of the secret being shared, it was the feeling of being completely pushed out of her life. I decided to focus on my own healing, but it wasn't easy. I still thought about Emily every day, about the things we used to share. The worst part was that I couldn't talk to anyone about it. My mom kept telling me I needed to back off, that Emily would come around, but I didn't believe it anymore. It wasn't that I didn't want to give her space, it was that I didn't think I was ever going to be a part of her life again. Then, one evening, out of nowhere, I got a message from Emily. I stared at my phone for a long time before I opened it. My heart raced as I read her words. Can we talk? I didn't know what to think. Was this a breakthrough? Was she finally ready to apologize? Or was it just another attempt to push me further away? I didn't waste any time replying. Yes, please. I really want to talk. We arranged to meet the next day. I didn't know what to expect, but I was nervous about the conversation. Nervous about what she would say. Nervous that maybe this was going to be the final goodbye. When I saw her the next day, she looked different. She seemed a little worn down, like the weight of everything had been getting to her. She wasn't as confident as she had been before, and I couldn't help but wonder if the pressure of everything with Mark was starting to wear on her. We sat down at a cafe, and for the first time in a long time, it felt like we were just two sisters again. There was no tension, no anger in the air, just silence, a heavy kind of silence that I didn't know how to break. Finally, she spoke. I've been thinking a lot, Sarah, she said quietly, about everything, and I realized that maybe I didn't handle things well. I was taken aback. What do you mean? I mean, I shouldn't have let things get this far, she said, her voice shaky. I shouldn't have let Mark come between us. I didn't see it happening, but I think I got so caught up in everything that I started pushing you away. I'm sorry. I sat there, speechless. Part of me wanted to yell at her, tell her how hurt I'd been, how betrayed I felt, but another part of me just wanted to hug her, to forgive her, and put everything behind us. But I couldn't just let it go that easily. It's not just about the wedding, I said softly. It's about everything. You've changed. You've started letting Mark decide things for you, and you're pushing your family aside. I feel like I've lost you. I know, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I've been really selfish. I've been so focused on Mark, on planning the future, that I lost sight of the people who've always been there for me. I felt a lump in my throat. I just want you back, Em. I want my sister back. I don't know who you are anymore. She looked down at her hands, avoiding my gaze. I don't know who I am either, she admitted. I've been so focused on trying to make everyone happy, trying to please Mark, that I lost myself. And I lost you in the process." It was painful to hear her say that. Part of me wanted to reach out and tell her that it was okay, that we could fix everything. But I also felt like we were too far gone. "It's not just about Mark," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's about how you've been treating me, and how you've been letting him control everything. You've changed, and I don't know if I can just let it go." "I don't know what to do, Sarah," she said, her voice breaking. "I'm so sorry. I've been an awful sister. I don't know how to fix this, but I want to try." There was a long pause, and I felt myself wavering. I wanted to forgive her. I wanted to tell her that everything would be okay. But there was this part of me that couldn't let go of the hurt. The feeling that I had been pushed aside for someone else. "I don't know if I can just pick up where we left off," I said quietly. "I don't know if I can trust you again." "I understand," she replied, her voice full of regret. "I've hurt you, and I get it if you need time. But I want to try. I don't want to lose you, Sarah." I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to hold on to the hope that we could get back to where we were. But another part of me was afraid of being hurt again. I didn't know if I could just forgive everything that had happened. We sat there for what felt like an eternity, neither of us saying anything. It was as if we were both waiting for something, an answer, a decision, a way forward. Finally, I spoke up. "I don't know if I can do this, Em. I don't know if I can just pretend everything is okay. I need time. I need to figure out what I want, and if I can be part of your life again." She nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. "I get it. I just want you to know that I'm sorry. I'll be here whenever you're ready." I didn't respond. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know when or if I'd be ready. As I left the cafe, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were both standing at a crossroads. There was so much that had happened between us, so much that had changed, and I didn't know if we could ever go back to being the way we were. Could we ever fix this? Or was it too late? Would I ever get back the sister I once had? Or was this the end of our relationship? I didn't have an answer. Story 18. Am I wrong for letting my sister lose her job to teach her a lesson? I've been dealing with my younger sister Emma, 26, for as long as I can remember. To put it bluntly, she's always been the type who drifts through life without much of a plan. I get that some people are more spontaneous, but Emma takes it to an extreme. There's always a new excuse as to why she's behind on everything, whether it's her career, her bills, or even just basic responsibilities. I'm 34, and I've always been the one to take care of business. I'm not perfect, but I've got a steady job, an apartment, and I don't rely on anyone. My career is my priority, and I've worked my ass off for everything I've got. When Emma came to me a few months ago, after a messy breakup with her boyfriend, I told myself I'd be the supportive older sister. I'd let her stay with me for a while, help her get back on her feet, and be the solid rock she could lean on. I didn't expect it to be easy, but I also didn't expect it to turn into what it has. She's been here for weeks now, and I'm getting frustrated. At first, I figured we'd bond, maybe catch up, but it's been nothing but excuses. She's been staying up late, sleeping in, and hardly helping with anything. It's like she expects me to handle everything for her. She'll complain that she's too stressed to job hunt, but will then go out and party the next day. Every time I try to push her to take things seriously, she brushes me off. The tipping point came last week. I had a rare day off, and we'd agreed that she would pick me up from work so we could have a sister night out. I'd been swamped with deadlines for the past few weeks, and I really needed some downtime. When I finished up around 7 p.m., I called her to let her know I was done and that I was ready to go. No answer. I figured she might be busy or just running late, so I waited. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, nothing. I called again. No response. I texted her, but she didn't get back to me. I'm not the type to get dramatic over small things, But when she finally showed up at 10 p.m., I was pissed. She was smiling, acting like everything was fine. I didn't even have the energy to be mad at first. I thought maybe something had gone wrong, but no. She casually explained that she had forgotten and was hanging out with friends, like it was no big deal. No apology, no acknowledgement that she'd made me wait for hours when we'd agreed on something. She barely even seemed to care. We didn't even go out. I wasn't in the mood anymore, and we ended up just sitting in silence at home, which felt even worse. I had been looking forward to spending time with her, and she just blew it off. The next morning, it hit me even harder when she casually mentioned she'd missed a job interview earlier that day. She wasn't even upset about it. It was like she didn't even care. I could feel my blood pressure rising. This was a job she'd been really excited about, and now she'd just thrown it away. I asked her what happened, and she told me she overslept because she needed rest. Again, no apology. It was like she thought it was no big deal. I felt like I was going insane. I tried to be calm about it. I reminded her how important it was to be on time for interviews, especially when she'd been looking for work for months and wasn't making much progress. I asked her why she hadn't done everything in her power to make sure she was there on time. She said, "It wasn't meant to be." That phrase, "it wasn't meant to be," had become a kind of mantra for her. Every time something didn't go her way, she'd just dismiss it as fate or bad luck. She never seemed to take any responsibility. At that point, I had to say something. I told her straight up, "Emma, if you're going to keep living here, you need to get serious about your life. You can't just keep winging it and expecting things to work out." I was so frustrated that it came out harsher than I meant, but I felt like I had no choice. Every time I tried to encourage her, it felt like I was enabling her to keep acting like a child. I've spent too many years walking on eggshells around her, trying to support her in a way that never worked. Maybe it was time for a wake-up call. She didn't take it well. She snapped back at me, calling me judgmental and uptight. She said I had no idea what it was like to struggle with life or not know where things were headed. She accused me of thinking I was better than her because I had a stable job and a plan. I was shocked by how defensive she got. All I was trying to do was get her to see the bigger picture and stop pretending that everything would just magically fall into place. But instead of listening, she doubled down. She told me I was always criticizing her and that I had no idea how hard things were for her. I tried to explain that I wasn't trying to make her feel bad, but I needed to set boundaries. She stormed out, saying I was being cruel and unsupportive. I wasn't even sure what to do after that. Part of me wanted to back off and give her space. I didn't want to push her away completely, but I also knew she wouldn't change unless I made her face the consequences of her actions. I started second-guessing myself. Was I being too harsh? Was I asking too much of her? The next couple of days felt like a slow-motion train wreck. Emma barely spoke to me. When she did, it was cold and distant. I could feel her resentment building, but I didn't know how to fix it. I was doing everything I could to help her, but it never seemed to be enough. I wasn't sure if she'd ever really grow up, and it felt like the distance between us was growing by the day. I didn't want to give up on her, but I also couldn't keep pretending that she wasn't making my life more difficult. I was struggling with my own work, and the last thing I needed was someone constantly making excuses. I thought about the job interview she had missed, and how I could have pushed her harder to get it together. But I also knew that I had to stop doing everything for her. She had to start taking responsibility for herself. I didn't know what would happen next. Would she finally take the hint and get her act together? Or would this be the final straw that ruined our relationship? I didn't know if I was doing the right thing, but I couldn't keep enabling her behavior. I wasn't sure where we were headed, but something needed to change. I hoped that Emma would eventually see that, but I wasn't sure if it was too late. I was hoping that after our confrontation, things would calm down, but instead, they just got worse. Emma seemed determined to make this as difficult as possible, and I had no idea how to make her see reason. She barely spoke to me, and when she did, it was like she was deliberately trying to keep things as distant as possible. She'd stay out all night, come home late, and when I tried to talk to her, she'd either ignore me or give me a one-word response. It was like she was punishing me for holding her accountable. I tried to reach out a few times, asking if she was okay, if she wanted to talk, but I knew the answer before I even asked. She wasn't interested. She was pissed, and I could see it. And the more she shut me out, the more I questioned if I'd done the right thing. Maybe I'd been too harsh. Maybe I should have been more patient, more understanding. But the thing is, I had tried being patient for years. I had tried to be the supportive sister, the one who was always there to pick up the pieces. I had tried to give her the benefit of the doubt over and over again. But every time, she seemed to let me down. In the days following our fight, I decided to take a different approach. I wanted to help her, but I wasn't going to keep doing it the way I had been. I knew Emma. She needed to learn that actions had consequences, and if I kept stepping in every time she made a mistake, she'd never learn. I figured the best way to make her see that was to stop doing everything for her, stop enabling her behavior. So, I decided not to send her that job listing I'd seen. It was a great opportunity, one I knew she'd be perfect for, but I didn't want to hand it to her on a silver platter. I wanted her to take charge of her life, to find the opportunities herself. I wasn't sure if I was doing the right thing. Maybe I should have sent it to her anyway, even if she wasn't exactly taking things seriously. But deep down, I knew that if I kept pushing things on her, she'd never grow up. I needed her to feel the pressure, to realize that life wasn't going to just hand her anything. A few days later, Emma found out that I had seen the job listing and hadn't shared it with her. She was furious. She confronted me in the middle of the kitchen one afternoon, practically demanding to know why I hadn't told her about it. She said I was being controlling and that I had no right to keep things from her. I tried to explain myself, told her that I was just trying to make her take responsibility for her own life, but she wasn't hearing it. She accused me of being a gatekeeper, like I was intentionally holding her back from opportunities. She said I was just trying to keep her down, that I didn't want to see her succeed because it made me feel better about myself. It was like all the frustration she'd been building up for the past few weeks exploded in that moment. I stood my ground, telling her that if she really wanted to make it on her own, she had to start taking the initiative. But Emma wasn't hearing any of it. She said I was being cruel, that I was sabotaging her chances. She accused me of trying to control every aspect of her life, and I couldn't deny that part of me felt guilty. I wanted to help her, but I didn't want to just hand her everything. I wanted her to take some ownership, to realize that the world wasn't going to give her everything she wanted without effort. But I guess I went too far. After that confrontation, things between us got even worse. Emma barely spoke to me after that. She'd avoid me at all costs, and when she did talk to me, it was always short and cold. I tried to make amends, tried to explain again that I wasn't trying to hurt her, but she wasn't interested. She was shutting down completely. The days dragged on, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I had made a mistake. Was I being too hard on her? Maybe I should have just been more patient, more understanding. She was struggling. I could see that. But at the same time, I knew that if I kept bailing her out, she'd never learn. I found myself going back and forth in my head, wondering if I was really doing the right thing. Maybe I was too harsh. Maybe I was too much of a control freak. But I also knew that I couldn't keep going like this. I couldn't keep enabling her. It wasn't helping either of us. I had my own life to worry about, and I couldn't keep putting my own needs aside just to pick up the pieces every time she messed up. One night, a week after our argument, Emma came home late again. I was already in bed, trying to wind down after a long day, but I couldn't sleep. I heard her stumbling around in the kitchen, making too much noise as she rummaged through the cabinets. I felt the tension rise in my chest, but I tried to ignore it. I was tired of fighting. But then I heard her shout out to me from the kitchen, and I knew this was the moment. She came into the living room, her eyes red, like she'd been crying, and I could tell she was upset. I sat up, unsure of what to say. She started talking about how much pressure she was under, how she didn't know what she was doing with her life, how everything felt like it was falling apart. For a moment, I felt bad for her. She looked vulnerable, like she had just cracked. But then, in the middle of it all, she turned to me and said something that made my stomach drop. She said that she hated me. She hated the way I always looked at her like she was a failure, like I was just waiting for her to screw up so I could say, "I told you so." She said I didn't care about her, that I just cared about being right. And as much as I wanted to defend myself, to explain that I was only trying to help her, I couldn't. She was right about one thing. I had been focused on making her see that she was making mistakes, not on actually helping her through it. The guilt hit me like a ton of bricks. I had been so focused on what I thought was the right way to help her that I forgot what it was like to be in her shoes. I wasn't helping her by pushing her away. I was just making her feel like she wasn't good enough. I wanted to apologize, to tell her I was sorry for everything. But before I could say anything, she turned around and walked out of the room. She didn't say a word, just walked out of the apartment like she didn't even care. The next few days were the worst. Emma didn't come home that night, and the following morning, she was gone. I didn't know where she went or what she was doing, and I had no idea if we were even going to be able to fix things. I kept telling myself that I was just giving her space, that she needed time to figure things out. But in reality, I was just terrified. I was terrified that I'd pushed her too far, that I'd finally driven her away for good. I had no idea where this was all going. Would Emma come back? Would things ever go back to normal between us? Or had I ruined everything? The uncertainty was killing me. I kept replaying everything in my head, trying to figure out what I could have done differently. But nothing seemed to make sense. What if I had been too hard on her? What if I had been wrong all along? Maybe I was the one who needed to change, not just Emma. The days that followed Emma's disappearance felt like they stretched on forever. I tried not to panic, but honestly, I couldn't help it. I wasn't sure if she just needed some space, or if she was done with me for good. I didn't know if she was staying with friends, or if she had just taken off. Either way, I didn't hear from her at all. No texts, no calls, nothing. I thought about texting her, but I didn't want to be the one to break the silence. I figured if she needed time, then I had to give her that. But inside, I was terrified. I kept replaying everything in my mind, everything I had said, everything I had done. Maybe I'd been too harsh. Maybe I had pushed her too far. I had tried to be the responsible one. But what if that was the problem? What if I was suffocating her? Maybe the real issue wasn't her not getting her act together, but me thinking I knew best about how to handle her life. I wasn't sure anymore. For the first time, I started questioning whether I had been too rigid with her. Maybe I should have been more empathetic. She wasn't just lazy or irresponsible, she was lost, confused, and hurt. Maybe she just needed someone to show her that they cared instead of constantly pushing her to be something she wasn't ready to be. What if I had been the one who was too hard on her all along? It wasn't until a few days later that I got a text from her. It was brief, just a couple of lines. "I'm staying at Mia's for a while. We need to talk when I get back." I didn't know how to feel. Part of me felt relieved, just knowing she was safe. But another part of me felt like I was walking on eggshells. I didn't know what kind of conversation was coming, and honestly, I was scared. What if she told me she didn't want to come back? What if this was the end of our relationship? The last time we'd spoken, things had been so heated, and now she was telling me we needed to talk. I had no idea what to expect. That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking about the things she had said to me, about how I had failed to see what she was going through. It made me sick to my stomach. I couldn't even begin to understand what it must have felt like to be her. Here she was, struggling to find her place in the world. And instead of being supportive, I had been trying to fix her. Maybe she didn't need fixing. Maybe what she needed was time and space to figure things out for herself. By the time Emma came home, I had calmed down a little. She still wasn't saying much, but at least she was back. She was different, though. There was something about her that had changed. She wasn't the same carefree girl I remembered. There was a weight in her eyes, and I could see that she had been processing everything. I didn't want to push her, so I waited for her to speak. It wasn't like before when she just brushed things off. She seemed quieter, more introspective. We sat in silence for a while. I didn't know how to start the conversation either. I wanted to say something, to apologize, but I wasn't sure what I was apologizing for. Was I wrong to try to help her? Or was I wrong for being too hard on her? I couldn't figure it out. Finally, she broke the silence. She said she had been thinking about everything, about what had happened between us. She admitted that she hadn't been doing enough to change, but she also told me that I hadn't been making it easier for her. I wasn't sure what to say to that. I wanted to tell her that I was just trying to help, that I didn't want her to fail, but I could see now that maybe I hadn't been as supportive as I thought. She wasn't looking for someone to fix her. She was looking for someone who could be there for her without constantly pointing out her mistakes. I told her I was sorry, that I hadn't realized how much pressure I was putting on her. I had been trying to push her to succeed, but I had done it in a way that made her feel like she was never good enough. I told her that I was always worried about her, and maybe that had clouded my judgment. She didn't say much, but I could see the tension in her start to ease up a little. Things didn't magically improve after that conversation. I think we both realized that we couldn't just pick up where we left off. The damage had been done, and it would take time to rebuild the trust between us. I could see that Emma was trying, but she was still figuring things out, and I had to be patient with her. I couldn't expect her to change overnight, just like I couldn't expect myself to be perfect either. Over the next few weeks, I tried to give her space, but I also tried to be there for her when she needed it. I tried to stop giving unsolicited advice and instead just listened when she talked. It wasn't easy, and there were still times when I found myself wanting to push her, to fix things for her. But I realized that wasn't what she needed. She needed to figure things out on her own, even if that meant failing along the way. The real problem was that I didn't know if I had been too hard on her or if she had just been avoiding responsibility. I still couldn't figure it out. Was I right to let her miss that job interview? Did she need to face the consequences of her actions? Or was I just punishing her for my own frustration? I honestly don't know if I did the right thing. Part of me wants to think I was being tough but fair, but another part of me wonders if I just pushed her away for good. Maybe I've been too harsh. Maybe I've been too hard on myself too. I can't say I regret trying to teach her a lesson, but I wonder if there was a better way. I still don't know if I should have given her more support or if I should have kept pushing her to be better. But at this point, I'm not sure what the answer is. She's still figuring things out. So am I. The question is, am I just another part of the problem or a step toward her figuring things out? I guess time will tell. I don't know if I've been too harsh or if I was just trying to help her learn the hard way. Was I wrong for letting her lose that opportunity? Or did she need to feel the consequences of her actions to finally make a change? Story 19. Am I wrong for revealing my best friend's secret to her husband after she begged me not to? I've never been one to keep secrets. I'm not saying I tell everyone everything, but I've always believed in honesty, even when it's hard. So when my best friend Maya came to me one night and told me she'd cheated on her husband, Dave, I didn't know what to do. It felt like a punch in the gut, but I promised her I wouldn't tell anyone, that I'd keep it between us. That promise was harder to keep than I realized. Maya and I have been close for over a decade. We met in college, and since then, She's been my person, my best friend, my confidante. Over the years, I've watched her and Dave grow together. They've always seemed like the perfect couple, so when Maya told me about the affair, it didn't make sense. She said it happened when things were rocky between them during a rough patch in their marriage when Dave wasn't really around. I could tell she was upset, but I didn't fully understand why she was telling me. Was she looking for advice, or was she just looking for someone to listen? She begged me not to tell Dave. She said it was a one-time thing, that it was a mistake, and that it didn't mean anything. She cried while telling me about it, and it felt like she was telling me everything that was wrong with her life in one moment. She said she regretted it, that she loved Dave, and that she didn't know how to fix things between them. I told her I'd keep it to myself. I wasn't sure why, but I felt like that's what she needed. Over the next few weeks, though, I began to feel the weight of that promise. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was holding on to something too heavy for me to carry. Every time I saw Dave, I felt like I was lying to him. And it wasn't like he was some distant figure in my life. He's my friend too. I liked him. He was sweet, caring, and always looking out for Maya. He didn't deserve to be in the dark about something that could tear his life apart. But at the same time, I didn't want to betray Maya's trust. She had asked me for silence, and I'd promised. But as the days went by, it became harder to ignore. Every time I saw Maya, she seemed more distant. She wasn't herself. And Dave, he started picking up on it too. He was quieter, more withdrawn, and kept asking me if I noticed anything strange between him and Maya. It was like he could tell something was off, but he didn't know what. And I couldn't lie to him anymore. I hated it. The tipping point came one evening when we were all hanging out at Maya and Dave's place. It was supposed to be a normal dinner, just the three of us, and a couple of our other friends. We were all eating, talking about random things, nothing serious. But I could tell something was brewing beneath the surface. Dave kept glancing at Maya when he thought she wasn't looking, and Maya was quiet, lost in thought. I wanted to ignore it. I didn't want to get involved. But then Dave asked me to step outside with him for a moment. He was quiet at first, just pacing a little, like he was trying to figure out how to ask what was on his mind. Then he finally just asked, "Lily, do you think something's wrong with Maya? I feel like she's keeping something from me. I don't know. I just have this feeling that something's not right." I froze. I didn't know what to say. Maya had been so adamant about me keeping her secret. And here was Dave, someone who trusted me, asking me directly if something was going on. The guilt hit me like a wave. I could barely breathe, but I didn't know how to back out of this without making it worse. I wanted to tell him. I wanted to scream, "Yes, something's wrong. She's been carrying this guilt for weeks, and it's tearing her apart." But I didn't. Instead, I just mumbled something about how relationships go through ups and downs, that maybe Maya was just stressed with everything. But he wasn't convinced. He kept pressing me, asking me if there was more I knew. I knew I couldn't lie to him anymore. Not with the way he was looking at me, like he was desperate for the truth. I told him that Maya had made a mistake, that it wasn't anything huge, but that she regretted it. I didn't give him any details about the affair, but I could see it hit him like a ton of bricks. He was silent for a few moments, just staring at the ground. Then he looked up at me and asked, "Do you think she still loves me?" That was the moment I broke. I wanted to tell him everything, to explain that Maya was confused, that she didn't want to hurt him, but I didn't. Instead, I just told him that I couldn't speak for her, that he needed to talk to her about it. I didn't think it through. I thought maybe if I just let him know, he'd understand, and maybe things wouldn't escalate. But things did escalate. That night, Meyer and Dave barely spoke. When we all went home, I could feel the tension in the air, but I didn't know how bad it had gotten. I went to bed feeling terrible, knowing that I'd just dropped a bombshell on their marriage. But at the same time, I couldn't help but feel like it was the right thing to do. Dave deserved to know. He deserved to have the truth, even if it meant his heart would be broken. I told myself I had done the right thing, even though I could already feel the consequences starting to unfold. The next day, I woke up to a message from Maya. It was short, just a text saying, "We need to talk." My stomach dropped. I immediately knew it wasn't going to be good. We had been through a lot together, but this felt like something I might not be able to fix. I called her, and she picked up almost immediately. "I know you told him," she said before I could even say hello. There was no greeting, no niceties, just anger. "You promised me you wouldn't. You said you wouldn't tell him anything." I tried to explain that Dave was hurt, that he deserved to know, but she didn't want to hear it. She was furious, devastated, and hurt. She told me that I had destroyed everything, that I had betrayed her trust. "You made that decision for me, Lily. You took that choice away. How could you do that?" she cried. I tried to apologize, tried to tell her that I didn't mean for it to happen like this, but nothing I said seemed to matter. She was angry, and rightfully so. She had trusted me, and I had broken that trust. The guilt ate at me, but I couldn't take back what I had done. The worst part was that I didn't even know what was going to happen next. I had no idea how I could fix this, or if I even could. But what I didn't expect was the distance that grew between us after that. It wasn't just Maya and me that were affected. It was Dave and Maya, too. They stopped talking. They started fighting, and it became clear that the trust between them was shattered. He was distant, and she was distant. She stopped talking to me entirely, and I didn't know what to do. The thing is, I didn't want to destroy their relationship. I wanted them to work through it. But I couldn't help but feel like I had made the right choice, even though the consequences were overwhelming. I thought telling the truth was the only way to make things right. But now everything was falling apart, and I was in the middle of it all. The fallout was immediate, and it didn't take long for things to spiral out of control. After I told Dave about the affair, I didn't think things would get so bad, at least not this quickly. Maya was hurt and angry, obviously, but I figured she would eventually calm down and we could work through it. I had no idea the depth of the damage I had caused. The moment I told Dave, the weight of my decision hit me hard, but I convinced myself I did the right thing. Maya needed to confront her mistake, and Dave deserved the truth, even if it was painful. But in the days that followed, it felt like everything was unraveling. Maya didn't speak to me for the rest of that night. I tried texting her, calling her, but she ignored everything. I figured maybe she just needed some space, but the silence dragged on. The next morning, I woke up to a text from her. "I can't believe you did this. I thought you were my friend." That was it. No explanation, no details, just anger, and it stung. I tried calling, but she didn't pick up. The worst part wasn't the text, though. It was when Dave confronted Maya. I didn't see it happen, but I know it didn't go well. Maya told me later that they fought for hours. She was crying, he was angry, and the trust between them that had always seemed so solid had already started to crack. Maya had always kept things close to the chest, but this was different. This wasn't something she could sweep under the rug. It was the kind of betrayal that changed everything, and I could see it in her eyes when she finally spoke to me again. She was broken, but she was angry. She called me a few hours later, and when I answered, I immediately knew it wasn't going to be a friendly conversation. "I can't believe you told him," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "You promised. You swore you wouldn't. You told me you were on my side." I didn't know how to respond. I felt guilty, but I also felt like I had done what needed to be done. I told her I was sorry, that I didn't mean for things to turn out like this, but she wasn't having any of it. "I asked you to keep my secret, Lily. I trusted you, and you went behind my back. You didn't even give me a chance to tell him myself." She was right in one sense. I hadn't given her the chance. But the guilt I was feeling about lying to Dave had built up so much that I couldn't stop myself from telling him the truth. The problem was, Maya didn't see it that way. She saw my actions as betrayal. And I didn't blame her for feeling that way. But the more she blamed me, the more confused I became. I knew I wasn't the bad guy in the situation. I wasn't the one who had cheated. But it felt like everything was turning against me. I kept thinking, did I do the right thing? Did I really have a choice? Over the next few days, Maya started distancing herself. She wouldn't answer my calls, wouldn't respond to my texts. It felt like I had lost my best friend. And even though I understood her pain, I couldn't help but feel like I was being punished for doing what I thought was the right thing. I tried reaching out to Dave, too. I wasn't sure what I was hoping for, maybe some reassurance that I wasn't the villain in all of this. But he didn't want to talk either. He was hurt, and I could hear it in his voice when we spoke. He wasn't angry with me, but I could tell he wasn't sure how to handle the situation. I didn't know how to handle it either. Everything felt like it was falling apart, and I had no idea how to stop it. Meyer and Dave barely spoke after that. I saw them a few times in passing, but there was no warmth between them. Every time I saw them, I felt like I was in the middle of a war I didn't start but couldn't avoid. They weren't just fighting each other, they were fighting me too. The tension between us all was unbearable. Maya couldn't look at me without a cold stare, and Dave kept his distance, unsure of who to trust. It wasn't just their relationship that was falling apart, it was ours too. A week after the fight, Maya called me again. This time, I wasn't sure what to expect, but I picked up anyway. "We need to talk," she said. "Come over." I didn't want to. I didn't know if I could handle another confrontation, but I also knew I had to. Maya had always been the one to make the first move after an argument, so when she asked me to come over, I knew this was her way of trying to figure out where we stood. I agreed, and we arranged to meet the next day. When I showed up at her apartment, she was waiting for me at the door. She didn't even let me in. She just stood there, arms crossed, and looked at me like I was a stranger. I could feel the tension in the air, thick and suffocating. I didn't know what to say, so I just waited for her to speak. She didn't waste any time. "I don't know how to look at you anymore," she said, her voice steady but laced with hurt. "You've ruined everything. You've ruined my marriage, and you've ruined our friendship." I opened my mouth to speak, but the words wouldn't come out. How do you apologize for something like that? How do you take back something you've already done? I felt like I was drowning in the weight of my own guilt. "I didn't mean for it to go like this," I finally said. "I didn't want to hurt you. I thought Dave deserved the truth." "That's just it, Lily," she said, cutting me off. "You think you know what's best for everyone. You think you're the one who gets to decide what the truth is. But you don't. You didn't give me a choice." I could see how much this was hurting her. And I realized then that Maya wasn't just angry with me for telling Dave, she was angry because I had made a decision that she should have made. She wasn't angry about the affair anymore. She was angry because I had taken away her control. "I'm sorry," I said, but it didn't seem to matter. She didn't want my apology. It felt like everything I had done, every attempt to make things right, was just making things worse. We sat in silence for a while after that. I wanted to say something else, to try to fix this, but I didn't know how. And then, out of nowhere, Maya spoke again. "You've lost me, Lily," she said, and the finality in her voice hit me like a punch. "I can't look at you the same way anymore. You made your choice." And that was it. She walked away, leaving me standing there, feeling like I had just lost the only person who had ever truly known me. For the next few days, I tried to focus on work, tried to distract myself from the mess I had created. But it didn't work. Every time I saw Dave, I could see the pain in his eyes. I could see that he was lost, trying to piece together his broken relationship with Maya, and I knew that I was partly responsible for that. Maya wouldn't speak to me, and I wasn't sure what was going to happen next. The worst part was that I didn't know where I stood with anyone anymore. I didn't know if I was the one who had done the right thing, or if I had just torn apart everything I cared about in the process. The silence between Maya and me felt deafening. I wanted to fix things, but I didn't know how. And then Dave called me again. This time, I wasn't sure what to expect. I didn't know if he was calling to yell at me or if he was reaching out for support. I picked up the phone, but before I could say anything, he spoke. "Lily," he said, his voice low and tired. "I need to know, was it really just a one-time thing, or is there more to it?" I didn't know how to answer him. Part of me wanted to tell him everything, to explain that Maya had been hurting, and that she regretted what she had done. But the other part of me knew that the truth, no matter how it was told, wouldn't change anything. The damage was already done. I wish I could say things got better, but they didn't. If anything, they got worse. Dave's question hung in the air like a cloud I couldn't escape. Was it really just a one-time thing, or is there more to it? The truth was, I didn't know how to answer. Maya had never given me more details. She'd said it was a mistake, a moment of weakness when things weren't good between her and Dave, and that she regretted it. But the more I thought about it, the more I wondered if there was something more behind it. Was there more to the affair? Or was it, as she said, a fleeting moment of bad judgment? I wasn't sure, and I didn't feel like I had the right to press her for answers. When Dave called, I didn't know what to say. I could feel the pain in his voice. He had trusted me, and I had betrayed that trust, just like I had betrayed Maya's. The worst part was that I didn't know how to fix things. Maya wasn't talking to me anymore. Dave wasn't either. It was like I was stuck in the middle of their broken marriage, unable to move, unable to make it right. I thought about the conversation I had with Maya that day she called me over. Her words kept echoing in my mind. "You made your choice." It wasn't just about the affair anymore. It wasn't about her betrayal or my role in it. It was about the choice I had made by telling Dave, by choosing his right to know over her wish to keep it a secret. I never thought of it that way when I made the decision. I thought I was helping, doing the right thing. But now I saw it differently. I had taken control of a situation I shouldn't have had any part in, and I had lost her for it. But I couldn't change what had happened. I couldn't undo it, no matter how much I wanted to. I tried to reach out to Maya again. I texted her, I called her, but nothing. It was like she had disappeared from my life entirely. I was losing my best friend, and I didn't know how to stop it. She didn't want to talk to me, and I understood why. But the silence was killing me. Meanwhile, Dave was becoming more distant too. I didn't know how to talk to him. I could feel the tension between us, and every time we spoke, it felt like I was making everything worse. He kept asking me the same question over and over. Was it really just a one-time thing? And I didn't have an answer for him. I couldn't give him the closure he was looking for, because I didn't know if it was the truth. Then things took another turn. I was at work one afternoon when I got a call from Maya's phone. I assumed it was her trying to reach out, but when I picked up, it wasn't her voice. It was Dave. "Lily," he said, his voice flat, like he had already made up his mind about something. "I need to talk to you. In person." I wasn't sure what he wanted, but I agreed to meet him. I figured it couldn't get any worse, right? When I showed up at the park where we agreed to meet, Dave was already there, sitting on a bench. I hesitated for a moment, but then I walked over. He didn't say anything right away. He just stared ahead, his face hard to read. Finally, he spoke. "I talked to Maya," he said. His tone was cold, like he was talking about a business transaction, not his marriage. "She's moving out." My heart sank. I had expected this, but hearing it out loud made it real. I didn't know how to respond. The words stuck in my throat. "Look, Lily," Dave continued, his eyes not meeting mine. "I'm not blaming you for what happened. I know Maya's the one who made the choice to cheat. But you're not innocent in all this either. You decided for her that I should know. You took away her right to tell me when and how she wanted to. I didn't know how to answer. He was right. I had taken away her control, but at the same time, I thought it was the right thing to do. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I shouldn't have interfered. But I didn't know how else to fix the mess I felt I had created. I never asked you to get involved, he said, his voice softening a little. I didn't ask you to tell me. I didn't want to know. I thought we could work through it on our own. But now, everything's different. I can't look at her the same way anymore. I can't look at you the same way either. I just stood there, speechless. There was nothing I could say. It felt like the air had been sucked out of the space between us. I had tried to do what I thought was best, but I couldn't fix anything. I couldn't undo what had been done. Maybe this is for the best, Dave said, standing up. Maybe Maya and I just weren't meant to be. I didn't know how to respond to that either. I wasn't sure if he was talking about his marriage or our friendship. I wanted to apologize, to tell him how sorry I was, but I didn't think it would change anything. Dave left, and I was left standing there, feeling like I was on the edge of losing everything. Meyer and Dave were on the brink of ending things, and I was stuck in the middle, unable to make it right. The following days were a blur of uncertainty. Maya moved out of their apartment. I didn't know where she was staying, and I didn't ask. I knew she needed space, but that didn't stop me from worrying. Dave didn't contact me again, and I was too afraid to reach out to him. I couldn't bear the thought of making things worse. And then, a week later, Maya reached out to me. She texted me, simply, "We need to talk." I didn't hesitate. I knew I had to face her. She was the one person who knew me better than anyone else, and I needed to see if there was any chance of fixing what I had broken. When I showed up at her new place, it was clear that things were still tense. She didn't look at me at first, but when she did, I could see the hurt in her eyes. It was a different kind of hurt now. It wasn't just anger. It was resignation. She had made her decision, and I wasn't sure if there was any way back. "I'm not saying it's all your fault," she said quietly, after a long silence. "But you made it worse. You made me lose control of my own life." I wanted to explain myself, to tell her how hard it had been, but I didn't. I knew she wasn't ready to hear it. Instead, I just listened. "I don't know what's going to happen next," she said. "I don't know if Dave and I can fix this. I don't know if we even want to anymore. But what I do know is that you can't fix this. You can't fix me, and you can't fix us." I felt the weight of her words settle over me like a cold blanket. I had been trying to fix things for so long, but maybe that wasn't what I needed to do. Maybe I had to accept that some things couldn't be fixed. Maya stood up and walked over to the window, looking out at the street below. "I don't know if we'll ever be the same," she said, her back to me. "I don't know if I can ever trust you again." I didn't know what to say to that. I felt like I was losing everything. I was losing Maya, losing my place in her life, and I wasn't sure if I could stop it. I wanted to tell her that I was sorry, that I never meant for things to go this way. But the words felt empty. She had already made up her mind, and I was too late. "I guess that's it then," I said, standing up to leave. I didn't know what else to do. Maya didn't respond. I walked out of her apartment, feeling like I had just closed the door on one of the most important relationships in my life. And now I'm left here, wondering if I'll ever be able to fix this. Wondering if I'll ever have a chance to rebuild my friendship with Maya, or if I've lost her forever. I don't know if I was wrong to tell Dave the truth, but I can't help but feel like maybe I was. If I hadn't interfered, if I had just stayed out of it, maybe things would have turned out differently. Maybe Maya and Dave could have worked through it on their own, but now I'll never know. I just don't know where to go from here. Story 20. Am I wrong for refusing to let my mother move in after she demanded I stop taking in foster kids? I've been fostering kids for 5 years now, and it's never been easy. I'm a 32-year-old social worker, and fostering was something I got into because I wanted to make a difference. I never thought it would be something that would cause tension in my personal life. But here I am. I've got a 3-bedroom house in a quiet suburban neighborhood, and I've made it work for myself and the kids I take in. It's not glamorous, and it gets overwhelming, but it's meaningful. My mom, Diane, has never fully understood why I chose to do this. She always told me I should have my own family, get married, have kids of my own. She's old-fashioned that way. For the longest time, I thought she was just worried about me being single. But as the years went on and I continued to foster, she started to make it clear that she was uncomfortable with the whole thing. She always talked about how strange it was to have strangers living in my house. She even asked me once if I ever thought about adopting, since I seemed to like it so much. That, I think, was the moment I realized she didn't get it at all. This wasn't about me filling some void in my life. This was about helping kids who had nowhere else to go. Anyway, things started changing when my dad passed away last year. It was sudden, and the financial strain hit my mom harder than I thought it would. She'd been relying on my dad's pension for years, and now that was gone. For a while, I didn't realize how bad things had gotten. She kept telling me she was fine, but I knew something wasn't right when I noticed she wasn't picking up her calls as much. She didn't come around as often, and when she did, she looked different, tired, worn down, like she was holding something back. I guess it was inevitable that one day she'd ask if she could move in with me. I'm her only child, and while we've never had the closest relationship, I still feel obligated to help her when she needs it. It's not that I didn't want to help, but I also knew what this would mean for my living situation. I live in a small house, and even though I have an extra room, it's usually taken up by the kids I'm fostering. There wasn't going to be any room for her unless I made some changes. Still, I thought I could make it work. At the time, I wasn't prepared for what was coming. The conversation started out like any other. She called me up one evening, and after the usual small talk, she got to the point. She asked if she could move in. I told her I'd need to think about it. I wasn't sure what she expected me to say, but I wasn't ready to give a flat-out yes right away. I've always been careful about boundaries, especially when it comes to my mom. So, I suggested we talk about it more in person. The next day, she came over. She was acting a little nervous, which wasn't like her. She's always been independent, so this wasn't the typical, I need help conversation I expected. When we sat down, she told me how bad things had gotten. She was behind on bills, had trouble paying for her meds, and honestly, just seemed lost. She was asking for something that felt pretty serious, but I didn't know yet how far she was willing to push. I agreed that she could stay with me temporarily, but I made it clear that I had my own life and responsibilities to think about. I told her I had kids coming in and out of my home, and it wouldn't be easy with a third person living here. She seemed fine with that. But then she made a comment that threw me off guard. She said, "I can't live in a house full of strangers, Sarah. If I'm going to stay here, you're going to have to stop fostering." I stared at her, thinking I misheard her. I asked her to clarify, and she said it again. I couldn't have any more kids living here if she moved in. I told her that wasn't something I was willing to do, but she insisted. She said it wasn't about me helping kids, but about the fact that she didn't feel comfortable in a house where there were always new people. She said it was weird, and that it felt unsafe, like I was always bringing in strangers into the family home. I didn't know how to respond. This wasn't about her needing a place to stay anymore. She was making it clear that, for her to live with me, I would have to choose between her and the kids I foster. I felt like I was being asked to give up everything I'd been working for just to make her comfortable. I tried to explain that fostering was something I had committed to, that it wasn't just a side project for me. These kids needed a place to stay, and I couldn't just stop. I told her that it wasn't like I was inviting people into my home for fun. This was a serious part of my life. But she didn't want to hear it. She kept repeating how uncomfortable it made her, and how family should come first. The more she said it, the more it felt like she was guilt-tripping me. She didn't seem to understand that my work wasn't something I could just walk away from. Fostering was my passion, and I'd made a promise to these kids. I couldn't just break that promise because my mom felt awkward about it. She wasn't even trying to understand why this was so important to me. She just wanted me to cater to her comfort. I started to feel resentful. Why was it up to me to give everything up? Why couldn't she respect what I was doing and find another way to solve her problems? I didn't owe her a perfect life, and I certainly didn't owe her my entire house. But it got worse. After I stood my ground and told her I couldn't stop fostering, she got angry. She called me selfish, said I was abandoning my family, and that I cared more about helping strangers than I did about my own mother. Those words hurt, and I could feel the guilt eating away at me. But at the same time, I felt like she was being unreasonable. I was giving her an option she could stay with me, but it wouldn't come at the cost of everything I'd worked for. The conversation ended with her storming out. She told me she would find another place, and that I should think about what's important. She didn't say goodbye or even thank me for offering her a place to stay. I was left standing there, feeling like I had failed her somehow. But deep down, I knew I wasn't the one being unreasonable. The next few days were filled with awkward silences. I didn't know if I should reach out to her, or if I should just let her figure it out on her own. She didn't call or text. The ball was in her court now, but I didn't know how this was going to end. Would she come back around, or would this be the breaking point of our relationship? The days that followed the conversation with my mom were tense. I didn't hear from her for a while, and at first I thought maybe she was just cooling off. But as the silence dragged on, I started to wonder if maybe she wasn't going to come back around at all. It wasn't like her to stay quiet for so long. Usually, she'd at least text or call to check in, but nothing. It felt like a standoff. I tried to distract myself with work and my kids, but the whole situation kept creeping back into my mind. I started to second-guess myself. Was I being too harsh? Maybe I should have offered more help her find a place, or at least offer to pay some bills until she got back on her feet. It wasn't like I was against helping her. I just wasn't willing to completely rearrange my life to accommodate her demands. But the more I thought about it, the more conflicted I became. Was I the one being selfish? I reached out to a few of my friends for advice, and the responses were mixed. Some said I was in the right after all. I couldn't just drop everything I was doing for a cause I believed in. Others told me I should have done more for her, especially after everything she had been through. But no one seemed to agree on what the right thing to do was. It felt like I was stuck in a place where there was no clear answer. A week after the argument, my mom finally reached out. It was a short text, but it was enough to get me to call her. She wanted to meet up. I wasn't sure what she wanted, but I knew we needed to talk. I agreed to meet her at a coffee shop. When I saw her, she didn't look the way I expected. I thought maybe she'd be calm, collected, ready to apologize, or at least try to work things out. But she wasn't. She looked more tired than ever, and her face was set in that same expression of frustration I'd seen before. It was like she hadn't really moved on from the argument at all. As we sat down, I braced myself for whatever was coming. She didn't waste time getting to the point. She started talking about how she was still hurt by what I'd said, and how I didn't seem to care about her anymore. She brought up the fact that I didn't even offer to help her find a place to stay, or give her any financial support. She said it wasn't just about the living arrangement. It was about me choosing these kids over her. She kept repeating that I had betrayed her by not putting her first. I sat there, listening, trying to stay calm. But it was hard. It was like she didn't even hear me when I told her that fostering wasn't just something I could walk away from. It wasn't just about me helping kids. It was about my career, my purpose. I had made a commitment to these children, and I couldn't just drop it. I felt like she was asking me to give up a part of myself, and that was something I couldn't do. Still, I tried to explain myself. I told her that I was more than willing to help her with finding a place or even paying bills, but I couldn't just give up everything I'd been working on for years. She didn't want to hear it. She told me that I was being unreasonable and that I was too proud to admit that she was right. She said I was treating her like an afterthought, like her needs didn't matter because I had more important things to do. I felt the frustration building inside me. It was like she wasn't even trying to see my side. I tried to stay calm, but I could feel my patience thinning. She was asking me to choose between her and these kids, and it wasn't a choice I was willing to make. She kept saying that she was family, and that should have been enough for me to make the sacrifice. But it wasn't that simple. We went back and forth for what felt like hours. Every time I tried to explain why I couldn't stop fostering, she dismissed it. And every time she tried to make me feel guilty, I pushed back. The conversation wasn't going anywhere. It was like we were both stuck in our own corners, neither of us willing to give in. At one point, she told me that I was being selfish, that I didn't know how to put family first, that I was too wrapped up in my noble cause to see the damage it was doing. She said I was neglecting her because she was the one who needed me the most. That hit me harder than I expected. I felt the guilt rush in, but I also felt this sharp, defensive anger. I couldn't believe she was saying these things to me, after everything I'd done for her over the years. I tried to remind her of all the things I had done for her in the past. The times I helped her with bills, the times I took care of things when she needed me. But none of that seemed to matter. In that moment, all she cared about was her own discomfort with my choices, and it felt like she was asking me to erase everything else I'd done in my life. She ended the conversation by telling me that if I didn't change my mind, we'd never be close again. She said I was too stubborn to see how much she needed me. I didn't know what to say to that. I wasn't sure if she meant it, or if she was just hurt and lashing out. Either way, I felt trapped. There was no way I could just let her move in and stop fostering, and there was no way I could ignore the fact that I felt like a failure as a daughter. The next few days were a blur. I didn't know what to do next. I knew I had made the right decision in not giving up fostering, but part of me still felt like I was failing her somehow. I didn't want to lose her, but I also couldn't lose myself. It was a horrible place to be in, and the more I thought about it, the more I realized I didn't know how to fix this. Then, a few days later, I got a message from her. It was short and to the point. "I'm moving in with your aunt." I don't know why, but I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Part of me was glad she wasn't going to keep pushing me, but at the same time, I couldn't shake the feeling that things were irrevocably broken between us. I tried to reach out after that, but she didn't respond. She had made her decision, and I had made mine. Now, I was left with the aftermath. I didn't know how to fix things, or if things could even be fixed. It's been a few weeks now, and I haven't heard from her since she moved in with my aunt. I don't know if I should reach out, or if I should just leave it alone. I feel like I've lost her, but at the same time, I don't know if I could have done anything differently. I've been thinking a lot about what she said, that I'm too selfish to put my family first. And I keep coming back to the same thing. I didn't choose these kids over her. I chose to live my life in a way that makes sense to me. And while I'll always care about my mom, I can't stop doing what I believe is right just because it makes someone else uncomfortable. I guess now I'm just wondering, is this the kind of thing that can be fixed? Or is this just the end of the line? A few weeks have passed since my mom moved in with my aunt. I still haven't spoken to her, and every day it feels like a knot is tightening in my chest. I've tried to distract myself, focusing on the kids in my care and my work. But the silence between me and my mom is deafening. I keep thinking about all the things she said to me, the accusations, the guilt she tried to make me feel. Part of me wants to reach out, to apologize, to fix things. But another part of me is so hurt by what happened that I don't know if I can bring myself to do it. After she moved out, I tried to give her space. I figured maybe she'd cool off and realize that I wasn't trying to hurt her. But nothing. It's like she's cut me off entirely. At first, I thought it was just her way of punishing me. But now I'm starting to wonder if maybe this is permanent. I don't know if I can handle that. I've spent most of my life trying to make her proud, but it feels like no matter what I do, it's never enough. A few days ago, I got a call from my aunt. She said that my mom wasn't doing well, that she wasn't adjusting to living with her. Apparently, she's been talking about how lonely she is, how everything feels empty without me. I was surprised to hear this because, when we last spoke, she had made it clear that she didn't need me. But now, it seemed like she was regretting her decision. My aunt said my mom was asking about me, wanting to know if I was doing okay. I didn't know how to respond. Part of me wanted to call her, to reach out and apologize for the fight, to tell her that I missed her. But the other part of me still felt angry. She had given me an ultimatum, forced me to choose between her and something I was passionate about. She had made it clear that she didn't understand why I did what I did, and that hurt more than anything else. I don't know how to let that go. I've been replaying everything in my head, trying to figure out where things went wrong. I keep asking myself if I could have handled things differently, if there was a way to make her understand without having to give up the work I love. But every time I think about it, I come back to the same point. I couldn't abandon the kids I was fostering. I couldn't just stop everything I've built because my mom was uncomfortable with it. And yet, here I am, stuck with the fallout. Part of me feels like I've failed her. After everything she's done for me, how could I not just put her first? But another part of me knows that I can't keep sacrificing my own happiness to make everyone else happy. I've spent so much of my life trying to please her, trying to live up to her expectations, that I lost sight of what I needed. And now, I'm left wondering if this is a price I have to pay for choosing my own path. I can't help but wonder if she'll ever forgive me for standing my ground, or if this is something we'll never be able to move past. I'm not sure what the right thing to do is. Do I keep my distance, let her come to me when she's ready, or do I try to reach out, even if it means swallowing my pride? And the hardest part of all, will she ever understand that I didn't choose these kids over her? I chose to stay true to who I am. But maybe that's something she'll never get. So, am I wrong for sticking to my decision? Or should I have put my mom first, even if it meant giving up everything I've worked for?